Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine witnessing your spouse's betrayal by accident. How would you react? Join us to uncover how an ordinary night became a turning point in destiny. He thought he had achieved the promotion of his dreams, unaware that it was just the calm before the storm. Welcome to the story of how a family sways amidst secrets and lies after trust collapses. An unexpected roof repair reveals the astonishing truth hidden behind a marriage. Stay tuned as this story takes you deep into the astonishing choices a husband makes after discovering his wife's infidelity. Alex Thompson couldn't help but smile as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Earlier that day, he was promoted to shift supervisor at Harding Containers, effective immediately. Working the night shift for the foreseeable future was the icing on the cake. Most people hated the night shift, but for Alex, it was great. His son, James, was a junior in high school and participated in several sports and clubs. By working nights, Alex could attend his son's classes without missing work. Over the years, he worked the night shift more than once and developed a napping system that allowed him to do it all. It was for this reason that he crawled along the rafters of the roof in his attic on a warm August day. After he was informed of his promotion, he was given paid leave on Thursday and Friday. It was an opportunity to rest and prepare for his new position, which began Sunday evening. Alex had long planned to build a small apartment over his detached garage. This would become his fortress of solitude, where he could sleep peacefully all day long. He hoped to avoid the usual disturbances and distractions that so often arise when trying to sleep at home when most people are already up. Alex was laying cable so he could have internet in his apartment. The Wi-Fi signal in the house simply did not reach the apartment. He decided to place an extension cord at the end of his home's attic closest to the garage, in the hopes that it would give a strong signal inside his apartment. While Alex was working on unwinding the cable along the entire length of the attic, he heard faint sounds coming from inside his home. It was early afternoon, so his wife, Lisa, must have been at work. James, their son, was visiting Lisa's parents for a few days, so the house had to be empty. Alex crawled through the rafters to the place where the sounds were coming from. Having come closer, Alex was able to determine the source of the sounds. This was his bedroom. The conversation became much clearer as Alex perched himself above the unused air conditioning vent in his bedroom ceiling. Lisa insisted that the old vent blew cold air on her at night, causing her to experience frequent neck pain. He installed the new vent as far away from Lisa's bed as possible but never got around to sealing the old one. This would require sealing the hole in the ceiling that was created when the vent duct was pulled out. Alex just left it on the ceiling but didn't attach it to any ductwork. He carefully lifted the fiberglass insulation that lay on the attic floor and slowly opened the vent. Everything sank inside him when he saw his wife with a thin man. As painful as the vision was, Alex couldn't look away. He couldn't stop watching the train wreck that was once his marriage. The couple had been having sex for several minutes when Alex's brain finally began to function. He set his phone to record video and carefully placed it on the vent so that the cameras had an unobstructed view of his marital bed. "I like the way you are," the guy purred. "Your husband never touches you." "I asked you not to mention Alex," Lisa protested, somewhat weakly in Alex's opinion. "It's not about him. He is a good lover and a great father, I'm sure. It's just that we have sex right here in his bed, but you insist that you like the way he does it. What's wrong with this situation? I don't know why I let you talk me into doing this here, right here. You don't have the slightest chance of being caught." "In your apartment," Lisa moaned. The couple stood still for a minute before Alex saw the man roll off his wife. "Do you see how powerful it is when you take risks?" Lisa's lover asked. "Having sex in my apartment is great, most of the time, but doing it in your marital bed is another level." Alex recognized the man enjoying his wife as soon as he rolled over onto his back. It was Mark Davis, a driver for the package delivery company where he and Lisa worked. He was recently divorced and had a daughter in James's class. "That sounds terrible," Lisa replied, but without any real emotion. "You wanted to have sex in my bed because the thought of outplaying Alex turns you on. You act like it's a competition." "It's a competition, at least for men, Davis replied with a soft chuckle. You're a sexy woman, and the sex is great, but knowing that you're married and I'm having sex with you in your husband's bed makes me a winner. This is an incredible feeling. It wouldn't be so great if Alex caught us here. I don't know why I agreed to this, but it won't happen again. I'm worried that Alex will find us. It would ruin my marriage, Lisa admitted. Let's make a deal, Davis suggested. As long as you don't have sex with your husband, I won't insist that we do it in his bed. Once he has you again, we will have to return so that I can reclaim my place as leader. I'm not going to refuse Alex. He's my husband, Lisa reasoned. He is a man and wants sex on a regular basis. I'll try to dissuade Alex from having sex and keep these secret meetings in my bedroom to a minimum. I don't like to think about what would happen if Alex ever caught us. Alex parked his truck in a detached garage, hidden from prying eyes, so Lisa had no idea he was home, and she certainly had no idea he was eavesdropping on her conversation. His face was covered with sweat, which continuously flowed from his body onto the insulation that covered the attic floor. He forced himself to remain still as he listened to the loving couple dress and leave. As Alex headed towards the stairs, he considered what he had just learned. His wife was cheating on him, and she even planned to abstain from sex with him if possible in order to appease and please her lover. Thinking this over, Alex forced a grim smile. Lisa would have no problem refusing sex with him because she would never have it again. While taking a shower, he examined his situation and quickly came to several solutions. He didn't let Lisa know that he knew about her infidelity. James had 2 years of high school left, so Alex decided his main focus would be his son. He wouldn't worry about Lisa anymore, he just didn't care what she wanted or how she felt anymore. Why should he care about her when she obviously treated him with complete contempt? He didn't want to leave the house he'd spent 15 years renovating, so that some sneaky idiot could live there in comfort while having fun with his wife. Lisa didn't sound like she would seek a divorce, so Alex decided to try to hold out until James graduated from high school. He knew there was one thing he would need: his apartment would be completed much earlier. Alex decided he would include some major improvements. Instead of just sleeping there while working the night shift, it would become his living quarters for the next year and a half. He would need a small kitchen as well as a full bathroom. By the time James graduated from high school and headed off to college, Alex would have had his apartment ready to make a plan for what to do next. To this end, Alex called several contractors he knew and made an appointment to get an estimate. He decided to hire a company to complete the job. It would be done quickly and professionally, and he would pay someone to do it. There was no longer any need to save pennies by doing everything himself. His promotion would easily allow him to cover the costs. For the first time in his life, Alex realized that his family was more important than money. If he saved $1, half would go to Lisa. He ended his old way of life. He always tried to do as much housework as possible, thinking that it would benefit his family. Everything changed when he saw that it wasn't betrayal. He was going to make sure James's college education was fully funded. Besides, Alex was going to rebuild his life and have some fun while doing it. He no longer felt any affection for his unfaithful wife. Alex had gotten over his emotions by the time Lisa walked in after work and saw him sitting in the kitchen. "Are you already at home? Did you leave early for some reason?" Alex looked closely at Lisa and decided that she seemed different to him. She had a few wrinkles on her face and had gained a few extra pounds. Why didn't he notice this before? Had his love for his wife blinded him, causing him not to notice her shortcomings? He was sad to think about his sudden change of heart towards Lisa, but it was her decision to have an affair. He simply reacted. "Yes, we have a little problem at work. I've been asked to work some nights starting tonight. They let me go home, pack my lunch, and rest. I'll come back later," Alex said, using his planned excuse. "They shouldn't ask you to work nights after a day shift. Even if you had some free time during the day, you'd be exhausted," Lisa reasoned. "You should at least lie down and sleep for a few hours," Alex replied. "Good idea. I'll just crawl under the sheets and wait," Lisa insisted, too loudly, remembering the state of the bed. "I just remembered that I need to wash my bed linen," Alex answered calmly, chuckling darkly to himself at Lisa's discomfort. I'll just use the bed in the guest room. There's no need to worry so much, Alex said. A few hours later, Alex left the house as if he was going to work. He went to a local sports bar, watched a baseball game, and drank a few beers. Previously, he had installed an air mattress in his future apartment. Once he was sure Lisa was asleep, he parked in the garage and walked up the stairs to the waiting air mattress. He slept surprisingly well. One of the contractors Alex spoke with the next day was between projects and offered a very good price if Alex agreed to start immediately in 2 weeks. The contractor's crew would move to a new construction site a few kilometers away, and Alex agreed and signed a contract to begin work on Monday morning. His night shift worked from Sunday evening to Thursday evening, and the plant was scheduled to close Friday night and restart Sunday night. Lisa knew Alex wouldn't have to work Friday night, so she was surprised when he got ready for bed the next night and headed to the guest room. "Why are you going to sleep in the guest room? We won't see each other much while you're on the night shift, so why don't you sleep in our bed?" a puzzled Lisa asked. "Since I worked last night and slept a few hours this morning while you were at work, I'm not very tired. I'm going to watch a baseball game and maybe a movie." After that, Alex responded with his planned excuse, "I'm trying to get used to being awake at night and sleeping in the morning. I don't want to ruin your sleep unless you think we should have sex," Alex suggested, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Lisa's reaction was exactly what Alex expected. If he hadn't heard her conversation with her lover, he would have missed her brief deer-in-the-headlights look before she smiled faintly. "I am very tired today. Maybe we could just cuddle a little and go to bed," Lisa answered. "Besides, James is home tonight, he can hear us," Alex answered. "Hugs won't help me. As soon as I hold you in my arms, I want to do everything with you my way. If you rule out sex, I'll just remove the temptation and sleep in the spare room. You've never worried about James hearing us before, so this is just an excuse to avoid sex. You really don't have to make anything up. I'm not the kind of guy who forces himself on a woman." "I know that, Alex. You are right. It was pretty weak, and I'm sorry. I'm just tired and not feeling romantic. I hope you understand. I understand this better than you think. Let me know when you're in the mood. If I'm in the mood at the same time, we could meet." "Good night," Alex retorted, turning and heading into the guest room, leaving Lisa with a confused look on her face. On Saturday, Alex played catch with James for an hour and then did some yard work. When it was time for bed, he walked down the hall to the guest bedroom. Lisa looked at his back and wondered why he was acting so strangely. Alex went to work early on Sunday evening to prepare for his role as shift supervisor. By the time the production people started showing up, he felt very good about his work situation. He didn't bother to tell Lisa that he had been promoted to foreman. She had secrets that she kept from him, so he no longer had any qualms about keeping things from her. His shift went smoothly. He was well received by those who worked under him. He decided that he had a great group of people on his shift. The new position implied greater responsibility, but Alex had seen all the problems before and knew how to deal with them. He settled into his job with minimal adjustments or difficulties. Lisa had already left for work, and the construction crew was doing the installation when Alex returned home Monday morning. He spoke briefly with the foreman to make sure they were on the same page and then went inside. He fell asleep immediately but was awakened several times by loud noises from the crew working in his apartment and once by a telephone ringing. Cursing himself for forgetting to turn off the ringer on their landline in the guest room, Alex responded with a sleepy hello. "I'm sorry, Alex. Did I wake you up?" his mother-in-law, Beverly, asked. "Is that why you called?" Alex barked with some irritation. "You wanted to know if I was sleeping." "No need to show off, Beverly," Alex replied. "I just wanted you to know that Mark and I heard that you're on the night shift, and we won't bother you if you need us to do anything for James while you sleep. Just let us know," Beverly said. Alex hung up without answering, as he unplugged his phone. He thought about how stupid people could be. It took a few minutes, but he fell asleep again. The construction crew completed their work in less than a week. Alex was amazed at how the contractor completed the entire renovation in 4 days. It would take him 4 months. Waking up on Friday afternoon, he went to a furniture store and ordered a double bed, a small kitchen table, 4 chairs, and a small sofa. He then drove to a large appliance dealer and selected a large flat-screen TV, refrigerator, oven, and microwave. By Monday afternoon, Alex believed his bachelor pad would be ready for him to work full-time. He chuckled, remembering how bewildered Lisa had been when she came home from work on Monday to find a team of men scurrying around the detached garage. She approached Alex while he was talking to the foreman and insisted on a private conversation so that he could tell her what was going on. "I instructed them to complete the apartment above the garage," said Alex. "I want to be able to sleep all day long without people barging in or calling me. I made it double insulated to keep noise to a minimum. There won't even be a landline phone since I'll be working nights for a while. I thought it would be a huge advantage to have a place where I could sleep without disturbing you and James. You won't even notice that I'm nearby. You are my husband, and James's father. We need to know that you are somewhere nearby," Lisa repeated. "I'll go to James's baseball practices and games, and then I'll bring him home so we can spend a lot of time together. Do not worry about it. We can all have dinner together. I told you a few days ago to let me know when you're in the mood for some special love, but you haven't accepted my offer yet. Are you asking me this tonight? You are acting like an idiot. Husbands are expected to do more than just have sex with their wives whenever they feel like it. We expect conversation, seduction, and the exchange of ideas. Marriage is not just sex, you know," Lisa said. "Don't even think about giving me a lecture about what constitutes a good marriage," Alex warned. "I will oppose the efforts you make for this marriage to your efforts. This will work fine. All you have to do is let me know when you want me to serve you in your bed. I'm not some goddamn cow that needs to be serviced. You will not do any service until you offer a sincere apology. I want to spend a nice evening in a nice restaurant with your apologies," Lisa demanded. Alex broke out into a huge smile and simply walked away, leaving Lisa completely confused. It was easy for her to stop Mark Davis from demanding sex with her in their marital bed, but Lisa was worried about Alex's attitude. He just didn't look like himself. He ignored Lisa, and it bothered her. He had always been a very attentive husband. She decided that she would give Alex an unforgettable evening as soon as he apologized for his rude behavior. She knew that he wouldn't be able to go without sex for a long time. A man cannot stop having sex 2 to 3 times a week and be happy. Lisa was sure he would want what she had. He had been like this since they first met. He was too young to lose interest in sex. By the following Wednesday, Alex was fully moved into his new apartment. This coming weekend, there would be 3 days off due to Labor Day. James's junior year was supposed to start next Tuesday. "How would you two feel about going to the Diamondbacks game this weekend?" Alex asked over dinner on Thursday. "They're playing the Dodgers and fighting for the pennant. This should be a great game. Seriously, that would be amazing." "Thanks, Dad." James blurted out. "You know, I don't really like baseball," Lisa grumbled. "I will refuse this offer. I'll find something to do around the house," Lisa added. "I bet it will," Alex answered under his breath but loud enough for Lisa to hear. "Everything is settled, and I will go to the game on Saturday." "Wow, I can't wait to tell Scooter about this," James blurted out. "He will be so jealous, he's a big Dodger fan. He previously lived in Los Angeles. Why don't you invite him with you?" Alex suggested. "Baseball is more fun to watch with friends, especially if they are fans." "I'll call him right now, thank you, Dad," James answered excitedly and rushed to get his phone. "You definitely made James happy," Lisa said. "Baseball is a great way to bond with boys. Horace is a pleasant, polite young man." "His real name is Horsey?" Alex asked, shaking his head. "What parents would name a boy Horace unless they hated him?" "James told me that Horace's father died of a brain aneurysm 2 years ago," Lisa continued, pointedly ignoring her husband's comment about the boy's name. She and her mother moved here this summer to be closer to her parents. They are old and in poor health. I'll just call him Scooter and pretend I've never heard his real name, Alex said. Scooter is a great guy, so it's not a problem, Lisa said. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he gets home safe and sound. Minx, have a good day, Emily said, using the nickname she and Alex had adopted for each other. Will this still apply? Emily was just kidding, but Alex retorted, I was just kidding, Emily. I like your sense of humor. James is a very polite young man, so I was pretty sure his parents would be okay, Alex said. Thank you for inviting him to the game. We are a baseball family. I used to go to as many Dodgers home games as I could. My father even played in the minor leagues before I was born. He was pretty good, just not good enough professionally. Added Emily, Scooter is a great guy, so it's not a problem. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he gets home safe and sound, Minx. Have a good day, Emily said as Alex turned and headed back to the truck. Alex had a great day. Scooter managed to catch a random ball, both boys ate too many hot dogs and drank too much soda, and they fell asleep in the back of the truck before Alex could even pull out of the parking lot. Arriving at Scooter's house, Alex carefully woke the boy and walked the sleepy teenager to the front door, where he was greeted by a beaming Emily. He probably ate too many hot dogs and soda, Alex admitted. Of course he did, Emily replied. He was at the ball game, she added, thanking Alex for picking him up and returning him safe and sound. Alex settled into a routine that worked well for him. He would return home, have a light breakfast, and then sleep from 9 to 3 o'clock. Thanks to the extra soundproofing and thick curtains on the windows, he usually slept soundly. Lisa sometimes complained that he always slept in his man cave, even on weekends. She dropped the subject as soon as Alex asked if she needed his services. Alex decided that she was really worried that Davis would insist on sex in her bedroom, and she would get caught. This suited him just fine. It indicated that she had no intention of asking for a divorce at this time. His goal of staying married until James graduated from high school seemed achievable. Because he was a foreman and received less physical activity, Alex bought a home exercise machine that was advertised as a complete body workout. To his pleasant surprise, it worked as advertised, as long as he was diligent in using it. He attended all of James's baseball practices and soon the coach had him work with a few kids on the sideline. James was a pretty good player and was showing signs of improvement, but Scooter was a real surprise to Alex. He showed some talent early in the season but was unsure. James and Alex worked with him as much as they could. They even spent several hours on weekends training at a local park. Alex decided that since he hadn't had sex, he might as well relieve the tension by playing baseball with the boys. As Scooter's confidence grew, his level of play increased dramatically. By midseason, Scooter was hitting balls and playing shortstop at a high level. James was the starting center fielder and batted third. Alex was extremely proud of both boys' accomplishments. One thing Alex couldn't help but notice was the attention some of the children's mothers were starting to give him. For some reason, his jokes really made them laugh, and his efforts with the children were constantly praised. Several mothers would bake something for the team, but they always made sure he gets a piece, no matter what it is. James's friendship with Scooter, as well as Alex's involvement with the boys, naturally led to Emily and Alex spending time together. Alex thought of her as a smart friend with a great sense of humor. He decided to ask Emily if she had noticed the increased interest that the mothers showed in him. I may be a little crazy, Minx, but I have to ask you a slightly personal question, Alex began. I didn't ask that, Gertrude's quick answer was, what I didn't ask, Alex. Alex admitted when men preface a question to a lady by saying it's personal, don't they usually ask her about her breast size? Well, yes, that's usually true, Alex agreed with a chuckle. At this point, I was going to ask if you've noticed that some of the mothers have been treating me differently in the last couple of weeks. Don't you think they seem a little friendlier lately? Well, aren't you Mr. Observation? Emily retorted. You don't really know what's going on, do you? I would need more information regarding what you're referring to before I could answer that question. Alex said thoughtfully, I understand the rule of flying in the infield, I know you never win the first or last inning at third base. You don't mean those baseball axioms, do you? No, I was talking about the unwritten rule of never rigging or stealing bases when you have a huge advantage. Emily quipped before becoming more serious. If you were paying attention, you would know that the friendliest mothers on the team are also single mothers. You're a great dad, a nice guy, and you have a pretty decent job. This makes you a damn attractive candidate in their eyes, Emily reasoned. What about the fact that I'm a married man? Wouldn't they take this into account? Alex asked. It is, answered Scooter's mother. That's why they didn't actually try to seduce you. No one has tried this yet, have they? Nobody seduced me, as if that was ever a problem, Alex replied. I'm married, so obviously I can't be a good match for anyone, Alex said. Alex, I don't like that it feels like I have to be the one telling you this, but we're friends, so it falls on me. All mothers know that your wife is cheating on you. This is not enough. Rumor has it that she cut you off from sex. You're not sleeping together, and it's obvious that you'll be a free agent in the not-too-distant future. These women want to sign you up for their team as soon as you're discharged. Alex was stunned by Gertrude's revelation. How could so many people know about his personal situation? Who could know about his sex life or lack thereof? And then it dawned on him, Lisa must have told that bastard that we weren't sleeping together, and he bragged about it to someone. Do you mean your wife or her lover? Emily asked, trying to defuse the situation. I have to say that you don't seem very surprised by the rumors. Have you already suspected Lisa of cheating? Emily asked. No, I never suspected, Alex answered. You had no idea at all? Emily asked incredulously. I knew she was cheating, I just never suspected it, Alex replied. Here you amaze me. How could you know this and not suspect it? It's quite simple, I didn't suspect a damn thing until I found Davis and Lisa in our bed. In a matter of seconds, I went from knowing she was cheating on me to being sure. I completely stopped being suspicious. This revelation raises more questions than it answers, said his confused girlfriend. You saw them do the horizontal mambo, but you stay married and don't go to jail. You're not a pervert, are you? Or a guy who likes to watch. Please don't be one of these scum. But I'm not going to, Alex assured. I decided to adjust my priorities. Being able to spend a lot of quality time with James and not be a part-time dad became my first goal. Living with Lisa rather than divorcing her seemed like the best way to achieve this. I started working at night, and it always had a negative impact on our sex life. I built a nice apartment over my detached garage and lived there. I told Lisa it was so I could sleep during the day without being pestered and annoyed by everyday crap. She was unhappy with the sleeping conditions, but Davis told her that every time she had sex with me, he would insist on regaining primacy in our marital bed. This seemed to bother her but not enough to stop her from having fun with him. She thinks her affair is a secret and wants to keep it a secret. I haven't told her, but I won't have sex with her for any reason. I went to the clinic and got tested for sexually transmitted diseases. I am clean, and I want it to stay that way. Are you serious? Did you hear that? What a __. Emily was indignant. How can she treat a guy like you so badly? What an idiot this guy is. Emily, all the single mothers think you'd be a great match. I think you may have an inflated opinion of my desirability. I've never been a matinee idol. I have a really good job, so maybe this will help me look better to some of the more desperate women, Alex suggested. Are you joking? Look how beautiful you are. You have a wonderful smile, Emily noted. You are strong, kind, smart, and get along well with children. If I weren't so homely and flat-chested, I would have already thrown my hat into the ring, along with my bra. I think I'd better shut the hell up, Alex replied, frowning. Thank you for being a good enough friend to tell me what people are saying and thinking, Alex said. Frowning, I had no idea that everyone knew that I was a cuck. It's quite awkward. I can't make my own wife happy. I'm a world-class weakling. You are a good person who wants to be a good father to his son. You're strong enough to take this crap so you can have a great relationship with James. Horace thinks you're pretty cool too, Emily remarked with a smile. Minx, you are a great friend. You didn't let me stick my head too far up my ass. I just hope James doesn't find out. This horse has either left the stable or is damn close to it, Emily said. Horace says James knows something is wrong at home. You're pretty much avoiding his mother. He's bound to hear something when so many people know about it, Emily added. Do you know what worries me? Alex said. Scooter is in love with Heather Davis. How awkward is this for him and for me? She's a sweet girl. She has no idea what a pathetic jerk her father is. I'm just glad James isn't the one snooping around Heather. Alex said, what a mess that would be. I should be happy for small favors. Scooter told me that James is very interested in Holly Ingram, but that shouldn't surprise you too much. She comes to every game and cheers for his every move, said a smiling Emily. Yeah, I noticed she was hanging around. She seems like a nice girl. I knew her father and uncles at school, Alex recalled. They are a good family. 2 nights later, James's team played in the first round of the district championship. Alex realized that as game day approached, he was probably more nervous than James. It didn't help that the usual 3 single mothers were determined to get his attention. Norma Wilson was wearing a top that exposed a significant portion of her ample breasts. She constantly found reasons to lean toward Alex to pick up something or look for something. Alex had to admit that her cleavage was impressive. Brandy Dawn kept her breasts covered but in a very tight sweater. Her thin waist and flat stomach emphasized the charm of her full, firm breasts. She constantly asked Alex questions about the team and players. Gillian Patterson was less subtle. For some reason, she had to stand close enough to Alex to press her impressive breasts against his arm or side. Emily grinned knowingly, handing him a soda and a hot dog before returning to her place on the first base side of the diamond. Alex noticed that all 3 ladies had found some reason to leave his circle all at the same time. It seemed strange to him until he heard a familiar voice behind him. I thought I would join my husband this afternoon to watch my son play. I didn't think I'd have to wade through so many fans to get to him, Lisa said louder than necessary. What's going on, Alex? The game hasn't been called yet, but James looked pretty good in batting practice, Alex replied, trying to dodge the question. Nice try, Lisa. Why did these women hover around you like flies over, __? It's good that you are not allergic to silicone, Lisa snapped. If you are asking me to explain how the female mind works, then you're out of luck. I have no idea, Alex admitted. I'm even surprised that you're here. My son is participating in an important game. I'm here to support him. Obviously, there are other mothers here. Obviously some of them are not just here for their children, Alex noted. How did you manage to evade your obligations today? Lisa glanced at her husband when he mentioned her obligations. She wondered for a moment if he was hinting at something. As soon as this thought came into her mind, she immediately threw it away. If he had any suspicions, he would be much angrier and much more confrontational. The only thing she knew about Alex was that he would never accept her betrayal if he had known. He would have let her know it in the most obvious way. I made James. This game is important to James, which makes it important to me. I haven't seen you much since you left for the night shift, so I thought it would be nice to spend some time together cheering on James, Lisa reasoned. As Lisa and Alex sat down in the bleachers, she noticed that several other mothers were watching her and they didn't seem all that friendly. Lisa thought about it. What could she have done to anger other mothers? This was the first game she attended. She had no other form of interaction with any of them, so she couldn't think of any reason why they would dislike her. Then Lisa noticed Emily sitting to the side as usual. She didn't do much to stand out, although Lisa noted that her hair was professionally styled and her legs looked good in shorts that were perhaps a little short, especially given the cool day's temperatures. The game began, and Alex's attention was drawn to the playing field. The first 2 batters struck out before James even entered the batter's box. Lisa became concerned for her son when she saw how fast the first serve was and how close it went to his head. The second pitch was low and away from James, but he connected solidly and threw the ball to first base for a stand-up double. The next batter was Scooter. Lisa noticed that he seemed older, stronger, and more confident than last summer. The first pitch hit the catcher's glove near Scooter's head. If he hadn't leaned back, she might have hit him. Lisa heard Alex chuckle as Scooter prepared for the next pitch. "Trying to intimidate these two boys is a big mistake," Alex said to those within earshot. "I just hope the pitcher tries to sneak a fastball to Scooter." The rest of the crowd nodded in agreement as the pitcher began his pitch. He was a strong thrower and added something extra on the next pitch. There was a loud crack as Scooter's bat met a baseball crossing the plate. The sound echoed through the stands as the ball disappeared over the center field fence. James ran across the plate and waited for his friend to touch home plate before exchanging high fives. Emily beamed with pride as she watched her son circle the bases. She looked at Alex, only to see small tears on his cheeks. He spent countless hours practicing on the field and hitting the ball with James and her son. His pleasure and pride were almost tangible. Emily was extremely grateful to Alex for the mentoring he had provided to her son since their arrival. Horace grew up to be a fine young man, and Alex played a huge role in the development of his character. "Are you really trying to tell me that you haven't had sex with your husband since the day we had sex at your house?" her incredulous lover asked. "You said I should stay away from him for as long as I could, and you wouldn't insist on sex in our house until he made love to me. He was working the night shift that day and has been sleeping in a room above the garage ever since. We haven't even shaken hands since then," Lisa defended. "This is just crazy," Mark replied. "He's too young and you're too sexy for him to lose interest in sex." "Is he gay? Does he have a girlfriend or something?" "He's definitely not gay," Lisa insisted. "He is very courageous, he would never cheat on me." "He must be cheating," Davis said. "This should make communication easier for us. He gets what is his, and I get what used to be his." "Alex would never cheat on me," Lisa said firmly. "He takes our marriage vows very seriously. He's not the kind of man who wanders around and gets involved in some torrid affair." "Is this what you think you're doing?" Mark demanded. "Oh no, this is just a temporary phenomenon. He was too busy with work and James's baseball game to pay much attention to me. I deserve some fun. I work hard to run the house and cook, and I also work full-time," Lisa reasoned. "We know that this won't last long," Mark smiled as he considered Lisa's words. "We'll just enjoy the sex while it happens. Give me the day when I can master you in your bed. It still turns me on." As Lisa remembered Mark's words, she became worried as she watched the two girls hovering around Alex slowly move away. It was obvious that he had some damn attractive women with big tits and toned bodies who were interested. She realized that she needed to protect her marriage from the efforts of these, ___. Then she noticed Emily sitting alone on the side. Lisa quickly came up with a plan. She smiled widely and sat down next to the surprised Emily. "Glad to see you again, Emily. Horace has become a pretty good baseball player and is a very sweet boy. You should be proud of him," Lisa said, seeing an opportunity for her proposal. "I'm proud," the wary Emily admitted. "James is doing very well, too. Alex's involvement with them pays off. He truly was a great mentor to Horace." "Yes, sometimes, Alex is too good," Lisa replied, seeing an opportunity for her proposal. "I'm sure you've noticed how those big-breasted blondes are always hanging around him. I wanted to ask if you could help me. I know Alex would never go astray under normal circumstances, but he's a man, and all these women do is show off their big tits when they are around him. How do you think I should help you? Spray them with cold water when they get too close?" Emily asked. "You know that I cannot attend most games and practices due to my work and other commitments," Lisa began carefully. "I know I can trust Alex to you. You're not his type at all. If you would just stick around when I'm not around, I would really appreciate it. I'm going to tell Alex that he needs to stay closer to you and be more attentive. These husband-stealing, will think he has his eye on you and hopefully leave him alone. I know it might feel awkward for you to pretend like this, but there's a good reason for it. You could have saved our marriage. Please let me clarify if I understood correctly, answered the incredulous Emily. You're worried that these attractive, sexy single mothers might seduce Alex, so you asked me to kind of fill in for you at ball games and practice. Do you think I am a successful single mother because I don't have big boobs and I'm pretty plain looking? Emily asked. I didn't say you were sad, I just know Alex for whatever reason, he's less likely to fall in love with you than with some buxom ex-cheerleader, Lisa said. You would help him keep his vows. You think your spouse cheating on you is a deal breaker? Emily asked thoughtfully. Would it be so bad if he slept with a few of these willing ladies while you remained his number one? Emily questioned. I hope you're joking, Lisa objected. I love my husband, but I will never tolerate cheating. This really is the deal breaker you mentioned. This destroys the marriage contract. I could never come to terms with infidelity as far as I'm concerned, the marriage would be over. You must understand how I feel. You have been married for many years. I understand what loyalty and dedication are. It is quite logical that adultery violates the marriage contract, Emily admitted. I have to agree. I need to go see Alex. Can I trust that you will keep a close eye on him when I'm not around? Lisa asked. Oh yes, Emily answered with a smile. Be sure to explain all this to Alex. I'll keep my part of the deal. Who better to keep a good man celibate than a flat-chested, homely, boring woman? I wouldn't put it quite like that, but you covered it pretty well. Thanks again, Lisa replied as she walked away to join her husband. Lisa wanted to talk last night before I left for work, Brain began at practice the next day. The point is that there are too many sexy single moms hanging around me. She believes that I would be much safer if I stayed close to you, Minx, or as she calls you, Emily. Why don't I feel safer? Alex asked. You are a smart person. You know that you will never be safe around a single woman, no matter how small her breasts are or how homely she looks, Gertrude joked. Scamp, you are one of the most attractive women I have ever met, Alex answered sincerely. You are the whole set, not just silicone and bleach, Emily admitted, blushing. Wow, you only made my job more difficult, Emily said. I'll make an appointment to have your eyes checked after the baseball season ends. You'll find that I have 50/50ths vision and am a great judge of people with one glaring exception, Alex said. It seems I underestimated my loving wife. I think she may have underestimated us, Minx, Emily replied. That is, if you really find me attractive, Alex was amused by the single mother's reactions as Minx remained by his side. He spent a lot of time with her, chatting and joking. The most common reaction was disbelief, followed by disappointment. It took Minx less than one training session to eliminate him from the herd. The team's next game required a 3-hour drive to Middleburg. It was decided that the team would travel the day before the game and spend the night in a hotel. It was hoped that the boys would be rested and fresh for their next challenge. Alex dropped off Jake Winston's parents, as well as Minx, discussing along the way the team's chances of winning the district game and possibly the state title. They arrived at the hotel right behind the team bus. Alex helped Ralph Winston get his luggage out of the trunk. Some parents, including the Winstons, volunteered to accompany the boys and stay at the same hotel. All other parents had to book rooms in different hotels due to several games being played the next day. There were a lot of fans and players in the city, with 6 teams from different school grades competing in 3 games. Before James boarded the bus, Alex told him that he would not be staying at the same hotel and had to behave himself in front of his coaches and chaperone. He assured his son that he would be at the team practice the next morning. What hotel are you staying at, Minx? Alex asked as the Winstons wheeled their bags into the team hotel. In the same hotel as you, was her simple answer. I never told you what hotel I was staying at. How did you know? Asked a puzzled Alex. I didn't know that. It came to me, the short answer. How do you know that we are in the same hotel? It's quite busy this weekend. You might not be able to get a room at the last minute, Alex said. I'm sure something will come up, Emily replied with a wide smile, confusing Alex even more. Alex arrived at his hotel a few minutes later and asked Emily, "Scamp, would you like to see if you can get a room while I check in? I can wait to make sure you find something." "Thanks, but I'll just wait here." "I'll be fine," she insisted. When Alex checked in and collected his room access cards, he returned to his truck to find Minx already waiting for him. "Is there any chance you might want one of these cards for my room?" he asked. "This is room 207. "What a caring gesture," Minx exclaimed, getting out of the car, taking the keys, and kissing Alex on the cheek. "Let's go to bed. It's going to be a long night." The next morning, Alex woke up much more tired than when he went to bed. At first, he mentally struggled with the reality of breaking his marriage vows, but Minx helped him deal with it. "Let's look at this logically. Not only did Lisa cheat on you, but she agreed to distance herself from you sexually. Even if she didn't, she would still be putting your health at risk by having unprotected sex with her lover. Essentially, she made sexual relations with her unsafe and unwanted. She released you from your vows and marriage contract," Minx said. "I haven't had sex for more than 2 years. I've been tested, and I'm clear. You were tested after discovering she was a cheater, and you are in the clear. I've been taking the pills for over a month in hopes of sleeping with you. Can you honestly give me one reason why we shouldn't sleep together? Is it because of my appearance? Your wife thought I was the perfect front for all the busty, beautiful women who showed interest in you because she knew I would never be sexually attracted to you. Am I just unwanted, Mink? You are extremely desirable. Never say it's not true. I have never cheated on Lisa, and that requires some adjustment in my thinking. But you made a great case for us being together." "I'm ready," Alex said with a grin. "You need to know something else first," answered Minx. "Both my parents are in hospice care and are not expected to live long. My brother was sending Horace feature films to his friend, my friend, who is the baseball coach at the best prep school in Los Angeles. If Horace gets a baseball scholarship for next year, we'll probably move back. I really like you, but we don't expect a long-term relationship. This can't go on forever. Look at us, you're a handsome married man whose wife is cheating on you. I am a simple woman, and I have a son who has a chance to get a sports scholarship to a good university. I have to do what's best for Horace." She concluded, "Nice to hear about Scooter." Alex said proudly, "He's a good guy and a very talented baseball player. I'm glad he will have the chance to hone his skills in a highly competitive environment and at the same time receive a good education. You are the main reason why the best schools pay attention to him. I know how much time and work you devote to him. The irony is that by being such a good mentor to my son, you actually gave us the opportunity to move back to Los Angeles away from you." "I don't think I'll have a one-night stand," Alex said. "Perhaps it would be better to give up sex completely than to have a one-night stand and become a monk again." "You are a stupid person. I said that we would probably return to Los Angeles for the next school year. There are more than 6 months left before that. A guy could spend a lot of time with me in 6 months unless he's too old for a steady diet of hot sex with a very needy woman. That's something we just need to find out. Will you live up to your nickname, Minx?" Alex joked. "I will do this for you," Minx promised. "When you need me, just whistle, and I will teach you to whistle." "I've always been told that my whistling is quite respectable," Alex quipped. "Then you're doing it wrong," Emily retorted. The baseball team won the state championship, and Scooter received a scholarship to a prestigious California prep school. Both of Emily's parents passed away just before Thanksgiving, within a week of each other. Alex and James attended their funeral. Alex met Gertrude's brother and immediately liked him. "Alex, meet my brother Dexter," Emily introduced. "This is Horace's baseball mentor and our good friend Alex." "Holy, ____, Alex exclaimed, "Your name is Dexter." "That's right," Gertrude's brother agreed. "Only Emily and my parents ever called me Dexter." I respond to Grim the same way as everyone else. What do you call my sister? Alex asked. I call her Scamp, but don't ask me why, Grim replied with a laugh. Alex spent Thanksgiving with Lisa and James at her parents' house for the first time in months. Alex found himself preparing to go to bed with Lisa. They always stayed over for Thanksgiving night, and Alex couldn't think of a good excuse to change that tradition. Lisa was in no hurry to undress in front of Alex. Lisa was a very attractive woman with a beautiful, toned body, Alex thought. We haven't slept together for a long time, Lisa said. You must already need love. Make love with me. Alex felt awkward about his next comment even as he responded, Are you finally admitting that you need proper maintenance? I knew you would break. I will be glad to please you and give you a wide smile on your face for the holiday. You pathetic bastard, Lisa growled. With that attitude, you won't get another round for many years. Okay, was Alex's only response as he rolled over so his back was facing Lisa. He didn't second-guess his comment, although it was out of character for him to do so. This actually achieved his goal, which was to avoid sex with Lisa. However, Alex did regret that his marriage had ended to its current state. Lisa was worried about Alex's snide remark, which was making it difficult for her to sleep, lying next to him. She wondered if he knew about her affair or was just unhappy that they hadn't had sex lately. She decided that she would have to discuss this with Mark. He needed to forget about having sex with Lisa in her marital bed if she was having sex with Alex. This statement caused her to avoid and refuse her husband, which could ultimately make him suspicious and ruin her marriage. Alex had a daily routine that he followed when he worked the night shift. He went home, ate a small breakfast, and went to bed by 9 a.m. Often, he woke up around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. From the fact that Minx climbed into his bed naked, they made love for an hour before she left so she could be home when Scooter returned from school. Baseball was over for the season, which allowed Alex to shower and shave when James returned home from school. Alex often took a nap in the evening before leaving for work. Overall, things worked out well for Alex and Minx. One evening in early December, Alex received a call from James shortly after arriving at work. Dad, Scooter and I are hanging out with Heather and Holly in Heather's car. You said we might be gone until midnight because there's no school tomorrow. We have a problem. Heather was driving her mom's car, and we had a flat tire and no spare tire in the trunk. We're stuck on D Street, and I'm a little worried. I see a few guys down at the slot machines, and they're looking in our direction. Are you broke? On D Street at the damn arcade, Alex swore. We'll discuss this later. Is Heather driving that Corolla? Yes, it's a 2017 Corolla, James answered. I'll find a wheel and tire that fits and be right there. Keep your doors locked and call the police if you have any problems. Take care of these girls, Alex said. Alex put his phone in his pocket and headed to the production floor. He quickly found the person he needed. Gus, you still drive that Corolla, don't you? Alex asked the bearded man operating the forklift. I need an inflated tire that fits your car, and I need it right now. While Alex was talking to Gus, another thought occurred to him as Jack Reynolds walked by. Jack was Holly's uncle, and his younger sister was Holly's mother. Jack, my son and some friends were stuck on D Street with a flat tire and no spare. Holly is with them. I'll take the inflated tire from Gus and head there. I would appreciate it if you came with me. I have a real spare tire, not some donut, Gus said. Let's take my car and go there right now, Jack agreed. Gus, Jack, and Alex immediately headed towards the door leading to the parking lot. They were concerned about children being in that part of town late at night. It was not a good place for good children, especially teenage girls. Lisa lay in bed enjoying the warmth she always felt after being with Mark. His phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID. Damn it, this is Heather. I have to answer this or she'll beat the crap out of me for ignoring her, Mark said. Lisa could only hear one part of the conversation but was concerned about what she overheard. What the hell are you kids doing there? Well, that's too bad. These boys are old enough to handle a little problem like this. Call AAA. It's not my fault your mother is too dumb not to keep a spare tire in her car, Mark said before disconnecting the call. What was all this? Lisa asked as soon as Mark finished the call. Nothing to worry about, was Mark's response as he reached out and caressed Lisa's firm breasts. Heather has a flat tire, but she calls AAA to get it fixed, Mark continued. Several young hoodlums were hanging around Heather's car when Alex and his friends pulled up right behind her. Alex quickly got out of the car and pulled the jack and tire iron out of Gus's trunk. Gus brought the spare tire, and Jack knocked on the driver's side window and motioned for Heather to lower it so he could talk to her. You guys sit quietly until we change the tire. If these idiots cause any trouble, we'll take care of it. Holly, you're going to have to explain to your mother why you are even here on D Street, Alex instructed. Alex carried the jack behind the flat rear tire and slid it under the frame. He twisted it until it was snug against the frame, then moved in front of the tire to loosen the lug nuts. The apparent leader of the group of tough guys approached Jack while Alex was working on the tire. Here you are on our territory. You need my permission before you mess with this machine, the man said. Before Jack could respond, Alex swung the pry bar sharply and cracked the guy on both shins. The man fell to his knees and then rolled on the ground, rubbing his shins and cursing a blue streak. Alex grabbed the punk by the collar and pulled him face down to lie next to the flat tire. He then sat on the man's back and continued unscrewing the nuts. The two closest gang members rushed towards them, apparently intent on pulling Alex away from their incapacitated leader. Jack hit the first one on the side of the head, and he collapsed as if knocked down. As Gus stepped forward, the second guy stepped back out of his reach. Lift the car a little, and I'll remove this tire, Alex said to Jack in a calm voice. Jack continued to drive the car higher and higher while the gang of thugs shouted insults and curses at the men. Every now and then, the guy underneath Alex would try to squirm out from under him, but Alex would grab the man by the greasy hair, lift his head a few inches, and forcefully push it back down to the pavement. It only took 2 lessons before the man on the ground decided to remain still. Alex unscrewed the lug nuts and removed the flat tire. He accepted the working tire from Gus and put it in place. Once he had all the tabs snug, Jack lowered the car. All 3 men seemed oblivious to the thugs who taunted them as they worked. Alex tightened the nuts and stood up. He accidentally kicked the leader in the balls as he was about to step over him. Are you stupid bastards talking to us? Alex asked, walking up to the assembled gang members and casually tossing the tire iron from hand to hand. As soon as he walked towards them, the group scattered. You guys get the hell out of here, Jack instructed as Alex pushed the gang away from the car. Be careful not to run over those stupid bastards lying in the street and stay away from this part of town. The 3 men climbed back into Gus's car and followed Heather's car as it reached the next intersection and turned toward the children's house. I can't believe you hit that stupid bastard in the shin like that, Gus laughed. He collapsed like a sack of __. Thank you for inviting me along, Jack added. My arm hurts, but it was great to hit that punk in the head. So you were sitting on your butt while you changed the tire, Gus chuckled. It was funny to watch. The men were still laughing and talking about their experiences as they walked back to their jobs. By morning, this story had spread throughout the plant. Stories of courage and adventure have always been popular, especially during the night shift. They helped the night go by faster and gave everyone a chance to take their mind off how tired or sleepy they felt. The next day when Alex woke up, Minx jumped into his bed and kissed him long and hard. She was naked and clearly hungry for him. Horace told me what happened last night. You were great. Thank you for taking such good care of the children, Scamp blurted out. You're about to be so lucky. I would have arrived earlier, but I had to wait until Horace and James went to visit the girls since they didn't have school today. Lisa had only been at work an hour when Sue Blaine approached her at the water cooler. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something. I heard Alex, Jack Reynolds, and Gus Benson made fun of a few would-be tough guys who were hanging around the kid's car on D Street. I understand that getting hit in the shins with a tire iron knocks the crap out of a punk pretty quickly, Sue said. Lisa immediately put it all together. Last night, Heather called her father seeking help, but he brushed her off. Apparently, her problem was bigger than Mark was admitting. Sue used the word children, so that probably meant Holly was involved, along with Horace and her son James, Lisa thought. I'm curious what you heard, Lisa replied. I would like to see if the rumors are close to the truth. By the time Sue finished telling her what the rumor mill was spreading, Lisa was furious with Mark Davis, although she hid the fact from Sue. His daughter turned to him for help in a situation that could have turned into a disaster, and Mark simply brushed off her concerns. Alex, along with Gus and Holly's Uncle Jack, reacted as men should. They protected the children and helped them get out of a difficult situation. Mark ignored his daughter's plight in favor of sex with Lisa. The realization that she had sex with a man who refused to help his own daughter and some of her friends, including James, hurt her deeply. How low has she fallen? Alex was 10 times better than Mark. The sad thing was that Lisa knew this from the very beginning. Why did she even get involved with this selfish, pompous ass? Early that morning, Lisa found Mark alone in the break room, enjoying a snack while his delivery truck was being serviced. She wasted no time in confronting him. Heather came to you for help last night, and you blew her off. These kids could be in great danger, and yet you told her to call AAA. What kind of father are you? Lisa demanded. Everything worked out, Mark answered briskly. Your husband and a few of his buddies saved the day. So what's the problem? Alex reacted like a real man. You turned your back on your daughter. That's the problem, Lisa spat. Being a man has nothing to do with you, Lisa continued. My son was in that car. If your dumbass husband is so special, why are you having fun with me when he hasn't touched you in months? Mark asked with a chuckle, why are you having fun with me? You pathetic bastard, Lisa retorted. He's more of a man than you'll ever be. It's all over between us. Don't ever try to talk to me again. I don't want anything to do with you. As you say, was Mark's calm answer. There are many married women in the world who are looking for someone like me. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. I'll still give you pleasure if you ask nicely. Lisa burst into tears and ran out of the room. She cheated on her husband, disrespected him, and risked her marriage and family for a petty, selfish sociopath. She only hoped that Alex would never find out how stupid she had been. With that thought, she realized she had a lot of catching up to do. The minx had just finished with Alex when she heard sniffling behind her. Surprised, Minx turned around to find Lisa watching her with tears streaming down her cheeks. How could you do this to me? Lisa exclaimed. I trusted you both, and you do this. I'm just doing as you asked, Minx replied, reaching for her clothes and starting to put them on. After she pressed a finger to Alex's lips, ordering him to remain silent, you wanted me to keep those busty blondes from getting their claws into Alex. I sacrificed my body to achieve your goals. I didn't want you to sleep with him, and you know it. I can't believe Alex could cheat on me like that, especially with some skinny, __, Lisa replied as her anger began to crowd out her tears. I know it's hard to stomach the fact that Alex and I are dealing with freaks, but there's no reason to be insulted, Minx reasoned. Your poor husband was ready to explode. I'm just helping to relieve the pressure he put on me. Mark Davis didn't want you to have sex with your husband, so Alex had to turn to someone. Luckily, I was in the right place at the right time. You can thank me for helping you turn off Alex so completely and make Mark happy, Minx added. By the way, where is Mark? Is he in your bed? Do you know about Mark? Lisa exclaimed, well, yes. I think most of the free world knows about Mark, Minx said. You've been sleeping with him for months now. He promised you that he would have sex with you in your marital bed every time you had sex with Alex, so you stopped having sex with your own husband. Luckily, Mark was able to fill the void. The pun is intentional, Minx continued. If Alex knew, why didn't he say anything? Why did he let Mark and I be together for so long? You are a smart girl. What would most men do if they discovered their wife was cheating? Minx asked rhetorically. He would get very angry and yell at me, then he probably would have divorced me, Lisa added as the reality of the situation became clearer. It sounds something like this. What happens next? Can Alex and James stay here while you move in with Mark? Minx asked calmly. I wouldn't move out of my house. I wouldn't mind James either if Alex wanted a divorce. He would have to move out. He would pay alimony and child support. James would have stayed with me, Lisa concluded, exactly what Alex expected. Minx agreed. Let's say that staying close to James and being the best father he could be was his first goal. How could he achieve this goal because he won't divorce me? He stayed here for James, not for me. He found out about Mark and me and essentially divorced me, just not legally. We've been living as a divorced couple for months now, haven't we? I was just too damn stupid to realize it, Lisa said. In your defense, I can say that Mark helped you not to notice that your husband left emotionally long ago. I'm just a skinny, __ who showed up after you ruined everything. I helped Alex recover. I told Mark it was over between us. I never want to see him again, Lisa said. Was this after he refused to help his daughter out of a sticky situation last night? You didn't have much choice, did you? Minx asked rhetorically. Even traders have some expectations, and some restrictions. Are you and Alex going to live together now? Lisa asked, wiping the remaining tears from her eyes. To be honest, we are quite happy with what we have. Horace and I will return to Los Angeles before school starts in the fall, admitted Scamp. I'd rather he didn't know his mom was having fun with his best friend's dad if there's anything to be done about it when it's time for me to leave. I'll probably help Alex choose a new girlfriend if he'll let me. So you see, I didn't steal your husband like other mothers hope to do. We temporarily enjoy each other's company much the same way you did with the __. What if I don't let this continue? He is my husband. You have no right to sleep with him, Lisa insisted. You gave me this right as soon as you gave yourself to Mark Davis, answered the minx. It pretty much freed Alex from any obligations he might have had towards you. He and I are exceptional people. We can trust each other. If you can imagine, I told Alex that he couldn't have sex with you or anyone else if he wanted me around. Who knows who else Mark Davis slept with or what diseases he might have had. Lisa began to cry again as she considered the statement of the woman she knew as Emily. Could Mark have had sex with someone else on the side? Of course, he could. Lisa no longer had any illusions about the kind of man Mark Davis was. She needed to get tested ASAP. What will happen now? Lisa asked fearfully. Let's just continue like this. I'll stop by and wake Alex up as often as I can. You continue to work late and avoid him as much as possible. I think this will work just fine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, answered Minx. I'm not going to do this, Lisa said categorically. You're leaving in a few months. I'm going to stay here and show Alex what a great wife I can be. He won't need your skinny ass except he knows that my skinny ass is loyal to him while your round ass is out there somewhere waiting to be patted by whoever, Minx retorted. Basically, I control your sex life or at least your sex life with Alex. I won't let him get close to you as long as we're in a relationship. I don't want to risk getting sick, and he doesn't really want it either, Minx added. One thing I learned a little too late is that relationships are about so much more than sex, Lisa said with false bravado. Actually, sex without love or commitment is quite humiliating. I will do what a wife should happily do for her husband while you just have sex with him. Think about it, okay? Minx answered. Let's do it. You cook the guy great lasagna and meatloaf, keep the toilets clean, and wash his clothes. I will entertain him in bed as often as I can. Let's see which of us is happier with Alex, Lisa challenged. I have to tell you how ashamed I am and how sorry I am for disrespecting you. Can you ever forgive me? Lisa pleaded. How could he ever trust you again? Minx asked. He might forgive you someday, but how the hell are you going to win back his trust? This has always been the obstacle that traders face, Mink said. I suggest you try to enjoy the next few months while you're still Alex's wife, at least in name. Realize what you sacrificed for mediocre sex and learn from it. Alex doesn't want to destroy his family while James is in school. That will give you about 9 months after I leave to do everything possible to get him back. When James graduates, Alex will probably kick your ass to the curb, Scamp predicted. Alex, why do you let her speak for you? Lisa asked. I'm not just his mistress. I'm his best friend, Minx answered. While you were whispering sweet nothings in Mark's ear, Alex and I were having our own conversation in bed. I promised to deal with this particular situation if and when it finally arises. He promised to thank me as soon as I did this. Could you leave us alone now? Lisa requested. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine your life plummeting from blissful paradise to the depths of hell in just a matter of weeks. This isn't a movie plot, but the true story of Ethan Hart. He had it all: a beautiful city princess for a wife, 2 lovely children, a thriving business, and the idyllic hometown life he always dreamed of. But a sudden betrayal stripped him of everything. Join Ethan on his journey as we uncover the astonishing truth behind the betrayal and how he fights back from the brink to reclaim his life. Don't miss it, as this is a soul-shaking adventure. From the heights of contentment being married to a city princess, having 2 wonderful children, owning a business that was doing well, and living in my hometown where I always wanted to live to the depths of hell in a matter of weeks, this is my story. I live in Culver, a small town in the Midwest. The population of our small community is only 1,000 souls. The nearest settlement, a small town with a population of 20,000 people, is located about 60 miles from us. There are other small towns in between. We have several convenience stores, the precursors to Walmart, like a little find-it-all store that mostly sold groceries but had a section for toys, clothing, office supplies, cameras, and sundries, and even had patterns and fabrics for those who considered themselves seamstresses. We also have a small pharmacy, a local True Value franchise, a farm store, several coffee shops, a large local bank, and a small credit union, as well as my computer services business. My company, in general, was engaged in IT consulting. I sold hardware, computers, servers, and monitors, but mainly to those who were interested in a full package of services, including networks. My clients included a bank, a local hospital, and a school system. My closest competitor was in a larger city, but I had clients even there, and often had to troubleshoot competitor networks. I think I should introduce myself. My name is Ethan Hart. I am 30 years old. For those who are interested, I am 183 centimeters tall and weigh 82 kilograms. If I get wet, until recently, I was married to a girl I knew all through middle and high school, Lily M.S. Hart, who will soon be remarried as our divorce is finalized. We were married for 7 years. I thought they were good years, but apparently, she didn't think they were so good because she stunned me with her divorce announcement. Now, I must state that we were not high school sweethearts. We practically did not communicate with each other as we ran with different crowds. We studied at the same university, but even there, we did not communicate. At school, since she was a local princess, her dad, Harold Bishop, owned the only bank in town, Maine's Federal Bank, which lends to local farmers, the feed store, local stores, Ned's Supermarket, and most other local businesses, and almost everyone in town gets auto and home loans through the bank. I think we all like to meet our banker face to face, which is why internet banking hasn't caught on here. I even have a small operating loan from my father-in-law. Well, let's get back to Lily. It was only after we received our bachelor's degrees that she suddenly became interested in me. I was a bit of a fanatic about her when we were in school. She was a pretty blonde of decent height and weight, with a nice bust and ass, and a major cheerleader. I was a starting quarterback during the football season, a starting offensive lineman in basketball, ran the 1000 and 2000 in track and field, and played center field in baseball. Lily wasn't exactly a stuck-up person. She'd contradict that generalization if you threw it at her, but she did display that attitude about herself. She dated a quarterback who played point guard and pitched in baseball, Michael. He was a good guy and a great athlete. He went to another university on a full scholarship to play football, and that's where they parted ways. As I said, I didn't move in the same circles that Lily did during college. She was a high-ranking member of her sorority, the largest on campus, and their respective fraternity was the largest on campus. There were always fraternity or sorority-sponsored activities to fill ethanes outside of class. On the other hand, I was a nerd. I spent a lot of ethane outside of class learning about hardware and software, as well as various systems and the intricacies of computerizing them. My choice of major required at least as much ethane studying as I spent in classes. In addition, I needed to have a job to pay for what the small scholarship did not allow. My father was the manager of Ned's Superstore, so his salary wasn't huge, just enough to keep me from grants. Just to give an example of scale, you could multiply the square footage of my parents' house by 4, and it still wouldn't be as big as Harold's primary residence. In the summer, my father and I went hiking almost every weekend. Fishing was a cheap but enjoyable activity. Lily and her parents flew to Aspen, the Ozarks, Miami, some Athens, Hawaii, and then Maine, just to fool around and laugh. Do you get the idea? We were very different people who were simply lucky to grow up in the same small town. When I returned home from school, Lily suddenly wanted to date me. She almost followed me. I never really understood her interest. Yes, I started my own business, but at the ethane, I was working alone. I applied for a small business grant to get startup capital, and after the first year, I was making a small profit. One evening when we were both in the same bar with a live band, Lily finally decided to ask me to dance. We suited each other very well. My mom insisted that I learn different dances, so I didn't do too badly. We broke up when the bar closed for the night, kissing outside her car and making me promise to call the next day for a real date. I was an only child. Something in my mother's uterus did not allow the fetus to develop normally. I must have been a miracle child. Lily had a brother who left home at 18 and disappeared from the face of the earth. I don't think he liked Harold very much. A year after I graduated from high school, my dad died of a sudden heart attack. Mom said he was talking about mowing the yard, and after a while, she noticed something sticking out of the door of a small shed at the back of the property. My father lost consciousness, and by the time my mother noticed it, it was too late. The ambulance guys didn't even try to revive him, he'd been gone too long. Lily attended her father's funeral. Although we only had a few dates, I was glad to see her there, and at the cemetery, she came to my side and held my hand as tears streamed down my face. She was also very kind to my mother and some of the small family who went to great lengths to support us. Mom's house was fully paid off before Dad died, and he had a nice life insurance policy that would guarantee her an income for the rest of her life if she was careful. Thank God for that. Given recent developments, I will return to this later. An old joke about a guy who chased a girl until she caught him. Well, it wasn't like that with Lily and me. She was following me. She asked me out on a date. She was the initiator of our sex life. I won't go into details. I'll just say that sexually, we suited each other very well. We started dating each other exclusively, at least from my point of view, and I didn't hear any rumors about her dating others. We had sex 2 or 3 times a week. There were days when I had to travel to some remote settlements. Some large farms wanted to integrate all their computers from tractors and milking parlors to home computers. They all had to have access to Wi-Fi, so since the buildings are sometimes located a considerable distance from each other, logistical obstacles had to be overcome. I don't know if Lily was at home at her parents' house on those evenings when I was too busy to see her. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Lily's work. Since her major was women's studies, she couldn't find a suitable job in Culver and went to work for her dad. She started as a cashier and quickly rose to vice president of the lending department. Of course, it was nepotism, but she threw herself into her work and received an education as her father wanted in the field of banking. Years later, I can look back and see how I was duped into marriage. One evening before Christmas that year, Lily told me she was pregnant and asked what I was going to do about it. Guided by the values instilled in me by my parents, I proposed to her immediately. I should have immediately realized the true status of my beloved's pregnancy when she and her mother chose a date 7 months after announcing our engagement. That Christmas, by the ethane, I finally realized that she had lied about being pregnant. Plans had already been made, and a huge number of invitations had been sent out. When I asked Lily about this, she just shrugged. Her explanation: if I had left everything up to you, we would never have gotten married, let alone engaged. I love you, and you love me. It will work. As for me, I was in love with the city princess. The sex was amazing, and I really wanted to sleep with and around Lily, so I agreed and left no stone unturned. When I realized she had lied about being pregnant, the wedding was the largest in our city in anyone's memory. Everyone was invited. We even held it on a Sunday afternoon so that all the businesses had time to close. The holiday was extraordinary. It was organized by a company from our urban area. We honeymooned in Barbados, where Lily found a clothing-optional beach and was naked almost every day we were there. The sex was alternately loving and tender, and rough and violent. We did it all. We explored the island by scooter and even snorkeled in the clear Caribbean Sea. After 2 weeks of hedonism, we returned to work. I now had one person working for me, and before our marriage ended, the staff had expanded to 3 technicians and an accounting secretary to keep us all organized and in order. About a year after their wedding, Lily announced that she was pregnant. This time, the alarm was not false. Constance, my little Connie, was born with all 10 fingers and toes and was destined to be spoiled to death. However, she is my little girl. 2 years after that, Thaddeus, or Tad for short, was born. He, too, was born fully formed. My life was complete, and I was as happy as a pig in the mud. In the 7th year of life, everything changed. Lily suddenly needed to work many evenings and several weekends. I could understand the need to hold banking conferences occasionally, but it was a slow year, and there couldn't be enough influx of loan applications to justify all those evening meetings and weekends. Lily always answered the phone if I called, but I tried not to bother her unless it was important. There weren't any missed calls, not one. She answered out of breath, but I was still a little concerned. Our sex life also suffered, as Lily was rarely home before I went to bed. Many evenings, I had to go to bed immediately after the children because I was traveling to serve my clients. Yes, I had more assistants, but this was only so that I did not chase my own tail. We were all very busy, but I planned my days so that I could be home in the evenings, especially if Lily couldn't be counted on to look after the children. I remember the last time I made love to my wife. I got home on Friday night, and lo and behold, she arrived before me and cooked dinner for us. The children were overjoyed and talked to their mother throughout dinner, so much so that we had to ask them to eat. We then cleared the table and put the pots, pans, and dishes in the dishwasher before sitting down together and watching Shrek for the 100th time. The children were so happy to see Lily that she had to put them to bed for the night. That evening, I was not allowed to go near their bedroom after they settled down. Lily returned to the living room with a couple of glasses of wine, high heels, and some kind of fluff called a baby doll, which emphasized her beauty and made my manhood rock hard in my pants. We settled on the couch and sipped wine while Lily whispered about what she wanted me to do that night. She didn't want affection and love. No, she wanted hard sex. I didn't know if I could cope with this task because quite a lot of ethane had passed since our last meeting, and I was sure that I would reach the finish line too quickly. I gave her everything I could and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up on Saturday morning, Lily was already dressed and holding an envelope in her hands. Ethane, wake up, idiot. Where was yesterday's loving woman? Why is the term dumb used? The children are already dressed and ready to go to mom and dad. This is where I will be staying this weekend. You'll have about 48 hours to get your crap out of my house. If you become upset, a protective order will be issued against you on Monday morning, citing mental cruelty and violent tendencies. At the same time, the divorce documents contained in the envelope would be filed. I was shocked. Finally, I found my voice and asked, "What's going on, and why are you doing this?" She replied, "It's just dumbass. Michael came to work at the bank as his dad's right-hand man, and we're going to get married as soon as the ink is dry on my divorce papers. We've been getting reacquainted for months, and now is the time to pull the trigger." As she left, she stopped to throw one last grenade into my life. "By the way, Michael can't have children, so he wants to adopt Constance and Thaddeus, and thus now they will always be addressed by their names and not by those village nicknames that you came up with." As she left, she slammed the door. I spent the first 12 hours of that weekend reading and rereading the contents of the envelope. Rebecca, no longer Lily, wanted not only the house but also my business. The term stated that I could still run the business but would only receive minimum wage, less than even the rest of the team. She wanted full custody, and the requested amount of child support would be more than what I would actually earn. Given the demands, she also demanded alimony, although her earnings would be many times more than mine. Her car was in her name, but mine belonged to the company. As long as I worked for the company, I could drive it. We had some savings, not very much since we were still young, but some. She had already withdrawn all but a few dollars from the account. I didn't even get half of it. I finally decided to stop reading and thinking and get down to business. I called everyone I knew and found someone who could lend me a pickup truck and trailer. I didn't have my own friends, only ours, and I knew that they wouldn't help. I ended up calling a few guys I'd talked to at school, and they came over right away, and we packed the trailer with stuff Lily wouldn't handle. I had nowhere else to go, so I went to work. The year before, I bought an entire building so we could have more room to expand. On the second floor, at the back of the building, there was a small apartment, shabby and dirty. I rolled up my sleeves and spent the entire day on Sunday cleaning. The air mattress was my bed. Friends lent me some old furniture and some pots and pans so I could eat and have something to sit on. A small microwave would suffice for a while until I found a stove. I also needed a refrigerator but made do with a cooler with ice for beer. On Monday, I woke up crumpled and with body pain. I don't recommend using an airbed unless it's a last resort. The shower was cold, as there was no hot water on the second floor, only a small tank for the bathroom in the office downstairs. I managed to shave and look more or less presentable. I called several local lawyers, and it soon became clear to me that I was being viewed as on par with a mass murderer. My father-in-law made it clear I would not be provided with any assistance or loans. I didn't have any money to call a lawyer from afar, so that morning, I went to court representing myself. Judge Gavin presided, and I had a very bad feeling. The judge was always present at all Maine's family events, and I would be willing to bet that his car and house loans were through Maine's Federal Bank. He addressed his first comments to me, "Mr. Hart, why aren't you represented by a lawyer?" I apologized and explained, "Your Honor, my wife handed me the documents on Saturday morning, and I was only able to look for a lawyer this morning before the trial. No local lawyer would take my case. I asked for a delay so that I can find a lawyer from more distant places. He denied my request. I protested, "I do not understand this." According to the case file, these documents were filed 3 weeks ago, and a trial date was set at that time. The file also states that a sheriff's deputy served you at your place of employment that same day. You have had enough time to seek the help of a lawyer and submit the necessary documents confirming your financial situation. I must find you in contempt of court for your blatant attempt to delay the proceedings. I wanted to protest and hoped that this would be entered into the official record of the court. I believe that I am being pushed into a settlement that is entirely in favor of my wife and is being done only to destroy me and not to help my children in any way. Since all of my income documents are filled jointly, my wife should have been able to present my financial situation and thus defeat all claims for unjustified alimony. She announced that she plans to remarry as soon as our divorce is finalized, so alimony should not be an issue. The judge hit the table with a hammer and said, "Be silent. You, sir, have disturbed the order. You have had sufficient time to respond to the plaintiff." I find in favor of the plaintiff. He slammed the gavel again, stood up, and left the room. I was shocked. In a matter of minutes, I was divorced. It would be very difficult for me to see my children, and my business was taken away. I looked at my ex-wife, Rebecca, who at least looked a little guilty about what she had just done. She pulled herself together and looked at me with. I went to a convenience store on the outskirts of town. There was enough brick to break the glass in the door. I mixed diesel and gasoline in a bottle to make a Molotov cocktail. I lit a wick soaked in gasoline, threw it at the door, and it caught on the edge of the shelf. The bottle broke, and then I went to the other end of the city and repeated my actions in another store. I heard the sirens when the volunteer fire department responded to the first fire. I smiled to myself. Harold was elected chief of the volunteer fire department and also served on the fire department's board of trustees. He was always reluctant to spend money on any improvements. Tonight was supposed to show him the error of his ways. I went to a farm supply store. This manager was a disgusting, __. Even when I wasn't being harassed, I used 3 cocktails in different parts of the building to make sure the fire was growing. Because the fire alarm and suppression systems were integrated, the sprinklers worked, but the alarm did not sound. I was convinced that the fire was too big before the sprinklers could work without additional water supply from the fire department. The sprinkler system was soon overloaded as much of the city's commercial district was engulfed in flames. I called my former home on the landline when Rebecca answered. I told her briefly and clearly using an electronic device I bought at a toy store. Darth Vader informed her that there was an arsonist in the house and that she should take herself and the children to Ted Marin's mother's house for safety. Sitting on a nearby street, I watched as about an hour later Rebecca left with the children and headed to her parents' mansion. I knew she would do this, but she was in for a surprise. I wasn't in a hurry, but I made sure my old house was well lit by the flames before walking a couple of blocks to the car. When she drove into her parents' gated community, yes, a little town actually had a gated community with security, she saw their house on fire and her mother standing in the street, wringing her hands. Guess who controlled the computer system of the gated community and their security company? When the fire started, the patrol was busy responding to a burglary alarm. I later learned that Rebecca stayed with her mother for a while longer before they all piled into Rebecca's car and drove to my mother's, since even the motels seemed to be having problems with their computer systems and couldn't check anyone in. In the end, I parked the company car at the office, opened the door, and threw the last Molotov cocktail at it, then set the car on fire. Unknown to Rebecca, Michael, and her idiot father, I cancelled the insurance on the building and the car. Then I walked up to the first fire where firefighters were valiantly trying to stop the fire from spreading. Harold stood next to the lone fire truck in his expensive white firefighting gear and matching white helmet, directing the half-drunk crew members with the police running all over the city, trying to find out if anyone was on other fires. There was no one to even slow my progress. No fire department came to the rescue as Harold refused to sign mutual aid agreements and did his best to alienate other services. They feel like right now. I walked up behind Harold and used the voice changer again. First, I stuck a small dowel into his back. Darth Vader spoke it again, "Don't turn around or jerk, otherwise you could get very seriously hurt." Harold froze and began to speak. I told him to shut up and listen. "Your city is on fire. If you don't want this to happen again, you better fix yourself. No one is exempt from retribution, even your own home is now completely on fire. Listen and learn. Stop being an ass, otherwise, you will suffer new retribution." I didn't want him to turn around, so I pushed him, and he fell into a hole of mud. It looked the same, his clean white equipment had become dirty. He started to rise to his knees, and I kicked him and ended up in the mud up to his face. Turning, I walked away, disappearing into the crowd watching the futile attempts to put out the flames. I reached the hidden pickup truck and headed away from the area, well beyond its boundaries. I assumed that I would be under suspicion because even a corrupt department sometimes has to investigate a crime, and this is simply terrible. I settled in a large metropolitan area located 3 states away from my hometown. I didn't try to hide, change my name, or find a fake ID. I didn't care. I couldn't see my children, they were adopted by Michael. I didn't have money for child support. I knew the cops would come after me, so I didn't try to open a new business. I simply got a job in the IT department and was soon doing the same job as before. I waited a while before calling my mom's landline. I was so paranoid that I drove 50 miles from my apartment in case law enforcement tried to track my phone. I guess I shouldn't have been so paranoid. Mom was glad to hear from me. Her head was spinning from news of local events. First of all, I'm glad you're alive. At first, it was thought that you might have been in the apartment when the building burned, but there was no sign of a body. Someone eventually suggested that you were very unhappy and probably left your resignation letter to Lily and Michael, and then left town. But the letter burned down along with the building. Thanks for letting me know you're alive. Secondly, Lily and Michael didn't get married. It looks like he was already married in another state and didn't get a divorce. Lily and the children lived with me until she found a new home. It's actually smaller than the one you lived in before. Thirdly, most of the burned businesses and houses were insured by an insurance agency offered by the bank. They took such a hit with insurance claims that they waived their deductible when insurance investigators got to the bottom of the big losses. They didn't like the fact that Harold Manus was the fire chief responsible for pre-planning for possible fires. The insurance company sued Harold for preventing the fire department from introducing modern firefighting techniques and failing to enter into necessary mutual aid agreements. Fourth, a new bank opened an office here, and many of the burned enterprises received loans from this bank, which reduced the income of Maine's Federal Bank. I didn't know this, but Maine's Federal has a board of directors, and they are unhappy with the way Harold is running things. Now he is on a short leash. Fifthly, since Lily didn't marry that scumbag Michael, she's withdrawn the protective order and wants to hear from you. Besides, the children are still yours. Lily went to the judge and begged for changes to the divorce because the case had not reached 90 days and was not finalized. I think you can still be married. The kids still ask about you every day when they come here after school. Sixth, did you know that Judge Gavin had a car collection? I think he kept it under his hat, but it burned that night. Now it looks ancient. Rumor has it that Harold insured the cars to reduce the judge's expenses. He only received a couple of $100 for each car he owned. Gossips insist he's lost over $1 million and doesn't like Harold anymore. We are looking for a new police chief. The sheriff decided not to run again, and some deputies and police officers resigned. Lily's parents are looking for housing. Their house was completely destroyed, and while a new house is being built, there is no apartment suitable enough for them to live in. It might be a couple of years before their house is completed, that is, if they find a builder. It seems like no one wants to take on this job. She actually asked if I wanted to sell or rent my house to them. I thought about it for about a minute, but then I told her that because of their history of abusing my son, I couldn't trust them with my home. I think Harold got angry, but since he's in trouble with the law, even the taxman told him to shut up. By the way, they found my tax payment. I believe the taxman got the message that night when his cars and van caught fire. Suddenly, people were much happier as Harold's influence seemed to fade away. Their tax problems disappeared overnight. Right now, it seems like the fires are the only concern for business owners and Harold. Everyone else believes that the fire somehow cleanses. So, when are you coming to visit your old mother and your children? I had to grin. I think I need to plan a trip home very soon, although I may have to find a better car. My old car barely made it there. See you very soon, Mom. When I stopped telling you my sad story, I survived the outrageous terms of my unexpected divorce and had the opportunity to take revenge on my wife, her lover, and her father. No one was killed, and only a few volunteer firefighters suffered minor injuries while fighting the fires. Well, actually, with those that they were able to get to. I set my ex-wife's house on fire after warning her to leave using a voice synthesizer, and when she tried to go to her parents, she found it too engulfed in flame. I moved to another city many kilometers away and have now settled there. But, and this is a big but, when I talked about my mother's house or the city I grew up in, I called it home. It was hard not to think of the place where I grew up and spent so much of my adult life as my home, but now it was just a memory of home. It has been almost 3 years since my married life ended, or is it an explosion? I don't know for sure except that my wife, her lover, and my ex-father-in-law, for some unknown reason, conspired to destroy me. If my ex had come to me and just said, "I fell in love with my old friend, and I'm going to leave you," I would be heartbroken and upset, but I would be able to understand. No, they were supposed to set me up and then destroy me, taking my children away from me and even trying to deprive me of visits. That was the only thing Judge Gavin gave me. They took my business away from me and only gave me a minimum wage job and exorbitant alimony and child support, even though a judge forced me to give up my parental rights. I felt alone when I was denied even the slightest social support from the people I grew up with and did business with on a daily basis. I felt so alone that I didn't even think that I could get a fair solution if I sought legal help even in the state capital. I believed that Harold Bishop had long threads of influence, judging by what was happening in the place where I should have felt safe. I had friends in my small town, and they helped me in any way they could, but they could not publicly confront Maine's federal bank and its owner. Their own financial lives were at risk. I tried to minimize the consequences of my actions on those who I knew stood silently by my side, but some may have suffered from my pyromania that fateful night. I still wasn't sure if local law enforcement was looking for me for questioning. Since that night I have not tried to hide myself by changing my name or even my chosen career. But on the other hand, I didn't admit to anyone where I had moved. Even my mother didn't know where exactly I lived now. The company I worked for was a large regional concern with a centralized HR department. I'm sure my ex-wife knew what company I worked for because child support was deducted from my paycheck and deposited into her checking account every week. However, I asked that any requests about my personal life, such as my address and phone number, be rejected outright. The company paid great attention to security issues since one of the main characteristics of our company was experience in combating cybercrime and theft of personal data. This meant that her own safety had to be at its best. Nothing spoils your reputation more than knowing that you have been hacked. The HR representative periodically informed all team members that they were receiving outside interest. Every few months, there would be some kind of request from Rebecca's lawyer by email, mail, or even phone, and there were even several attempts by Rebecca herself to find out my information. She even posed as my mother once to try to get past her corporate guardians. If the HR department had received a subpoena from law enforcement agencies or the prosecutor's office, my data would have been provided without problems, but nothing of the kind happened. True, from ethane to ethane, I changed phones. When I called my mother, sometimes she had to leave a message for her to call back because she couldn't be sure it wasn't a robot unless she recognized the number. Since I always drove some distance from my new home before calling, I started sending her a text message from that phone before calling. This helped her to be ready to talk to me every time I called. We discussed local news and gossip. Of course, they had to include my ex-wife and her evil father. For some strange reason, after Michael had to admit his marital status and left town again, Rebecca insisted that she was still married to me and constantly begged my mother to make me come back. Haha, little chance of that ever happening. However, over the past few years, I have sneaked back home several times to make sure that my mother, a traditional Christian who preaches forgiveness at any cost, did not tell Rebecca about her plans. I surprised her. I eventually had to throw away the old pickup, but during the time I drove it, I managed to save enough money to buy a newer, more reliable vehicle that certainly had better mileage. You may be wondering why I didn't take out a car loan. It's simple, I no longer trusted banks. I needed to have a checking account to get paid, but to do that, I used a large national bank and took out any extra money on payday and invested it in another national brokerage house. I checked my credit score and couldn't get a loan even if I wanted to because my ex-father-in-law reported that I was delinquent on all my loans from his bank. Instead of filing counterclaims with the credit bureaus, I simply paid cash for everything I could to reduce the paper trail. I have never flown or used any form of transportation that would allow my movements to be tracked. I bought all the fuel in cash. Yes, it takes a little more time when you have to go and prepay, and you don't fill up completely at every stop, but then there's no paper trail to catch you. I always went with a couple of thousand in cash, separated and hidden in bags, wallets, and in the car itself, so I always had cash in case I needed it. After checking, I found out which car make and color are the most common. I bought the older model in this color. It was quite economical and did not have many mechanical problems. I found a few motels that were not part of a chain but were clean and quiet along my travel routes and accepted cash, so there was no paper trail there either. Yes, that's what I meant when I said routes in the plural. Sometimes I would add a couple of 100 miles to my route just to make my trips less patterned in case that, excuse me, ex-wife found out about one of my trips home and sicked an investigator on me. Some of course will shrug their shoulders and say, what's the problem? I know I sound a little paranoid, but what causes paranoia for me? Almost my entire hometown, including the people I grew up with, went to school with, socialized with, etc., turned against me just because my ex and her evil father decided to destroy me and maybe even conspired to put me in jail. Doesn't that make you a little paranoid? Sometimes I would take a week off and go to Culver, USA, to see my mother and children. According to our phone conversations, Constance and Thaddeus visit their mother every day after school and stayed with her until Rebecca finished work. It looks like Rebecca had to work extra hours trying to sell the credit since there was competition in our small town. In addition, she had to take care of my old IT business and try to prevent it from collapsing. Through my mother, I learned from many of my former clients that they promised to leave Rebecca if I returned and opened a new business. It was tempting because I really missed home, but after what happened there, I realized that this was no longer the hometown in which I grew up. Therefore, I planned to come to my mother immediately after the children arrived, no warning, so my well-meaning mother couldn't warn Rebecca. I drove up to the house, quickly got out of the car, and approached the house. When my mother opened the door, I extended my hand and asked her for her phone. Then, putting it in my pocket, I greeted my children by the names I wanted to call them. Connie and Ted always jumped into my arms when I knelt on the floor and then began to tell me everything they remembered about their lives since the last time I went home. Once we were done with that, I would put them all in the car, including Mom, and head to our community in town about an hour away. There we would eat, watch a movie, maybe go to a children's museum, feed the ducks at the lake in the city park, or do some other fun activity. While I talked to my kids and learned from my mom about the family, of course, as part of the evening, I had to listen to a lecture about the need to turn the other cheek, that forgiveness is a divine thing, and so on. Eventually, I got to the point where I would just nod and let her lecture. It didn't change anything. Mom also described how Rebecca felt physically. Rebecca was sad, she didn't smile anymore. She always asked how I was doing. She wanted to see me. She wanted to ask me for forgiveness for what she had done. This went on for several visits. The only thing missing was that Rebecca never asked me for forgiveness, and secondly, my mother never talked about whether Rebecca loved me. Damn it, I knew the truth, so why make an issue of it? One day, my mom secretly took my phone, and I caught her texting Rebecca while we were walking. I almost made a big mistake because it made me extremely angry. Before I snatched the phone from her hands and yelled at her, I remembered that this was my mother, the one who carried me for 9 months, wiped my nose and butt as needed, and raised me. I took a few deep breaths and tried to calmly ask what she wanted to do. It's simple, Rebecca says, she's worried that you might kidnap the children. She just wants to know where they are and if they are safe. I think since she is their mother, this is a reasonable request. Well, I don't trust her in any way. She turned out to be a deceitful woman, and the police would probably arrive in a few minutes. I wanted to call Rebecca a __, but young ears were close and could overhear. I finally led us out to the car and drove into a dark corner of the parking lot. A few minutes later, 3 police cars with 2 officers each were parked at the front and back doors of the restaurant we visited. I looked at my mother. Of course, her reaction was, maybe they didn't come for you. I simply nodded as the officers exited the building and began to look around carefully since they had no idea what I was driving, and my windows were tinted, the engine was turned off, and the headlights were off. They did not pay any attention to my car. They soon became convinced that their prey was gone and set off for their next challenge. Mom still couldn't believe that my ex had made her a scapegoat. Son, Lily asked me to tell her where we are so that she could join us and you could finally talk. You need to sit down with her and figure this out, and maybe you can get back together. I shook my head. Why don't you call her right now and see what she has to say about us? I gave her the phone, and she quickly connected with Rebecca. I asked her to turn on the speakerphone, but I myself was silent. The children took my example and didn't say anything either. Since Rebecca immediately began asking questions, did they catch him? Was he arrested? I told them that he kidnapped my children and took them away from our hometown. My mom had a shocked expression on her face. I know my behavior has hardened. This tried to arrest me for visiting my own children, and I had the legal right to visit them at any time, as stated in court documents. Finally, Mom answered, "No, Ethan saw me text you where we were and led us out of the building. We watched this from the parking lot. How could you do this to Ethan? What did he do that deserves arrest? I thought you would come and join us, not the police." Rebecca immediately became conciliatory. I don't know if she realized we were all listening or not, but she immediately tried to minimize the damage. "Margaret, I just wanted to make sure he would sit down and talk to me. I decided that if he was in custody, he would have to talk to me, then I can drop the charges against him and see what happens next." I shook my head in disgust. This will most likely drop the charges only if I agree to something that will benefit her but will harm my needs and desires. Rebecca asked a scary question, "Where are you guys now?" "I want my children to be safe. Safe with me. I couldn't stand it anymore. Listen, __, my kids are safe with me and my mother. We'll return home tonight. I didn't kidnap them. They are not threatened by anything except your manipulations. If the police tried to arrest me, your children would witness their father being arrested on the orders of their own mother. Have you ever thought about how this will affect them and their relationship with you? And anyway, how could you believe that I could kidnap your children? Why would I deprive them of their mother, even like you?" As I spoke, I drove out of the parking lot. If Rebecca was close, she must have been looking for us. I believe she was pulling into another driveway as we were exiting the street. Mom gave me a dirty look but didn't say anything. I gave Rebecca my last comment, "We're going home now. I think you'll have to come up with some other charge to get me arrested." Once we got to Mom's house, she turned off the speakerphone because the children began to understand that I was very upset and began to cry. I was ashamed to realize that I called her in front of them. Mom spoke quietly to Rebecca and then turned off the phone to try to reassure Connie and Tad that everything was okay. It took several miles down the road before they began to calm down. How do you explain to almost 9 and 6-year-olds that their mother tried to get their dad arrested? I was so paranoid that all the way to my mother's house, I thought that I could be stopped at any moment. I tried to convince myself that no one knew what kind of car I had, what color or style, and there would never be a reason to create a roadblock to check every car, but I constantly looked in the mirror and tried not to speed. Although it was a little disturbing, back in Culver, I drove around town on the paved county road so I could enter it from a different direction than the law enforcement would expect. Then I carefully walked a few blocks around my mother's house to make sure there was no ambush. Finding nothing, I pulled over to the street at the end of the driveway and let the mother and children out. As soon as they got out of the car, I took off and headed away from my hometown, and then came back. Yes, I know I'm paranoid, but I successfully escaped again. I usually rented a motel a few miles from home and then came back and visited the children every day for a week, but I was afraid that Rebecca might keep an eye on the children, knowing that I was nearby. I drove for several hours before stopping for the night at another motel. Something had to change. I decided to contact this __. The motel had a decent Wi-Fi signal, so I decided to try video calling so she could see how upset I was. I made sure there was nothing on the screen behind me that could identify my location. I also planned to leave immediately after the call ended in case she was somehow able to track down the motel's IP address. I figured she would have enough time to pick up the kids, take them home, and put them to bed. I was lucky on the first try. I sent her a video call request, and she responded immediately. I really didn't want to look at her, but those were the rules of the game I was playing now. 3 years passed, and she still looked good, but I knew that her beauty was only an appearance. Ethan, I'm so glad to see you. Why didn't you just come into our house and look at the kids? Honestly, I have no idea whether the police will be waiting for me when we agree to meet. I'm sure someone decided that I was to blame for all of your and your family's misfortunes over the past few years. Ethan, no one is looking for you. State police came and investigated, along with an arson investigator, and they couldn't find enough evidence to point the finger at any one person. Yes, I suppose they think you might have been to blame since no one else left town during the fires, but there are a lot of people here who don't like my father and his business methods. For weeks and months after that, all I heard was whispers about what else was going to happen to Dad. Did you know that the fire department expelled him from their ranks and declared him a black mark? He can't even serve on the board of trustees anymore. Nothing like this could have happened to a nicer person. I do not care. The only thing I want is to visit my children. Per the court's decision, I can visit them at any time without warning or reservation. She looked a little taken aback by this remark. I thought it would make you sit down and talk to me. I would never press charges against you. Yes, and every time I was stopped for some minor violation, it would show that I was once detained for kidnapping. I don't think their systems show that I might not have been tried or convicted. Sorry, but I can't help you with this matter. If you withdraw your complaint, won't you be guilty of making a false report? It would look good on your file. They would never do that to me. Dad will fix everything. I have the right to do whatever I want, even if it violates the law or my ex-husband's rights. She dropped a bombshell on me. You are not my ex-husband. You and I are still married. I shook my head. I have documents according to which we are divorced, and I am no longer the father of my children. That's why I call them your children. After the fire, I turned to my lawyer with a request to cancel the divorce since a full 90 days had not passed, and it was not recorded as final. Judge Gavin was so angry at my father for losing his car collection that he readily signed it. For some reason, Dad got very angry. What did you do to him to make him so angry? I have no idea. I was happy. I had a loving wife, 2 wonderful children, a good business, a certain authority in society, and suddenly I had absolutely nothing. I was threatened with prison or hard labor because you and your family set me up. I was forced to leave to be sure that a trumped-up accusation would not appear on my doorstep. She seemed surprised by my point of view. No, that's not what we wanted at all. Really, do you see the expression on my face? In my opinion, it qualifies as incredulous. Why did you force me to give away my children without warning or notice? Why couldn't I find a local lawyer or didn't have time to find one elsewhere? Why did you take over my company and demand that I work for damn minimum wage to keep it going? I think you and your dear daddy, along with your buddy Michael, for some strange reason, wanted me to screw up and end up in jail. She shook her head in denial. Well, yes. Of course, all they did was look after my interests. I continued, and just so I know who's in charge here, last night, you had me in bed until I couldn't see you anymore, and the next morning, you called me names, dropped your bomb, and left, taking my children away. You tore my world apart and trampled my heart as it beat on the floor. The last straw was when your father tried to destroy my mother by filing trumped-up charges against her for not paying her property taxes. You bastards tried to put her out on the street for no reason. No, Dad would never act so. He wouldn't harm your family. I had to laugh, and it wasn't a happy laugh. He sounded harsh and angry. Then why did you do everything possible to destroy me? If you came and told me that you fell in love with Michael again, I would give you a divorce. I would never try to keep someone who doesn't love me anymore. No, you should have taken everything and left me with no options. Dad said it would keep you around, and that by giving up the kids, you wouldn't be able to sue for custody, but you'd still have to make sure we had the income we needed, befitting the bishop. Oh, that worked so well. Your dad started the rumor. I couldn't buy groceries or even put gas in my company car. I couldn't buy basic furniture. Nobody could even talk to me. Everything had to appear as if by magic so that I could survive. You denied me everything and wanted me to pay the bills. I had nothing more than my mother, and you tried to destroy even her. This was the last straw. I couldn't let you bastards hurt her. Sam, I just confessed. I hope she didn't write it down. That would be the only thing Harold would need to put me behind bars for years to come. I struggled to regain control of my anger. Rebecca was still trying to deny everything when I disconnected the connection. Damn, I needed to leave and leave right now. I was dead tired from the stress of the day, but I got out and drove another couple of 100 miles in the wrong direction before pulling off a quiet highway and hiding behind a grove of tall, dense trees to sleep. This was the closest call I've ever had to one of my secret visits to the kids. I continued to do my due diligence whenever I contacted my mom. I used one of my phones, occasionally using Skype to see the kids. They were growing so fast that I wished I could be there to see them every day, but my paranoia wouldn't allow it. I finally saved enough money to hire a lawyer. I paid her in cash to verify my marital status and parent status. Hell, Rebecca wasn't lying when she said we were still married because this was true. I removed the child support deduction from my paycheck. This didn't deserve any money directly from me. Instead, I sent them to my mom with the instruction that they should benefit Connie and Tad, not Rebecca. She could distribute them at her discretion. I know she probably just gave the entire amount to Rebecca, but it made me feel more confident. The lawyer also discovered that my children's adoption had been cancelled. I think Michael didn't want to have any more kids unless he was going to get the keys to the kingdom. I can't imagine how he was going to get rid of his previous wife and children, but I didn't care. I probably should have followed him, but I figured I'd thwarted his plans enough when I found out that I was still married. I went ahead and filed for divorce. This meant that I would have to return to my hometown to attend the hearing, even though my lawyer was convinced that there was no active arson investigation. I was reluctant to come back publicly. Harold had his horns cut, but he was still a force to be reckoned with. I had no idea how he was going to fight me, but I had to be on guard at all times. The day before the first hearing, I slipped into town and checked into a small motel on the outskirts, of course, registered under the usual fictitious name, John Smith. The motel owner knew me and silently agreed to keep my secret. On the morning of the hearing, I left the gun in the car since there were now metal detectors in the courthouse. I was completely unarmed. I didn't even have a pocket knife to protect myself in case Harold tried to do something in the courtroom. When the hearing began, Judge Gavin, yes the same judge who screwed me earlier, immediately wanted to listen to Rebecca and her lawyer. What do you want from this hearing? Surprisingly, she wanted counseling and had me back as her husband. I was not allowed to speak, but I sat and shook my head. Of course, Rebecca tried to portray our marital history as one of misunderstanding and confusion about her true feelings. Lord, what nonsense, and of course, the good judge seemed to buy her horse hockey. After Rebecca told me about how I abandoned my family, my lawyer got a chance to answer. I told her everything, even about my night of fire and retribution. Fortunately, she avoided that night. The good judge objected to her characterization of his actions from the dock, but she pointed out that everything he did on that fateful day of my first divorce proceedings was public knowledge and could not be refuted. He finally stopped hammering and looked at my face. Somehow I think he's suddenly worried about his new budding car collection. I simply nodded as he realized his potential new losses. He leaned back in his chair and fell silent. The lawyer continued with my story when she got to the kidnapping episode. The good judge suddenly became carried away again and leaned forward. He looked not at me but at Rebecca with a stern expression. Is this true? Did you actually file a complaint that Mr. Maharan abducted the children and tried to arrest him, even though the visitation permit issued by this court stated that he could visit the children at any time? Rebecca, like a deer caught in the headlights, looked at her lawyer for help. He didn't play along with her. The judge became a little more decisive. For God's sake, why would Ethan come back here and get married to you again? I admit that the whole divorce process was quick and there seemed to be good reasons for it, but this man was persecuted and ostracized in his hometown. His mother was persecuted again. Why should he want to come back to you? Is it only for the sake of the children or only for the sake of your imaginary benefit? What should he do when your panties start twitching again? Is he expected to go through the same horrible treatment again? Before Rebecca had a chance to respond, her lawyer jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and asked for a short break and the opportunity to meet with the lawyers in private. My lawyer just shrugged his shoulders but did not object. Judge Gavin lowered his gavel and left the courtroom. Both lawyers left with him and appeared only a few minutes before the hearing resumed. Upon his return, the judge looked angry, Rebecca's lawyer looked ashamed, but my lawyer smiled. Judge Gavin called a surprise witness, Harold Bishop, please take the oath and take the witness stand. Little did I know that my father-in-law was actually present at the hearing. I didn't know why he wanted it, other than to support his daughter, and I saw no reason why he should support her attempt to win me back. Harold walked forward and gave me an angry look as he passed the table. He took the oath and then sat on his throne as a ruler. The judge began the interrogation. Tell the court, Mr. Maine, why you are here and what contribution you can make to the trial. My hopefully soon-to-be ex-father-in-law gave the judge a dirty look, somewhat similar to the one he gave me, and began ranting, I don't know why my stupid daughter wants that pathetic son of a back. He only caused us heartache and suffering. I can't even tell you how much money my bank and I lost because of his actions. I want this little to go to jail and hopefully throw away the key. The judge slammed his gavel to stop the outburst in the office. Your daughter's lawyer hinted that you have something important for the court. Please get started with this. I was surprised that the kind judge did not reprimand Harold for his profanity. Harold didn't look punished, he really looked out of control. My daughter should not have agreed to marry this chicken, .. He is a low-life from a lowly family. When my daughter brought him in, I was shocked, but she had to have him. I put up with it until Michael Webster came to work for me. I made sure that Rebecca and he were together as often as possible and decided that Michael would seduce her since they were high school sweethearts. This shouldn't have been too difficult. She resisted a little longer than I expected, but in the end, she fell under his spell. It's only a pity that at this point, she did not become pregnant from him. The judge asked, what about the little fact that Michael Webster was already married and had children of his own? The plan was that once Rebecca was divorced, he would quietly divorce his wife and give up rights to his children, and then become the father of Constance and Thaddeus, which is what I wanted from the beginning. Hart should never have fathered anyone of my blood. I was outraged to no end every time I had to endure him sitting at my table for any reason. The judge allowed him to continue for a few minutes before asking another question. Was it your intention to force Mr. Hart to leave the city or go to prison? I wasn't really interested in it, but prison was the preferred outcome. Then we could prove why he should not communicate with my daughter or her children. Is it true that you used your bank to persecute Mr. Hart and create conditions under which he could break the law? Were the phone calls from Mrs. Mahon violating the protective order incitement on your part? Harold smiled. Yes, Judge, it was my idea. I asked Rebecca to call her ex-husband and then called the police on him. I have no idea why he was never arrested and convicted of violating orders to stay away from Rebecca. The judge nodded. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. That's all you can leave. Harold still had an unpleasant expression on his face as he left the witness box. It changed slightly as the judge continued. I advise you to consult with your lawyer. I am providing the official record and transcript of the trial to the district attorney for possible prosecution. You, sir, abused your position in society to persecute this man. Unfortunately, this happened with my help and is something I am trying to correct before I retire. A dissatisfied expression appeared on Harold's face. Apparently, his influence was no longer as strong as before. He turned and stared at his former friend, the judge. The judge smiled at him. Harold lowered his head slightly and walked towards the exit of the courtroom. The judge turned back to Rebecca's lawyer. Do you have anything else before I make a decision? The lawyer quickly jumped to his feet. Your Honor, my client had no idea what her father and her lover were planning. She was an innocent victim, just like Mr. Hart. That is why she asked for counseling with the goal of reconciliation and returning to the happy marriage they had before Mr. Michael Webster came to town. Judge Gavin looked at me and my lawyer. We both shook our heads. The judge spoke again. I'm sorry, Rebecca, but you may have been somewhat of an innocent dupe in all of this, but that doesn't justify the hell you put your husband through during and after the divorce hearing. You treated him disgustingly and even tried to arrest him on false charges. I can't imagine how he could forgive you enough to let you get so close to him again. Rebecca jumped up and started screaming that she loved me and her children needed me back. The court's marshal calmed her down before the judge could hold her accountable for contempt of court. Judge Gavin continued, if your husband had asked for sole custody of the children, I would have even considered this petition based on your attitude towards him. But he turned out to be the best person in this room. The terms of the offer are generous. He does not even ask for his business to be returned to him. With these words, he slammed the gavel again, stood up, and left the hall. Now, I was a truly free man. Rebecca sat and cried. The lawyer tried to console her. My lawyer shook my hand and asked if I would like to file a civil suit against my ex-father-in-law. I shook my head. My children must have some kind of relationship with this and his wife. I won't interfere with this. She nodded, and we left the courtroom. Rebecca tried to grab my jacket sleeve and begged me to talk to her as we walked out the door. She distracted me and I almost missed a movement on the right side. Now, I have to tell you something. I'm not a fighting person. I wasn't a Navy SEAL, an Army Ranger, or a Navy SEAL. I don't do MMA to stay in shape. But one of my favorite films is The Quiet Man, with John Wayne. I love the moment when his brother-in-law tries to hit him in an open field in front of everyone in town. I always kept this technique of his in mind as a method of self-defense. As I was leaving the hall, Harold hit me on the sly. He aimed for my head, and I ducked a little, and his fist flew past, leaving him completely unprotected. I threw a short left hook to the midsection, like John Wayne did, and damn, it worked. He was very powerful. Harold's breath rushed out of his open mouth, and he began to arch in pain and the need to catch his breath. I hit him with my right hand in the face, and he fell to the floor. I stood with clenched fists and waited for him to rise. I wasn't going to hit him in his weak spots right in front of witnesses, even though he deserved it. At that moment, county bailiffs arrived and rushed to arrest Harold for assault. By then, Harold's head cleared, and he could breathe again. He was handcuffed and read his rights. Of course, he compounded his problems by threatening me while he was being helped to his feet and then attempting to headbutt the bailiff. This added a felony charge since all bailiffs in our county are sheriff's deputies, and hitting a law enforcement officer is always a felony. Rebecca just stood there speechless. Neither she nor anyone else had ever seen me behave like this. I nodded to her lawyer, and he nodded back. He then turned around and tried to get Harold to calm down before adding other felonies to the charge. I said to Rebecca, listen to me, it's over now. Don't screw it up and don't deny me time with the kids. Your father needs you. Call your mom and try to help him before he completely breaks down. She stared at me before it finally dawned on her with a sad, almost mournful expression on her face. She nodded and turned to help her father regain what little dignity he had left. The adrenaline began to wear off, and my right arm began to hurt. I looked at her and took a moment to try to figure out why a pair of fingers seemed crooked when the pain reached its limit. I realized that I must have broken my arm. My lawyer saw the shocked look on my face and rushed to put me in her car and take me to the hospital, where an X-ray confirmed the fact that Harold's head was as hard, if not harder, than my hand. Soon, I was given painkillers and put in a cast. God bless her, my lawyer stayed with me and took me to my mother's house for rehab. The only bad thing about my injury was the pain and the need for corrective surgery for the fractures to heal properly. Otherwise, I was able to see my children every day for the next week while I recovered and got to know them better. I put up with Rebecca coming every evening to pick up the kids. she and my mother used this opportunity to try to get me back into married life. I would spend extra time with the kids or take long walks while she was there. A week later, I was returning to my new city and my job. Several more years passed, my children are growing up. In the summer and holidays, they stay with me for several weeks, sometimes their mother takes them, sometimes they fly to me. Yes, now everyone knows where I live. At first, Rebecca even brought them by car a couple of times, but she decided it wasn't worth making such a long trip if she had to stay in a motel after she brought the kids to me. In the end, she realized that there would be no return to a close relationship with me. We remained polite because of the children. I've forgiven her enough to not call her anymore. After many of my former clients sent letters asking to come back and take back their business, I convinced Rebecca to buy her company from her and turn my old company into a district office. It was small, but it prospered and increased overall profits. I was responsible for making it profitable, so I flew into the nearest regional airport every month and then used a rental car to service customers, but we had good local people to handle most of the issues. Rebecca went through several different boyfriends before finally starting a long-term relationship with her former lawyer. They had no intention of having any more children, so they simply lived in sin. Harold was convicted but served his sentence only on weekends for 6 months. It would seem like a light sentence, but he also had to complete 200 hours of community service. A kind judge told him to either clean the city's ditches or help cook and serve food to the homeless. I think Harold has become a pretty good cook. In fact, he continued to serve after serving his sentence. He then received 5 years of probation. Mom is doing well. She has found a new man who provides her with the companionship she needs in retirement. They are happy, and she loves her 2 grandchildren and sees them every day unless they come to see me. And we can't forget about good old Michael. I don't know who gave him to his wife, but I think she played hell with him for several years. She first kicked him out, filed a separation, and made it so that he had virtually no income after he paid for the house, cars, and child support. She then divorced him after luring him home one night and making him believe a reconciliation was possible. But no, she tied him to a chair and had sex with a couple of his best friends in front of him and then kicked him out of the house again. Now he is divorced and has little prospects. As for me, I'm still a work in progress. I have serious problems with trusting women and especially potential relatives. I date and have a good sex life at times. There are many previously attached women in the world, most of them have luggage and children. I date, try to be a good influence on children, but don't make any commitments. I try to be honest with any woman when we start dating. Each of them begins to believe that she will be the one to fix me, but something always happens that makes me believe that we cannot have a long-term relationship. I have a therapist, and we are trying to make the necessary adjustments. I now have a 3-bedroom house that I paid cash for. Yes, I still don't trust banks very much, although my credit score has improved thanks to my ex-father-in-law. He corrected his reports to the credit bureaus without any request from me. Maybe I should have punched him in the face at the beginning of our relationship. No, nothing good would come of that. In any case, I am not dissatisfied with my life. Of course, miss close relationships, but watching how most of the marriages around me fall apart for one reason or another, I think that I am not so behind the times as they say. Life goes on. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine witnessing your partner's betrayal with your own eyes. What would that experience be like? An unexpected party, a passionate kiss, ignited the fuse of a marriage. Follow me to delve into this emotional storm, to unravel the layers of mystery and witness the collapse and rebirth of a family. The bar door swung open and there she was, my wife, laughing with him. The scene burned into my mind, igniting a fury I couldn't control. I confronted them. Betrayal etched on both their faces, rage consumed me, leading to an unforgettable showdown. How did it come to this? A web of lies, infidelity, and vengeance. This is the story of our unraveling. In the end, justice had a price, and I was ready to pay it. It was a late fall day. The trees still had bright colors, but the rain and cloudy skies made everything look dull. The gloomy weather matched how Tom Thompson felt. He got out of his car and quickly went into the saloon for shelter. Inside, he took a seat at the end of the bar. His face showed his bad mood. This week had been really tough for him. A teacher in his department quit suddenly, so Tom had to find someone. He knew he had 3 interviews this week, but none of them went well. He wouldn't hire any of those candidates, even for simple tasks. To make things worse, books that were ordered hadn't arrived yet, and students were angry about their heavy reading load. They were starting to complain to the school administration. But what worried him most was his marriage. "Hi, Professor, welcome. Haven't seen you in a while," Samuel greeted him as he cleaned the bar nearby. "Hi, Samuel. Thanks. Can I have a scotch and water on ice?" "Dr." Thompson replied, glancing at the clock which showed it was just after 4 p.m. "Coming right up, Doc," said the bartender, going to prepare the drink. The drink came quickly, and John looked around. His eyes wandered to the dark wooden walls, the old light fixtures, and the cracked leather seats in the booths lining the side of the saloon. The place felt cozy, like a safe spot. He had visited many times since he was a grad student years ago. His mind wandered back over the years. He saw himself as a young man finishing his doctorate in American history. His writing on Henry Clay had been accepted by a publisher and would soon be in print. Plus, he had been offered a teaching job by the university, which he gladly accepted. The pay wasn't great, but he had been very happy. All his dreams were coming true. Lily, his girlfriend, had just graduated from law school and got a good job at a law firm in the city. They had been living together for a year, and Tom felt it was time to formalize their relationship. He saved up all the money he could and bought an engagement ring. The stone was small, but it was the thought that counted. He convinced himself Lily had been so happy when he gave it to her, and his heart swelled with pride. Together with their 2 paychecks, they could manage quite well. They planned their wedding for the spring. JN smiled a bit as he thought of the young and lively Lily. His smile turned wistful as he remembered her smile, her energy, her slim and graceful body. She was about 5 feet 4 inches in tall but seemed taller because of her liveliness. Her blonde hair was long, almost reaching her shoulders. Her blue eyes sparkled with happiness whenever he appeared. Damn, he thought to himself, they had loved each other so much. His somber mood returned as he thought back to that New Year's Eve party thrown by her law firm just weeks after he had given her the engagement ring. He had never felt comfortable with her colleagues. He always sensed they looked down on him a bit, as if his job wasn't good enough. Maybe his own dislike for them wasn't hidden well, which always upset Lily. She kept reminding him that it was her chosen career, and he had to accept it. He knew she was right, so he tried his best to get along with them until that party. By about 11 p.m., everyone was pretty drunk. Lily's company had booked a bunch of hotel rooms, so no one worried about driving home. People had their spouses there, and most singles had dates. Folks were staggering around, spilling drinks. It looked like an old wild party scene. The only sober ones were a few senior partners who looked upset at how drunk everyone was. They sat at a far table with their wives, trying to ignore the craziness. Tom noticed that Art Doyle, the senior partner, seemed especially upset. Ironically, Art was one of the few at the firm that John liked and respected. Art always showed respect for Tom's work and made a point to chat with him at company events. John saw Art look around with a grim face and knew there would be some serious talking to do later in the week. That thought made John smile a bit, despite the humor. John felt uneasy. He always avoided gatherings where people got very drunk. He made sure never to drink too much, never losing control. He vowed not to turn into his father, who had been a drunk and died in a car crash. His mother had to take care of them both after his father left them with nothing. Tom grew up in a tough part of the city and saw the harsh realities of poverty and a broken education system. Deep down, he knew that it was not entirely the school's fault. School wasn't important to the parents of the troublemakers. JN remembered this as he thought about his past. He used to skip school a lot. His grades were bad because he didn't care. His mom was always busy and didn't have time for him, so he hung out with a gang until his mom married Tim Murphy. Tim was a police officer, and everything changed for John. Tim showed John that his gang life would lead to misery. John wasn't dumb, so he quickly changed. In just a few months, he started focusing on his schoolwork and actually enjoying it. He also decided he would never let alcohol take over his life like his father did. This is why John felt uncomfortable at the party. Everyone was drunk, even his fiancée, Lily, who hardly ever drank. She teased him for being so serious and told him to relax. Lily was clearly tipsy, and Tom tried to tell her it was time to leave. She got annoyed, telling him it wasn't even midnight yet and she wanted to welcome the new year. Tom waited and kept away from the oysters as midnight approached. He looked for Lily and found her kissing James Murad, a young lawyer. It wasn't just a quick kiss, they were kissing deeply and very evidently. Tom, pale and shaking, walked over and pulled Lily away. Later that evening, John angrily asked Lily what she was thinking. Didn't she remember she was engaged? In seconds, Moriarty was on the floor with John standing over him. Lily was red-faced and angry. She slapped John hard, making everyone around them go silent, shocked. But calm, John took Lily's left hand and removed the engagement ring. He dropped it to the floor and crushed it under his heel. Without another word, he left the party. Outside, John walked to his car, breathing slowly to calm down. He was shaking with anger and feeling embarrassed. He knew he had to get back to the apartment, pack his things, and leave as fast as possible. Lily had gone too far, and he couldn't forgive her, just because she was drunk. When Tom got home, he quickly packed 2 suitcases. He looked around and felt sad. Was this all he had from their life together? 2 suitcases and a duffel bag of personal stuff. This was the end, he thought. He couldn't trust Lily anymore. Tom found a room at a Holiday Inn near the university. He planned to get a place at the faculty residence the next day. He knew he needed time away from Lily to think about everything. The next few days were busy with the start of the new term. John ignored messages and calls from Lily. He wasn't ready to see or talk to her. His face still stung from her slap, and he missed her a lot. He wondered if he was overreacting to a drunken mistake but doubted it. 2 weeks passed since the party and since Tom moved out. He got a call from Mr. Doyle inviting him to lunch at his club. John tried to decline, but Mr. Doyle insisted, so he went, unsure of what to expect. Entering the bright dining room, John saw Doyle sitting by the windows in a cozy corner. He walked over, and Doyle stood up with a smile. "Hello, Tom." "Thanks for coming," he greeted, reaching out his hand. JN smiled back and shook his hand. "Thanks, Mr. Doyle." "Nice to see you again," he replied, though not too excitedly. Doyle smiled kindly. "Tom, please call me Art. I've asked you to before. I hope you see me as a friend." "Of course, Art, I have a lot of respect for you. I've always appreciated how kind you've been to me," Tom replied as they sat down. They made small talk while enjoying a light lunch. As the table was cleared and coffee arrived, Art leaned back, looking fondly at Tom. "Tom, you probably know why I asked you to lunch today. Beyond wanting to spend time with you, there's something important we need to talk about." Tom sighed and nodded. He knew this was coming, and in truth, was somewhat relieved. Perhaps there was hope for repairing things, and Art could be the one to help. Art smiled, seeing John's readiness. "Tom, first, I need to apologize on behalf of the firm. We let things get out of hand. The office party wasn't meant to become such a mess. The staff got a stern talk when they came back to work. Also, AR has been moved to another city. It was clear his behavior wasn't a secret, and now he's no longer around. I would have fired him, but this was simpler. John raised his eyebrows. His behavior wasn't a one-time thing, he thought. Art, seeing his worry, frowned slightly. Tom, I know what you're thinking. Please know that I looked into it, and you don't need to worry. Nothing more happened than what you know. I've talked to Lily several times this week, and she's really upset. She's not herself, and the firm needs her well. Besides, you know I care about you both and don't want this to ruin a good relationship. Tom, you love her, and it's clear she loves you. You need to talk to her and fix this. Don't let one mistake destroy what you both want. Tom nodded. He knew Art was right. I know. I think I'm calm enough now to talk to Lily. I'll call her and set up a meeting. It's time. Art grinned widely. No need, Tom. Lily is expecting you at the apartment for dinner tonight. Don't get mad. I know you, Tom. You're smart and reasonable. I knew you'd see my point. Tom smiled wryly. All right, Art. Tell her I'll be there, but not for dinner. I'll come around 8 so we can talk over coffee. Thanks, Art. You're a good friend. I needed a push, Tom said that evening. Tom and Lily did talk. Their conversation lasted nearly 2 hours. At first, Lily was nervous, starting and stopping, looking at her coffee cup. John stayed calm, waiting for her to speak first. He knew that to move forward, they needed to be honest about what happened and clear about their expectations, but he wasn't going to make this easy. He felt Lily needed to take the first step to fix things. Lily finally looked up at John, tears in her eyes. Tom, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I kissed him. I don't know why I did it at all. I guess I had too much to drink. I'm ashamed of myself and hope you can forgive me, she spoke quickly, like she'd rehearsed it. John stayed calm, watching the clearly upset woman. He sighed, I understand, but understanding doesn't make it hurt less. You sided with him, not me. Do you know how that felt, the embarrassment? If this is what I can expect, I don't know if we should continue. Lily went pale and shook her head. No, Tom, please. I do love you. Don't let a stupid moment ruin what we have. Look, Lily, Tom replied softly, I don't want to sound harsh or drag this out, but we need to be clear about what we expect from each other. If we plan to marry, we must agree on what honor, love, and faithfulness mean. In the end, Lily apologized again and promised not to drink too much ever again, while Tom wondered what she meant by too much. He also apologized for losing his temper, though he felt his reaction was understandable. Their talk covered what being faithful meant to them, along with loyalty and trust. Tom moved back to the apartment the next day. After a few days, things seemed to go back to normal. However, John never bought an engagement ring again, and Lily never asked for one. They married in the spring as planned. Their marriage was a good one, they loved each other. That love faced a test when they found out a few years later that John couldn't have children. John got tested and found out his few sperm were not strong. They talked about other ways to have a family but decided it would be just the two of them. It didn't seem to upset Lily as much as Tom thought it would. He knew she had cried quietly a few nights before bed, and he held her close. She had accepted it. It was amazing, she found comfort in her job and her relationship with John. John blinked and looked around, feeling embarrassed for daydreaming so long. He felt some relief when he saw only a few minutes had passed while thinking about the past. He noticed his drink was empty and thought for a few seconds about getting another. He decided and signaled to Samuel. Soon, a new drink was in front of him. John remembered Art Doyle fondly and felt sad about Art's recent death. This sadness stayed at the edge of his mind. AC Doyle and LLA Stride, one of the younger partners, were the only friends Tom had made at the law firm. LLA joined about 10 years ago and quickly became friends with Tom, starting at a company event. She knew Tom was a university professor and was very impressed. LLA had always wanted to teach. Tom was glad he was still in good health. Thoughts of his wife came to his mind again, making him frown. Their 20th anniversary was coming up, but he felt uneasy about their relationship, which should have been a happy thought. He couldn't understand what was happening to them after almost 20 years of love. Things had gone downhill. It was so slow that he hadn't noticed until now. The lack of affection, the indifference, even a little disrespect were becoming clear. The small arguments and lack of physical touch were now too common. Looking back over the past few months, John realized real problems had crept into their marriage. He didn't know how to talk to Lily about it or what to do to fix things. John knew why he was afraid to bring it up. Lily's words could be sharp, and he didn't want another bitter fight with her. He thought, is it really so bad that I can't even talk to her? John was startled by a soft voice at his ear. Hey, buddy, buy a girl a drink. He turned and saw Isabella at his side, which made him smile. Isabella, he said, what are you doing here? You're the last person I expected to see. I stop by every few weeks, Tom, for old time's sake. Order a gin and tonic for me, I'll be right back, she said as she hurried to the restrooms. John smiled fondly after her. Dr. Isabella Adler, a striking beauty in her late 30s, was an attractive woman. Her dark shoulder-length hair and flashing dark brown eyes made her stand out. She was now the assistant chair of the Drama and Performing Arts Department, quite an achievement for the first in her family to go to and graduate from university. She and John had been friends since their graduate days. He and Lily had stood by her through 2 divorces and many failed relationships. John considered Isabella his closest friend and valued that relationship. She came back and sat on a stool next to him, picking up her drink. Okay, Tommy, what's wrong? Why do you think something's wrong, and what's that nonsense about you stopping here? I'm sure you rarely come here, Isabella said. Tom replied, Isabella, I saw your car outside as I was driving by and wondered why you were here, so I decided to stop and see if it was really you. Happy now? John looked at her with real affection. There was no desire in that look. He truly valued Isabella as a friend and trusted her completely. That's why he spilled his frustrations and confusion about his marriage to her so easily. She listened as John talked about what had gone wrong in his marriage. She sensed the anger behind his words and put her hand on his arm, trying to calm him down. Tom finally paused, feeling drained but a bit relieved. He needed this moment of sharing his pain, and who better to share it with than his closest friend, Isabella. Isabella sat quietly, feeling very sad as she listened to her friend's pain. She had no idea how much John had been hurting for a long time. John had hidden his feelings well, so Isabella was surprised to learn about the fight between her good friends. She didn't have an answer for him, but she couldn't believe that John and Lily's love was so weak. Something else had to be happening, Tom, Isabella interrupted. Try to look at this clearly. I know it's hard right now, but you're talking about many small things. There has to be a reason why things are so bad. What you're describing are the signs, not the cause. Something must have caused this. Did you do anything to really upset Lily? Has she done anything to upset you? I can't believe you two just stopped caring about each other for no reason. There has to be a reason. Isabella finished, and John sat there, shaking his head. I don't know, Isabella. I just don't know. I can't think of any one thing that's happened over the past few months. It's true we seem to have just drifted into this mess, and I don't know how to fix it. How about talking to her, Tom? Just sit down and talk to her, Isabella said softly. We've tried. We've tried having calm talks, but they always turn into fights. She says I'm too paranoid, and then I lose my temper. It's not working, Isabella. It's just not working, Tom replied, his voice trailing off. That same afternoon, in another part of town, Dr. Tom Thompson's wife, Esther Thompson, was leaning back in her office chair, staring at the tall blonde man sitting across from her. Lily knew what Derek Moriarty wanted. He had been trying to charm her for months, but she had always laughed it off. Damn, she thought, he still looks good. He almost makes me excited just looking at him, but that's as far as it goes. He's not worth risking my marriage, not that my marriage is great right now. The thought made her smile turn bitter. Derek, she said, it's been over half a year since you came back, and you haven't changed at all. You're still chasing women. Why not get married again? Then you won't have to hunt so much. Derek laughed. I'm just being friendly. Why get so defensive? You're a beautiful woman, and any man would love to be with you. Your husband is a fool. He cares more about his books than you, and you know I'm right. You want me. I see it in your eyes, and it will happen, Lily. Lily bit her lip and looked away. Derek's words hit closer to home than he knew. She was aware of the distance between her and John. They seemed to be growing apart, and his harsh remarks about her job left a bad taste. She had to admit she responded in kind, mocking his profession. Years ago, these comments were jokes without any harm, but now they just hurt. Maybe I should have told John about Derek coming back, she wondered. I was just scared of his reaction. I hope not telling him wasn't a mistake. Lily turned her thoughts back to Derek. Look, Derek, let's not go there. My home life is off limits. Leave it alone. Derek just smiled. All right, just remember I'm always here for you. You know you have a friend here, yeah, a real friend. I'm not stupid, Derek, Lily replied with a frown. I know what you want. Stay away from me and stop fooling around at work. Now, let's focus on finishing the Simmons contract. Derek laughed as he stood up, leaned over, and lightly brushed her lips before she could react. Then he walked out, humming to himself. Lily sat still for a moment, breathing heavily, feeling ashamed by how much his small gesture affected her. She touched her lips, feeling a thrill, aware of how long it had been since her husband had shown her any affection. Where is all this flirting with Derek going to lead, she wondered. Will I really give in and have an affair? Shaking her head, she dismissed those thoughts quickly. Lily's phone rang, and she answered it with impatience, recognizing Stan Hopkins' voice, one of the senior partners. You're finishing the Simmons contract, right? Yes, Dan, she replied. It's been taking up our time for months now. Why is there a problem? Not really, but it looks like you'll have to fly up to see him on Monday. He can't come down as planned, and he wants it all done soon. Damn it, Stan, Lily protested. It's Friday now. We'll have to work tomorrow to finish. We'll be cutting it close, and I've only had Derek helping me on this. I know, Stan sighed. I'll get you more help tomorrow, but we'll probably have to work late, and you need to get some rest too. Let's come in early tomorrow, you and Derek, and finish it by the end of the day. I'll tell him right after this call, Lily replied, not very enthusiastically, and ended the call. She sat for a moment, worried this would probably cause another argument with John. He had been upset about her long work hours, and she knew she was putting her job ahead of their marriage. Lily felt uneasy and hoped this wouldn't lead to a big fight. She decided to talk to John, he would understand. Once this project was done, they could then spend more time together and maybe go on a long-awaited vacation. She realized she had been irritable with him lately, snapping at him for no real reason. She promised herself that things would change once the project was over. James Moriarty leaned back in his chair with a bitter smile. He knew Lily was stressed and thought she might eventually turn to him. He had never forgotten that New Year's Eve fight with her husband. Moriarty had been insulted, moved to a different job, and his career had suffered, but he was back now and wanted revenge. He felt the best way to hurt Dr. Tom Thompson was by ruining his marriage with Lily. He was confident he could do it. The weather had cooled down, and there was a chill in the air. Luckily, it had stopped raining. John was eager to get home when he drove into the driveway. Damn, he muttered, seeing the house was dark. It seemed like Lily was having another late night at work. His lips tightened in annoyance, but then a car pulled up next to his. It was Lily. He hid his surprise as he got out of his car and waited by the door. "Hi, sweetie," she greeted cheerfully. "Great, we made it home at the same time. How about we freshen up, and I'll treat you to dinner? Let's go somewhere nice tonight." "Okay, honey," Tom replied, but he felt suspicious. Lily was acting too cheerful, almost giddy. Something was off. People don't change from being distant to overly affectionate overnight. He decided to play along and see what she had in mind. Despite his doubts, John and Lily had a pleasant dinner. They talked warmly, and John felt hopeful. Maybe they could fix their problems and remember why they fell in love and got married. That evening, Tom really looked at Lily for the first time in a while. He felt a bit guilty. She was still a beautiful woman, even in her 40s, and she still had a certain charm that attracted him. Maybe he was also to blame for their issues. Maybe he hadn't given her the attention she deserved. Maybe he was too focused on his job, leaving no time for their marriage. Tom decided he would make more effort, as long as Lily did too. He knew that both of them had a part in the problems, but he was willing to try harder. Lily noticed that John was starting to relax and open up. She also saw him looking at her with desire in his eyes, which filled her with affection for her husband. She felt lucky to have him and promised herself to work harder on their relationship. She hoped to get through this last big work project soon so she could focus fully on her marriage. She cuddled into John's arm on the way home. Once home, they parked in the garage and entered the warm living room where John had started a fire. They poured glasses of wine, and soft music played on the stereo. Lily knew she had to tell John she needed to go to work again tomorrow and then travel out of town on Monday. She worried about how he would react and bit her lip, trying to find a way to break the news gently. She thought about waiting until tomorrow to tell him, but she knew he would be even more upset if she waited until the last minute. She braced herself, knowing this wouldn't be easy. "Honey, I have good news," she began. "This whole project is almost finished, and then we can go back to a normal life. I know it's been hard for both of us, but it'll be done in just a few more days. I have to go into work tomorrow to finish the final draft, and then we'll travel on Monday to meet with the client." "I don't need to hear any more, Lily," Tom snapped, cutting her off. "It's clear how important your career is to you. It's obvious it's more important than our marriage, at least more important than your marriage to me. You don't have to explain. It's the same old story. I've been hearing it all before." "I've been hearing it for years." Tom turned to leave the room, but before going up the stairs, he stopped and looked at her. Think, Essie, think about what you really want. Think about it this weekend. I'll do the same." In the coming days, Tom turned off the light, went up the stairs, and entered the guest room. He took off his clothes, got into bed, and tried to sleep. He stared at the ceiling for a long time. Lily woke up early, took a quick shower, put on a skirt and a sweater, and tied her hair into a ponytail. She didn't eat breakfast, grabbed her briefcase, and left the house quickly. She did not want to see her husband. She was still mad about his mean words last night. She wondered how long they could keep going like this if they did not change, but she pushed those thoughts away. Right now, she needed to focus on finishing her work project. The problems with her marriage would have to wait. John woke up late, long after Esther had left. He felt tired and worn out, had barely slept, and was filled with worry and anger. He went through his morning routine: shower, shave, and so on. Finally, he went downstairs and made a pot of coffee. He noticed that the kitchen was untouched. Lily hadn't even made any coffee. He felt a pang of guilt. John sat at the table with his head in his hands, the coffee untouched in front of him. His head hurt, and the aspirin hadn't kicked in yet. His anger had cooled, and now he felt bad for how he acted. John knew that yelling at his wife was wrong. He had been grumpy and rude for months, and he didn't know why. He realized that she also seemed impatient with him, which led to more fights. John liked to think things through. He thought about the last few months, trying to figure out why they kept fighting. He couldn't find any single reason. It seemed like out of nowhere, they went from a loving couple to enemies. What has happened? He wondered. John resolved to fight for his marriage. He knew that he loved Lily and would do whatever it took to fix things. He promised himself to control his temper and not act out. He thought about the argument the night before and smiled a little, despite everything. He still loved his wife. He realized he had overreacted to Lily's news about work and the upcoming trip. He regretted losing his temper. Now, John looked at the clock. It was almost noon. He suddenly had an idea. He would surprise Lily at work and invite her to lunch. He needed to show her that he was willing to change and be more supportive. He nodded to himself, thinking it was a good plan as he drove to Lily's office. John hummed to himself, then he heard a thunk, thunk. He had a flat tire. Sighing, he pulled into a diner's parking lot a few blocks away. Standing by his car, Tom called for roadside assistance. They said it would take about 30 minutes to an hour. He decided to have a quick bite at the diner while he waited. He walked into the diner and was heading to a booth when he heard someone call his name. He looked around and saw Lila Stride, a senior partner at Lily's law firm, sitting alone. She waved him over. "Tom, what a nice surprise. Please join me." "I haven't even ordered yet," Lila said. John smiled and sat down. "Nice to see you, Lila. What brings you here on a Saturday? Isn't Emily upset that you're working so much?" "My wife is out of town, visiting a friend for the weekend. I went to the office to get a file and stopped here for a bite." "I'm terrible in the kitchen," Lila said with a laugh. "But what about you, Tom? Do you come here often?" "No," Tom replied. "I was on my way to see if Lily wanted to have lunch, but I got a flat tire. Now I'm waiting for help." "Well, at least you tried," Lila said. "The project Lily and Derek are working on should be finished soon. We can all celebrate when they get back." "Derek?" John asked, confused. "I don't remember Esther mentioning him." "Derek Morty. He's been here for about 6 months. I'm surprised Lily hasn't mentioned him. They've been working together on this project for a while now." At that moment, a waitress came by to refill their coffee cups. John felt a cold sweat break out. John felt his throat tighten and his stomach turn into a knot. A red haze clouded his vision, and it took great effort to control himself and keep going. "I guess I haven't been paying attention," Lee said. "It almost feels like Lily and I live in 2 different worlds sometimes." "Yeah, I guess we're all a bit guilty of that sometimes. I have to force myself to listen to what Emily says," Lila laughed. John had to use all his willpower to stay in the booth, eat his tuna salad sandwich, sip his iced tea, and keep the small talk going with Lee. His mind was screaming for his attention, but he pushed down his anger and did his best to look calm. His heart was pounding in his ears, and sweat ran down from his armpits. Finally, he saw the auto service truck pull into the lot, and he quickly made an excuse and left. John drove home on autopilot. When he finally looked up and saw his garage, he realized he had no memory of the drive. The whole trip from the diner to his house was a blur. He took a long breath, got out of the car, and stumbled into the house. His thoughts were a mess, and he felt empty and lost. He knew he had to sit down and think it through, but he couldn't focus. He couldn't calm his mind. He couldn't even start to figure out why. "Lily is cheating on you, you fool," his mind screamed at him. "She's cheating on you, you idiot. She's cheating right under your nose, and you didn't even notice." "No, no," John screamed out loud. "That's not true. That's not true. Shut up." He stood still, shaking, trying to regain control. The pain he felt was deep, and tears kept coming to his eyes. He kept wiping them away. He walked slowly to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a small glass of scotch, adding water to it. Looking at the drink in his hand, he hesitated, then poured it into the sink. He knew that wasn't the answer. He wasn't his father. He went to the bathroom, washed his face, and searched the medicine cabinet for the small bottle of Xanax that Lily used to help her sleep. He paused for a moment, looking at the pills in his hand, then shook his head and put the bottle back. His lips twisted into a bitter smile, and he almost laughed at what he had considered doing. He felt a bit calmer as the shock of the sudden discovery wore off, and his mind began to work again, though still a bit erratically. So Derek Moriarty is back, he thought. He's back, and she never told me. No wonder our marriage has been falling apart these last few months. It's amazing she managed to juggle both her marriage and her lover. John reflected, now the question is, what am I going to do about this? There was little doubt in his mind that she'd been with him for months now, and they were even going away together on business. He laughed bitterly, no wonder she hasn't been interested in me. She's been getting enough from him. John knew he couldn't tolerate his wife's cheating. There was no way he could stay married to her. He would have to do something. He would have to file for divorce. The word hit him hard, divorce, such an ugly word, but there it was. He briefly thought about counseling but knew it was too late. Maybe before she started cheating, they could have done it, but not now. As John sat thinking about his bleak future, the sorrow inside him began to be replaced by a cold calm that cleared his mind. He felt a bitter anger at his wife's betrayal. No more tears, no more feeling sorry for myself. It's time to take action, he muttered under his breath. The deep lines of anguish on his face faded, replaced with a grim resolve. The boy who had once roamed the tough city streets took control. He wouldn't be fooled by anyone. Despite what I believed was clear evidence of Lily's cheating, John still had a small doubt. He knew he needed solid proof before he acted. He needed hard evidence of his wife's affair, and then there would be no doubt. A grim smile crossed his lips. There's a price to pay for cheating, sweetheart. A very high price, he muttered under his breath as he picked up the phone, not noticing the tears streaming down his cheeks. Stan Hopkins' voice echoed through the nearly empty office. It's almost 3 o'clock, and I have to leave. Are you guys almost finished? A couple more hours, Stan replied. Derek is wrapping up the first part of the final draft, and I'm nearly done here. Okay. Remember, your plane leaves at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Your tickets are at the counter. Get a good night's sleep and be ready for that meeting with Simmons. It should be routine unless they come up with something else to worry about. Say goodbye to Derek for me. See you all when you get back, Stan Hopkins said as he left. Leaving tomorrow evening is going to cause another fight with Tom, she thought to herself, wondering how they could ever get past this and if they could ever find their way back to the love they once had. Lily felt worried again. She realized that spending a couple of nights alone in a hotel with Derek, even in different rooms and maybe on different floors, might be trouble if John found out. She wondered if she had made a big mistake by not telling her husband that Derek was back at work. She shook her head impatiently. She hadn't done anything wrong and didn't plan to, but why did she feel so anxious? Tom, come in. Give me your jacket, Isabella said when she saw John at her door. Now tell me what's going on. You didn't sound like yourself on the phone. John replied, thanks for letting me come over on such short notice. I really need to talk to you, Isabella. Isabella saw his tired face and red eyes. She knew something had happened but would let John explain. Something was really wrong, and her heart went out to him. Okay, Tom, at least sit down, Isabella said as they moved into the cozy living room. The afternoon sun lit the room, making it feel warm and homely. If he wasn't so upset, he would have noticed how inviting Isabella's home was. He sat in one of the comfy chairs and crossed his legs, looking at her. He smiled weakly, feeling a rush of affection for his good friend, Isabella. I'm really sorry for bringing my problems to you. It seems you're the lucky one who has to hear them, John joked, trying to laugh. Isabella sat waiting, her body language showing she was ready to listen. John began to tell her his fears that Lily was having an affair. It all makes sense now, Isabella, why our marriage has been getting worse these past few months, her cold attitude, lack of affection, and disrespect. I don't even remember the last time we truly kissed. John's voice got louder, and he paused to calm down. Tears came to his eyes. I don't even remember the last time we kissed. Can you believe that? Isabella felt pain for him and Lily. Even with the information John gave her, she found it hard to believe Lily would cheat. She knew how much Lily loved him. "Tom," Isabella said gently, "listen, please. I know that finding out about Derek's return has upset you, but think about this, maybe she didn't tell you because she knew you would get angry. Maybe she didn't want to upset you. Couldn't that be true?" John just shook his head. "I've thought of that, Isabella. I've tried to believe that, but it doesn't match the facts. His return matches the start of our problems. That can't be just a coincidence. Whenever she said she had to work late or go in on a Saturday, I never doubted her. I knew her project was tough, and I was understanding. But the late nights, weekends, and sudden absences started to hurt our marriage. We fought about it, and I warned her she was putting her job ahead of us. She called me paranoid and tried to calm me down, saying it would soon be over and we'd be back to normal." John paused and then smiled bitterly. "Let's be honest, Isabella. Lily is with Derek, and there's no way I can accept that. My marriage is over. It's broken. All I need now is proof before I start divorce proceedings." Isabella gasped and covered her mouth. "Divorce? Wait, Tom, aren't you jumping to conclusions? All you have are suspicions. Yes, it doesn't look good, but don't rush. You need to get to the bottom of this. Talk to her. You know she can't lie to you." "Damn it, Isabella, she's been lying to me for months. She's gotten good at it. Look, Isabella, you're into drama and stagecraft. Can you make me up so I can't be recognized? I'm going to follow her and Derek and get the proof I need." Isabella laughed, releasing some tension. "Tom, what you're going to be is James Bond. Forget makeup, you'll look silly, and makeup won't last for days. But you might be right about flying out and just checking things out. You might find you're totally wrong. If you want to go unnoticed, just change a few things. You never wear a hat, so get a ball cap, buy some glasses from the dollar store, and instead of a suit, wear a denim jacket and jeans, something no one has seen you in. Those changes will make you disappear. Trust me." John nodded. "Good idea. I'll do just that. They don't expect to see me there, so I doubt they'll spot me. Lily is leaving Monday morning. I'll get a ticket for the flight after hers. At least I'll be doing something, not just sitting around imagining her with that jerk." Isabella grimaced. It felt strange to be in this position. John and Lily had often comforted her when her relationships didn't work out, but now things were different. Isabella had never thought she would be in this situation. She walked with John to the door, hugging him. Ask him to keep her updated. John promised he would, then slowly went to his car and drove away. Isabella stood in the doorway for a moment, deep in thought. She felt sorry for her friend, and a new thought came to her mind. John is planning to leave Lily, he will be free, Isabella whispered to herself. She quickly shook her head. "No, stop it, you fool," she scolded herself. "You are their friend, not someone trying to take advantage." But the thought lingered, the idea was planted, and it would come back again. "Tom, Tom," Lily shouted as she walked inside. Her husband had just come in from the back deck and heard her call his name. He stood there, noticing how upset she seemed. "Okay, Lily, calm down. I'm here." "What's wrong?" Lily took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. She feared John might get angry when she told him she would be leaving the next evening instead of Monday morning. "Tom, please don't be mad, and let's not fight again." I took a deep breath and said, "I'm leaving Sunday night instead of Monday. This project will be over once I get the final sign-off. No more crazy hours. Things can go back to normal. I know we have had problems, but let me finish this, and I promise things will get better." Lily waited, clenching her hands. She expected John to get angry like always, but John just stood there, holding back his anger. "Okay, Lily. I get it. No shouting, no words. I understand. Go do what you need to do. We'll talk when you get back. We have a lot to discuss. John then turned and left the house, got into his car, and drove away. He couldn't stand being near her. He didn't want to be in the same house. Lily watched him leave, surprised. John had never walked away in anger before. That's when Lily knew their marriage was in deep trouble. She wondered if they could ever fix it. Underneath her worry and fear, she felt a bit of anger. Why couldn't he understand her job and support her more? John came back late that night. He had parked by the river and walked for miles. He returned to his car, tired in both body and mind. As he drove home, he couldn't stop thinking about his marriage troubles. He told himself, what's the use of worrying? This needs to end. Quit the nonsense and just get it over with. He got home to a dark, quiet house. It was past midnight. Tom quietly went upstairs to the guest room, too tired to change his clothes. He kicked off his shoes, lay on the bed, and despite his troubled thoughts, fell into a deep sleep. The next day was tense in the Thompson household. Tom and Lily avoided each other. When the taxi arrived in the afternoon, Lily picked up her briefcase and suitcase and left without saying a word to Tom. John watched from the window as she got into the cab and drove away. He started to have second thoughts about his plans for the next day. Did it matter anymore? Lily leaving felt like the end of their relationship. Did it matter if she was going to meet someone else? No, I need proof. I need hard evidence. I can't have any doubts. Tom checked into a hotel the following morning, dressed differently to avoid being recognized. He wore a Phillies baseball cap, silly glasses, a plaid shirt, jeans, and a denim jacket. He even surprised himself with how different he looked and felt confident he wouldn't be noticed. It was after 11 a.m., and he knew Lily would be out. He planned to stay in the lobby in a hidden spot where he could see the elevators but wouldn't be easily seen from the check-in desk. John headed to his room but paused when he saw a flower shop. He went in, picked up a business card, and then stepped out into a small corner. He called the flower shop and ordered a dozen roses to be delivered to Lily's room within the next hour. Tom went back to the lobby and waited. Soon, he saw a bellman carrying a vase of red roses and followed him to the elevator. The bellman, whose name tag read Bill, pushed the button for the 12th floor. Bill looked at Tom, who just nodded and smiled. They both got off on the 12th floor. Bill turned left, while John slowed down, watching him go. John saw Bill knock on a door, wait a bit, and then use a key to enter room 1212. John smiled, turned, and quickly headed to the stairs. He didn't want Bill to see him on the 11th floor. He walked to the elevators, saw one going down, waited, and then pressed the button. He got off on the 9th floor where his room was. At 4 o'clock, Tom was seated in the lobby with a newspaper on his lap, but he wasn't really reading it. His eyes kept drifting to the clock on the wall, and time seemed to move very slowly. At 6:33, he saw Lily walk into the lobby. She was with a tall, thin, blonde man whom Tom recognized as James Moriarty, even though it had been years since they last met. They both looked tense, not happy. It seemed things hadn't gone well in their meeting. They weren't talking much. John saw Moriarty take Lily's elbow, trying to lead her to the dining room, but she pulled away, shook her head, and headed to the elevators. Moriarty shrugged and followed her. John watched the elevator lights, which stopped at the 8th floor before going up to the 12th. He realized he had been holding his breath and let it out in a loud sigh. John went to the hotel coffee shop and quickly ate a sandwich and drank iced tea. He didn't want to be away for too long. Soon, he was back in his chair with the newspaper, pretending to read. He stayed there until a little after 11 o'clock, then went to his room. His suitcase was still on the bed. Deep in thought, he unpacked, washed up, and brushed his teeth. Maybe Lily was right. He thought, maybe I was being paranoid. They didn't look like they were having an affair. They didn't touch, didn't smile softly. Their actions seemed professional. Tom shook his head. Was he being foolish? He got undressed, put on pajamas, and got into bed but couldn't sleep. He needed to think, needed to figure out what was really happening. Could he have been wrong? John knew he needed to set his feelings aside and think clearly, something he should have done months ago. But being in love and thinking your partner is being unfaithful makes it hard to think straight. John's thoughts were jumbled. He knew he had to finish this undercover mission, go home, and talk to Lily. He had to tell her his worries and fears without letting it turn into another argument. Every time they tried to talk about their problems, they ended up fighting. Maybe it was his fault too, but this time they needed to either solve their problems or agree it was over. Tom felt a sudden emptiness. Life without Lily would be a pale imitation of what he had. He loved her and always had, but knew that love could turn bitter without care. John, still confused about the future, turned over and despite himself, fell into a troubled sleep. He woke late the next morning, feeling like he hadn't slept much. His head hurt, and there was a bad taste in his mouth. He quickly showered, brushed his teeth, dressed, and went down to the coffee shop. He wasn't very hungry, had toast and coffee, and thought about his options. He realized he had to consider that Lily's affair might just be his imagination. He felt ashamed, jumping to conclusions wasn't like him. He needed to be objective and consider that his doubts might be baseless. He decided to stay for the second night, which he had reserved. He would watch the lobby again but was starting to think he wouldn't see anything suspicious. That evening, John was back in his chair in the lobby, with another newspaper but wasn't reading it. He kept looking at the clock. It was past 7 o'clock, and he was getting worried again. At 7:14, he felt a bit of relief when he saw Lily enter the lobby, but his relief didn't last long. Lily and Moriarty were laughing and holding each other. Moriarty had his arm around her, whispering in her ear. John's heart sank as he saw the joy in her eyes and the flush on her cheeks. They went into the dining room and sat down out of his sight. Lily was thrilled. They had finally convinced Simone to sign the contract after many months of hard work and long hours. She felt like all their efforts had finally paid off. She believed this success could get her a partnership in the firm. She felt happy and looked at her dining partner, Derek, with fondness. Even though Derek had a bit of a reputation with the ladies, he was a smart lawyer and worked very hard. She would make sure he got the credit he deserved. "Essie," Derek said excitedly, "I can't believe it's finally over. All those months we spent working on it. It almost makes me dizzy." He called the waiter and ordered a bottle of wine. Lily almost wanted to say no, but then she shrugged. Why not, she thought. We deserve it. We worked so hard for this moment. They ate their dinner slowly, enjoying every bite. They soon finished the bottle of wine, chatted easily, and both felt relaxed and happy about their success. Lily glanced at her watch. It was almost 9 p.m. "Okay, Derek, it's getting late, and we have a flight to catch tomorrow. Time to call it a night," she said, her voice a bit slurred. "Oh, come on, Essie, it's not that late. Let's not end the night yet. How about we go to the lounge and relax a bit more?" Derek pleaded. "We're both on a high from today. We need to chill out, just a couple more drinks. The night is still young. Come on, Lily." She paused and then laughed at the hopeful look on Derek's face. Why not, she thought. It really is early. "Okay, Derek, let me go up to my room and change out of this suit. I'll be down in a bit, but just for one drink." That's it. Derek watched eagerly as Lily walked to the elevators. He breathed a sigh of relief, seeing her enter alone. He almost went back to his room but decided to go to the lounge for a drink instead. He needed something to relax him after seeing Lily and Moriarty at the hotel together. Tom found a seat at the end of the bar and ordered a scotch on the rocks. He saw Moriarty sitting in a corner booth and wondered why he sat there. John turned away quickly, not wanting to be noticed. From where he sat, the mirror behind the bar gave him a good view of that part of the lounge. He could watch without being seen. John slowly sipped his drink, feeling his tension ease. He started to think maybe his worries were for nothing and planned out an apology to Lily that she couldn't refuse. His eyes kept drifting to the mirror. He still saw Moriarty in the booth, nursing the one drink he had ordered. The lounge wasn't very crowded. Looking at his watch, Tom saw it was almost 9:30 p.m. Just as he was about to leave, his stomach tightened, and his throat clenched. Lily walked into the lounge wearing a simple white blouse, a tight black skirt, and a string of pearls around her neck. Tom recognized those pearls. He had given them to her for her 40th birthday. Lily saw Moriarty in the booth and walked over, a bit unsteady. Moriarty stood up, took her hand, and showed her to the booth, then slid in beside her. John was too far away to hear their conversation, but he could see it all in the mirror. The way they were together spoke volumes. Tom saw Moriarty wave to the bartender and order drinks. He then gave her some money with a smile. The drinks came, and the two of them sipped and talked happily. John kept watching in the mirror, seeing his wife laugh and glow, looking so happy. Moriarty touched her hand and arm as he spoke softly to her. John felt a deep anger building inside him. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. He sat there quietly, his thoughts clear. He saw his wife acting all lovey-dovey over that man and knew their marriage was over. But Tom decided he wouldn't just give up quietly. He sat there with a grim smile on his face, watching the two in the booth. Lily giggled at something Moriarty whispered to her. She giggled again, feeling the effects of the wine and the drinks. She didn't even object when Moriarty ordered another round. Lily felt great, on top of the world. Her hard work had paid off, so why not celebrate a bit more? She quickly drank the next glass, not noticing Moriarty signaling for more. She felt warm and happy. Then she felt Moriarty's lips on hers. She tried to push him away, but her hands betrayed her. Instead of pushing, they clutched his shirt, pulling him closer. Simplified version. Lily felt a bit of clarity and pulled away. No, she gasped. I can't. I'm married. She stammered, but Moriarty ignored her weak protests, kissing her neck gently. Lily felt desire again. It was clear what he wanted. Moriarty took advantage, moving his hand to touch her. Lily rested her head on his shoulder, whispering, "Please, Derek, we shouldn't. It's wrong." But she didn't try to stop him. She lifted her head and kissed him. The alcohol made everything fuzzy and exciting. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the moment. "I see you don't mind if I join," said John, slipping into the seat across from them. He placed a newspaper and some clothes on the table. Lily, confused, realized her husband was sitting there. Her hand went to her mouth, and her face turned pale. Moriarty, struggling to fix his pants, tried to leave but stopped when John snarled, "Move, and I'll rip your face off." Moriarty stayed seated, looking scared. He remembered his first run-in with Lily's husband. Lily felt a chill. The excitement disappeared. John's sudden appearance felt like cold water thrown on her. She saw the anger in his eyes. "Tell me I'm paranoid," John said coldly. "Tell me I'm being unreasonable. How I should be more understanding." John turned to Moriarty, who was fidgeting. "I should thank you at least. You pulled your hand away when I arrived. I'm not sure if my dear wife would have done that." Lily gasped, tears forming in her eyes. She felt sick, dizzy. The man in front of her didn't look like her husband. It wasn't just his strange clothes. It was his cold eyes and cruel smile. Then she realized his eyes showed pure hatred. "I should apologize for interrupting," John sneered. "I should have let you finish or go to a room to continue your cheating." His voice was harsh and strained. "Lily, how long has he been with you?" "Huh. No wonder you've been so unhappy with me lately." He continued, "Your gym must have incredible skills. How did it feel, Lily? How did you enjoy knowing I'd feel humiliated?" John's voice turned into a hiss, spit flying. "Wait a minute, Buddy, Moriarty interrupted, but he stopped when he saw Jan's rage. Get out. You scumbag. But listen, keep looking over your shoulder. One day, I'll be there. Maybe not tomorrow, next week, or even next month, but someday, I'll be there. I promise you that. I'll kill you. Moriarty didn't wait. He quickly left, almost running. John chuckled grimly, watching him go. Then he turned back to his wife, who stared at him in horror. She never heard him speak like that before. Everything felt unreal. John looked at her messy clothes, and his anger grew. He sat and wondered what went wrong between them. Was it him? Was he a bad husband? Or was Lily just unhappy with him? John suddenly realized he didn't care. It didn't matter why. Lily's voice, full of emotion, broke his thoughts. Tom, please. I lost control. I let things go too far. Please forgive me. I was happy about the Simmons contract and lost control. I'm so sorry. Her voice faded as she cried. John just looked at her. Shut up, Lily. I don't want to hear more lies, he muttered. He removed the newspaper, showing her red panties on the table. John paused, listening to her sobs. I remember these, he said, touching the fabric. I gave them to you for your birthday almost a year ago. You said scarlet was your favorite color. Maybe you should take these and make a big wow to wear on your dress. But we don't do that anymore, do we? That's a shame. Maybe we should. It could help others keep them safe. John thought, you told me you would save these for a special occasion. He paused, remembering, you never wore them, at least not for me, Lily. Did you? But you wore them now, you wear them for your new lover. His voice became bitter. Stay here and be with Scott. You don't have to worry about me finding out now, but don't come home. Don't come home yet. Wait until I am gone. I'll leave in a day or two. Make sure you don't show up until then. I don't want to see you, Lily. I don't want you near me. Just stay away until I am gone. John continued in a dull tone, I'm filing for divorce. He looked up at her and she gasped, turning pale. We'll split everything, but you can have the house. I'll never step inside it again. I'll just take my clothes and personal items. Oh, and my research materials. I need them for my work. The work you always mocked. We'll split everything else. That's fair, John said, his mouth twisted in a grimace. Don't fight it, Lily, if you do, I'll tell what I saw tonight, and it'll ruin your career. Oh, and your lovers too. We don't want that, do we? Keeping his eyes on hers, John picked up Lily's undergarment and put it into his pocket. Then he stood up and walked away from the table. He stopped, looked back at Lily quietly crying, then turned and kept walking. 3 months had passed since Tom Thompson moved out of their home. He started the divorce process as he promised, and now Lily was fighting it hard, even though he warned her he would expose her cheating with Moriarty. John found something out about himself during this time. He realized he couldn't bring himself to tell their private issues to everyone. Was it because he'd be embarrassed, or was it that he didn't want to ruin his wife's name? It didn't really matter. Whatever the reason, he couldn't go through with his threat. His lawyer and friend, Sherwood Holmes, told him that Lily would keep fighting the divorce unless John agreed to talk to her privately with no restrictions. Lily said she at least deserved to be heard. If after that talk, John still wanted the divorce, she would stop fighting it. That's the deal, said Holmes. You know Lily. She's a very skilled lawyer, and she could drag this out forever if you really want the divorce. Sit down and listen to her. It won't kill you, Holmes. Tom sat still in Holmes's office. He wasn't comforted by the rich leather chairs, the dark wood walls, or the many law books. He looked out the window at the bare trees and the grey sky, then turned back to Holmes and snapped, forget her and her demands. She wants to fight the divorce. Let her. I just don't care anymore. Holmes sighed and leaned back in his chair. Tom, listen. We've been friends for a long time. I'm more than just your lawyer. I'm your friend, too. Remember, this will cost you a lot of money you don't have, even with the discount this firm is giving you because of me. Sit down and listen to her, then you can move on with your life, Holmes said. John shook his head. No, Woody. I won't talk to her. I won't speak with her. I just won't. I know you think I am being stubborn, but I know what she's going to say. Believe me, I could write it out myself. She'll either admit her affair and ask for forgiveness, or she'll try to lie about it. I don't want to hear it. There's nothing she can say that will change my mind. Woody, I know you're right about the cost of this. You can tell Lily that I won't talk to her, and she can do whatever she wants. Hold off on the divorce. It doesn't matter anymore. I have no plans to get married again, probably never will. Tom smiled a bit and let out a bitter laugh. Maybe she'll agree to the divorce when she finds another guy and wants to move on. I don't care anymore. Holmes shrugged. Okay, Tom. I'll let her know. We'll just hold all the papers until you're ready. But do me a favor, when you feel up to it, give me a call. Let's have dinner. It's been ages since we got together. He paused, his voice fading. Tom stood up and put a hand on his friend's shoulder. Damn, I'm sorry, Woody. It's been over a year since Mary died. Here I am, talking about my problems, and I know you're still hurting. Of course, I'll call you. Give me a few days. We'll have dinner and a few beers. I'd really like that, Holmes said. Holmes smiled and walked John out of the office. He stood for a moment, shaking his head in sympathy, watching his friend walk out the front door into the cold grey afternoon. It didn't take Tom long to drive home. He parked in the driveway and slowly walked through the front door of his townhouse. He paused for a moment, looking around at his new rental. He had moved in about 6 weeks ago and had spent a fortune on paint, new carpets, and furniture. He had promised himself he would start his new life in a nice place. He wouldn't live like a monk. Forget it. He would enjoy his single life. After all, he was only 46. There was life after marriage, a marriage that he hoped would end someday. John paced around his new place, glancing about, while still annoyed at Lily's stubbornness. There was a big living room and dining room, a modern kitchen with fancy stone countertops, and 2 up-to-date bathrooms, one connected directly to the master bedroom. But the real deal clincher was the small added room right off the living room, which you could reach through sliding glass doors. Inside was a modern hot tub with all the latest features. Tom smiled as he looked at it. Over the last few weeks, he had spent many hours relaxing in that tub, easing his tight muscles and calming his worried mind. Meanwhile, Isabella was in a heated argument. Damn it, Tony, it's not the end of the world, she shouted. It's just not working. You know that. It was great, but it's just not working. You're just scared of your mother. Tony retorted, she wants you to marry a nice Italian girl. Well, I'm not good enough for her. Get out, Tony. Isabella's voice cracked, and she turned away so he wouldn't see her tears. Tony stood still for a moment, looking truly sorry, then quietly left, closing the door behind him. Isabella sighed and collapsed on the sofa. Her tears stopped, and a small ironic smile appeared on her face. It wasn't that she really loved Tony. It was just so frustrating that she couldn't keep a man. What's wrong with me, she wondered. Why can't I find someone who truly loves me after all these years? Why can't I find someone to share my life with? Taking a deep breath, Isabella headed to the bathroom, sat down, and relieved herself. She stepped into the shower and let the hot water wash over her, feeling some tension melt away. She quickly washed, then stepped out and dried herself with a towel. After hanging up the towel, she reached for her robe and paused to look at herself in the mirror. She saw a tall, mature woman in the prime of her life, her dark hair now shorter and framing her face, her light olive skin flawless. She grimaced and muttered, "Darn it," then threw the bathroom door open. Isabella impatiently threw the robe over her shoulders and flopped onto the bed, picking up a novel she had started. She tried to get into the boring plot but soon tossed the book aside. "Darn it, I need a drink," she said aloud. She got up, went to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, some ice, and a splash of bourbon. Back in the living room, Isabella sank into a cozy chair, sipped her drink, and pondered where her life was going. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself, girl," she muttered. "I need some company. I need to get out of here." Suddenly, an idea came to her, and she picked up the phone to dial Tom. "Hey, it's Isabella. Are you busy? I'd really like to come over." She listened to his reply, "That's great. I'll see you in an hour or sooner." As darkness fell, Isabella pulled into John's driveway, quickly got out of her car, and walked to the front door. Before she could ring the bell, the door opened, and Tom pulled her into the warm hallway. "Perfect timing, sweetie," John said. "The delivery guy just left, and the food is still hot. Come on, give me your coat, and let's eat." Tom laughed. "Wow, Tom, you sure know how to sweep a girl off her feet. This is perfect. I didn't realize I was hungry, but now that you mention it, I'm starving. Lead the way." They chatted while eating takeout Chinese food. After throwing the empty containers in the trash, they moved to the living room with the last bit of wine from an open bottle. They filled their glasses and John tossed the empty bottle into the trash. They continued their friendly chat until their glasses were empty. Tom considered opening another bottle but then looked at Isabella. "You know what, enough with the small talk. Let's get serious." He got up and fetched a good bottle of scotch from the bar cabinet, pouring a generous amount into 2 glasses over ice. He handed one to Isabella and sat down in an easy chair across from her. He took a sip and looked at his friend. "Okay, sweetie, lay it on me. What's bothering you? Tell Uncle Tom." Isabella laughed and sipped her drink. "You know, this is really good. I never realized you had such good taste in liquor." John sat quietly, watching her. "Oh, darn it. I guess you know me better than that. It's Tony. He broke up with me today." "For heaven's sake, Tom, what's wrong with me? Why can't I keep a man?" John said, "You really want to know? It's no big mystery, but you need to be sure you want to know." Isabella sat quietly for a moment, surprised at his words. "What do you mean? If you knew, why didn't you tell me before? Why keep quiet, Tom?" John raised his hands defensively. Wait, Isabella. Lily never let me say anything to you. She didn't want to hurt your feelings. I didn't agree, but I thought she might be right. But now, who cares what she thinks?" John sneered and then laughed. "It's you, sweetie. It's your fault, and I'll tell you why. You always pick the wrong guys, Renee. I've tried to tell you this before, but you never understood. Why do you think that? It's not like we hit it off with any of those guys you brought around. Listen, you're beautiful and smart. You can get almost any guy you want, but the ones you pick hurt you. Think about it, Isabella." At first, she felt a flash of anger in her eyes. It was hard for her to hear what John had just said. He implied, no, he flat out said that she didn't know how to pick good men. But she wasn't dumb. After feeling angry for a moment, she thought about what John said and realized he was right. The guys she dated were jerks. She had never had a good relationship that ended well. "Son of a gun," she whispered, "you're right. Why didn't I see that before? Why do I do that? Maybe I need to see a doctor about it." John protested, standing up. No. You're not a loser. Don't think that, but maybe it's a good idea to talk to someone who can help. That could really be a smart move. John hesitated and then chuckled sadly. Maybe I need that too. I'm not exactly thinking straight either. They looked at each other for a moment. John tried not to laugh. Isabella smiled a little, and soon they were both laughing hard. "Boy, we're quite the pair," Isabella said, taking a big sip from her glass. "At least you had almost 20 good years with one woman." She immediately put her hand over her mouth, seeing John's eyes start to tear up. "Sorry, Tom. That just slipped out. I didn't mean it." John said sadly, "No, it's okay, Renee. You're right. Those were mostly good years. That's why it's so sad now. I always wonder how many other men she was with during those good years. When you lose trust in someone you love, everything becomes doubtful." John said sadly, "Enough with that. Let's fill these glasses again. I'm glad you came over, Renee. We can drink together." So, the two friends sat, chatted nicely, and slowly got a bit drunk, which was their goal. They both knew binge drinking would make them feel worse later, especially the next morning, but right now, they didn't care. Tommy slurred, "Isabella, use the what's that tub outside the spa?" John asked, trying to focus. "Hey, good idea. Let's get in the spa. Come on." John stumbled over to her, and they walked with their arms around each other into the small alcove. "Oh no, swimsuit, Tommy," Isabella said sadly. "Forget it. Let's just go skinny dipping," John laughed. Isabella laughed too. "All right," she said, and they began to undress. Soon, they were both naked. John always kept the spa heated since he used it often, so it was warm enough even now. They paused for a moment, looking at each other. "Wow," John muttered, coming out of his drunken haze a bit, "you look amazing." Isabella blushed a little but didn't feel shy. "You don't look bad either, Tommy," she said. This time, John blushed. He laughed and said, "See, you're not so bad after all. Come on, let's get in." He helped her into the warm bubbling water. They sat next to each other and enjoyed the jets of water on their bare skin. They were very aware of each other's closeness. John's mind was foggy from the whiskey, but he knew he had to be careful. He didn't want to ruin his friendship with Isabella by doing something wrong. Isabella, however, wasn't as worried. "Should I make a move, or will he? Will he get mad?" "Oh, whatever," she thought. She moved closer to John. John felt it and pulled away gently. After a few moments, splashing water on his face, "I'm sorry, Renee. I don't know what happened. I can't. I just can't do this," he said, putting his face in his hands, shaking a little. Isabella helped John out of the spa and into one of the soft robes hanging on the deck. She put on another robe herself and led John to the bedroom, laying him down like a child. It seemed he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Knowing she couldn't drive in her condition, Isabella went to the second bedroom and crawled into bed, trying to sleep but she couldn't. She realized that John was not available, even though he was separated from Lily. She knew he never would be, and deep down, she knew she didn't truly love Tom. He was her best friend, but there was no romantic love between them. Her eyes filled with tears, not because of that, but because of the pain her friend was going through. The sad thing was that John loved Lily with a special kind of love. Her cheating would haunt him forever. "Isabella, I know I messed up, and I know I messed up badly, but John is wrong. I never had an affair with Derek or any other man. He thinks I've been cheating on him for months now, and I can't get him to sit down and talk to me," Lily said, sitting quietly, her mind racing. "I have to convince him he's wrong. He needs to know that what he saw was a one-time thing." The past few months had been really tough for Lily. She had lost weight and looked tired and pale. She barely had energy to do anything besides work. Isabella decided to visit her. Isabella knew John was having a hard time, and seeing Lily confirmed her fears. "I think I understand, Lily," Isabella said gently, "but I don't get Tom. I've tried talking to him, but he won't listen. He won't see or talk to you. He's never been this stubborn before." Lily whispered almost to herself, "I think I've hurt him badly." Isabella replied, "He won't even face me, and I can't blame him. Tears filled Lily's eyes. Every time I think I've no more tears left, they just keep coming. She stood up, wiped her tears, and asked, Renee, could you please stay with me for a while? I need to do something, and I really need your support. Can you stay? Of course, I'll stay. I just wish there was more I could do to help, Isabella replied, squeezing Lily's cold hands. Lily is not going to fight the divorce. Meanwhile, Tom Thompson was stunned by what he had just heard from his lawyer, Woody. What's going on? Is Lily trying to pull a fast one? She doesn't give in this easily. After a pause, he said, Okay, let her come. Let's see if she signs without any conditions. I won't hold my breath, though. Dinner sure, I know where that is. I'll meet you there at 7 o'clock. See you then. Walking around his home, John was deep in thought. He felt uneasy, though he should be happy. This is what I wanted, right? Wandering from room to room, he finally sank into a chair. What's wrong with me? He muttered. I need a beer. He decided, heading for the kitchen. The phone rang just as he opened the fridge. Hello. Oh, hi, Isabella. What's up? Forget it, Isabella. Oh, sure. I'm meeting Woody tonight. You can join us. Actually, I'll pick you up around 6:30. We'll go together, and no more nagging, okay? See you tonight. Bye. Later that evening, Tom and Isabella walked into the restaurant, seeing Woody already at the table. John introduced them quickly, noticing they were acting shy. Isabella's cheeks were red, and Woody seemed reluctant to let go of her hand. Hey, you two, laughed John, you look like teenagers on a first date. Do you like each other? Both Woody and Isabella blushed and quickly sat down. Tom, that's enough. Isabella said, smiling shyly, you're embarrassing us. The evening went on with little talk about John's divorce. They all agreed to wait until Lily actually signed the papers. For now, it was just a waiting game. Trying to guess what would happen next didn't make sense. So at dinner, the talk was all about Woody Holmes and Isabella Adler. John felt left out but didn't bother him. He just watched and listened with a relaxed smile as his friends grew more interested in each other. It was clear they liked each other a lot. John thought this could be really good for both of them. Maybe Woody could finally move on from his wife's death, and Isabella might have found someone decent. After dinner, John went to the bathroom, washed his hands quickly, and walked back to the table. When he sat down, Woody looked nervous and started to stutter. John, he began, blushing, I hope this is. Oh, stop it, John. Interrupted Woody, Woody wants to drive me home. I hope you don't mind. Isabella said quickly, her face also turning pink, well, I don't know about that. John teased, remember I'm the one who brought you here and drove Isabella. Tom laughed and looked warmly at his friends. Of course not. I don't mind at all, he said. Lily, it's good to see you, even if things aren't perfect, Holmes said, holding her hand. Please come in and sit. Thanks, Woody. You know this is hard for me. Let's get it over with quickly. I just want it done, Lily responded. I understand why John doesn't want to see or talk to me, she added. Holmes noticed how tired and pale she looked. He sighed, understanding her pain. I'm really sorry. Yes, I tried to change his mind, but John can be stubborn. I'm glad you're not fighting this. It's better for both of you, Holmes said. Lily nodded and asked for the papers. Woody gave her the documents, and she signed without reading them, surprising him. You're not going to read it? Woody asked. Why? I trust you, Woody. I know you're a good lawyer. You know what to do, and John won't cheat me. He has more integrity than I do, she said softly, blushing slightly. Lily, Woody said sharply, I know this is hurting you a lot. I will talk to John again now that you signed without mentioning anything beforehand. He might be less stubborn. He probably felt forced to talk before. Woody explained. Lily shrugged. Whatever, Woody. If he doesn't change his mind, I'll understand. I ruined our marriage. I hoped we could at least be friends. She paused, tearing up again. Sorry, Woody. I need to get a grip, she whispered, standing up. Please forgive me. I have to go, she said, hurrying out of the office. Woody shook his head sadly, deep in thought, then he reached for the phone. Hello, Renee. It's me, Lily. Just left my office, and I'm really worried about her. She signed the divorce papers without reading them. Surprised isn't the word, Woody said. Listen, I know you're close to John. Can you meet him and tell him it's over? Tell him Lily didn't read the divorce conditions. We might make him feel a bit guilty for not talking to her. Woody laughed. Yeah, we are meddling, but it's for a good reason. I'm glad you agree. We know John will calm down and be reasonable. He should talk to her, and I think he will. Woody said, Okay, you handle it. Are we still on for tonight? Great, I'll pick you up around 7. Bye, honey. Tom Thompson approached the door of his old home with some anxiety. He felt a lump in his throat and sweat on his forehead, despite the cold weather. He stood there, wondering if listening to Isabella and Woody was a good idea. He didn't want to bring up old pain. He didn't want to think about Lily's betrayal. The memory of the hotel still made him shiver and feel sick. His last talk with Isabella still bothered him. Isabella had repeated what Lily told her. Lily wasn't trying to excuse her actions, saying it was due to the success of a project, too much alcohol, and Derek being there flattering her. Bull, John had exploded. You're saying she just loved the man who was there. Knock it off, Tom. You know that's not what I mean, Isabella had snapped back. They calmed down eventually, and Isabella convinced John to meet Lily. But when the door opened and Lily stood there, lit from behind, John almost turned away. Tom, please come in, she pleaded. John stood tall, forced a weak smile, and stepped inside. Okay, thank you, Lily, he muttered as he entered the house that once felt like home. John scanned the room with quick glances. Nothing looked different. Everything was just as it had always been, except for a thin layer of dust on everything. This surprised him because Lily always kept things clean. She hated dirt. He stayed silent. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Tom, Lily said softly. I truly appreciate it, and I promise I won't take more time than needed. All right, Lily, Tom replied, his voice cold. Woody and Isabella convinced me to come. I don't see how this will help anyone, but since you're not fighting the divorce, I gave in and agreed to meet. Lily swallowed hard. She knew this talk would be tough, but she was ready for it. She had to tell John the truth and admit her huge mistake. She hoped he might forgive her. Tom, please just listen. It will help me, she said, her eyes pleading. John paused, his gaze piercing, then nodded and sat down stiffly. Okay, Lily. I'm listening. Lily took a deep breath. Tom, believe me when I say I've never been with Derek or any man other than you. I had no plan to do that. I know what you saw that night makes it hard to believe, but it's the truth. John cut in sharply, the truth is rarely pure and never simple. Lily blushed and begged him again to listen. She fought back tears. I can't explain my foolish actions that night. I've thought about it a lot, wondering why I let it happen. I have no excuses. I've been ashamed and tormented myself. I kept asking why I allowed Derek to do that. She couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Her cheeks were wet. I wish I had a simple answer. The only reasons I can think of were the joy and relief from finishing the contract successfully and the amount of alcohol I drank. You know I haven't had more than a glass of wine since then. John sat with a blank face, struggling to control his anger despite his feelings. He believed her when she said she hadn't slept with Derek or anyone else, but this belief brought him no comfort, only more inner conflict. "I also felt a bit angry with you, Lily," admitted John. "I thought you should have been more supportive." "I know that sounds unreasonable, but that's how I felt. It's no excuse, but it's the truth. I've replayed that night in my mind over and over. I know how shallow all this sounds and how horrible I feel, but believe me, Tom, you can't hate me more than I hate myself." She grabbed a tissue and wiped her eyes. "Sorry for the tears, Tom. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, but here I am breaking another promise. Tom, is there any way we can save our marriage? Counseling or something, anything." John looked at her for a moment, sighed, and sank back in his chair. He felt empty, like he had lost something precious. "Lily, answer this. If I hadn't shown up that night, would you have ended up in bed with Derek? Would you have let him seduce you? Would you have been unfaithful?" Lily gasped. Deep down, she knew what John was saying was true. She would have ended up in Derek's bed. She turned even paler, realizing this truth. But John waved her away. "You see, Lily, that's the point. You cheated on our marriage when you let him kiss you. You cheated when you kissed him back passionately. You cheated when you let him undress you and touch you. You promised yourself to me, your husband, and you broke that promise." John's voice rose, but he took a deep breath to calm down. He didn't want an argument. "Do you understand what I'm saying, Lily?" Lily nodded, finally understanding the depth of her actions. She felt sick and hopeless. Tears falling again. John looked at her with pity. "I feel sorry for you," he said gently. "I feel sorry for us. Maybe it's not all your fault. Maybe I too share some of the blame. Maybe I could have been more helpful, more kind, but that doesn't make up for what you did that night. Anyway, I have to ask myself a tough question: what would be easier for me? Is it easier to live with doubt or regret? Is it possible to move past this and stay married? Can I spend my life not trusting you, always wondering if you'll betray me again? Can I keep looking over my shoulder, waiting to see if you'll mess up again? Or should I live without you, feeling sad that our marriage ended, sad that you didn't love me enough to stay faithful, sad that I wasn't enough for you, sad that even though I forgive you, I can't forget what happened?" Tom stopped and felt tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Essie. I can't live with doubt. Regret is easier." John stood still for a moment, feeling sorry for his wife, who was curled up on the couch crying. He turned and slowly walked out the door into the night. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine witnessing the woman you love in the arms of another man, the moment your world shatters into pieces. This is not just a story of infidelity, but a heart-stopping journey of betrayal and revenge. I'm David, an ordinary man until the day I uncovered my wife Lisa's secret. Now, I invite you to step into a complex world filled with deception and vengeance, where every choice could lead to salvation or doom. Are you ready? Join me as we peel back the layers of mystery, delve into the dark side of human nature, and follow one man's desperate quest for truth and justice amidst despair. I never imagined betrayal could cut this deep. My world shattered the moment I caught her, my beautiful wife, in the arms of another man. Every promise, every whisper of love, now a cruel joke. Rage consumed me as I watched them, my heart splintering with each deceitful kiss. I couldn't just stand by and let them get away with it. The man she chose over our vows, he had no idea what was coming. This isn't just a story of infidelity, it's a tale of revenge raw and merciless. I am not a victim, I am the reckoning. As I sit at my computer trying to figure out how to tell my story, I know no one will believe it. I didn't believe it either when I first heard about what happened to my dad, but the more I think about it, the more I'm sure it's true. Still, I've struggled with whether to share it, even though I'm sure people will ignore it. I feel it should be written down. I decided that if nothing else, it's a way for my children to learn about their grandfather. I love my dad and still miss him, even after 7 years. It all started 9 years ago, but for this story, I'll begin with my trip to the bank. The bank manager left me waiting in an office while he confirmed a court order with the bank's lawyer. This order declared my dad dead. While I waited, I looked at a note that had come a week ago with a safe deposit key. The note was in my dad's handwriting, but all it had was the bank's name. It was the only word I'd had from my dad in 7 years. The court order would let me get into his safe deposit box, one I never knew he had. I can't believe it's been 7 years since my dad vanished. Some think he was murdered, others say he died in an accident, and his body hasn't been found. Some think he ran off to escape his ex-wife, which is the most ridiculous theory. My dad loved his ex-wife deeply. I can't picture him running away from her, but truthfully, I have no idea what happened. It's like he disappeared from the earth. Let me introduce myself. My name is David Evans, and my father's name was Richard. I'm at the bank today because of two events that happened one day apart. A week and a day ago was the 7th anniversary of my dad's disappearance. This meant my dad's estate could finally be handled legally. The day after that, I got a key and a note from my dad. He had rented a box at a bank 3 counties away, which I had never known about. The reason I didn't go to the bank right away was that I had to get the proper court papers. Now I'm in the manager's office while they check these papers. I'm really curious about what my dad left in that mystery box. I already know my sister and I are the only ones to inherit our dad's estate. It bothers me that my sister Emily is acting as a co-trustee. She betrayed our dad, and now she wants to sell the ranch. I don't even know if she can do that, but it worries me. My lawyer says that if the IRS gets involved, the sale of the ranch will probably be forced, even though this isn't Emily's fault. I'm still mad at her. My sister and I have never gotten along. To her, I was her dumb younger brother. She was 2 years older and treated me as if I were stupid. Emily always made fun of me in front of her friends. When it finally hit me that we wouldn't be friends, I started getting back at her for all her insults. One time, when I was 9, Emily had her friends over for a sleepover. She told them she had seen me naked, and they called me Willie all day. That night, I snuck into Emily's room and sprinkled itching powder on her and her friends' clothes. The next day, they started itching uncontrollably. My mum was furious, but my dad thought it was funny. The girls had to shower and wash their clothes twice, and they were still itching when they went home. You'd think Emily would leave me alone after that, but she didn't. We kept getting back at each other. I learned that girls can be much sneakier than boys. My sister got better at hiding her tricks, sometimes taking me a month to catch on. I'm not a subtle guy. Once, Emily took my pet lizard and put it in our parents' bed. My mum freaked out, and I got punished because I hadn't closed my pet's cage properly. At first, I thought it was my fault, but then I saw my sister smirking. To get back at her, I dropped a cockroach down her back. She screamed and stripped her clothes off in the front yard. I got grounded for a week but felt satisfied every time I saw her after that. I really learned how sneaky women can be from my mom, how she treated my dad at the end of their marriage, which made me wary of women for a long time. It wasn't until I met Lisa that I started to trust a woman again, but even then, my fear of betrayal almost ruined my marriage. I love Lisa with all my heart, despite my fears. I asked her to marry me, and she said yes without any hesitation. But the mistrust that my mother had planted in me started to come between Lisa and me. Finally, Lisa couldn't take it anymore and confronted me. David, one day we need to talk. My heart raced. I thought this was the moment she would tell me she found someone else and wanted a divorce. I was ready to feel hurt and anger. What do we need to talk about? I asked, trying to sound calm. You are driving me crazy, always checking on me, she said bluntly. If you can't trust me, then our marriage has no future. Her words hit me hard. I thought I was being so sneaky, but Lisa knew our marriage was on the line. I saw two choices: deny it or admit it and explain. Thank God I chose to tell the truth. "You're right," I said quietly. "I messed up. My mother cheated on my father, lied to him, and left him for his worst enemy. My father is a broken man. Even if he tries to hide it, he is deeply unhappy." "David," Lisa said kindly, "I'm not your mother. I would never cheat on you, but we need to move past your fears. Will you go to counseling with me?" The love I saw in Lisa's eyes began to ease my fears. I agreed to see a therapist named Margaret Hogan, who we knew from the hospital. Lisa arranged everything and went to every session with me. Slowly, Margaret and Lisa helped me face my problems. One visit stands out in my mind. The doctor asked me what my biggest fear was. I told her I was scared Lisa would find someone better than me. I loved her so much that I couldn't bear that thought. "David, honey," Lisa said, kneeling beside me with tears in her eyes, "if I ever lost you, my life would be over. I promise I will never leave you unless you tell me to, but please never do that. I love you with all I have." We hugged and cried for several minutes. After we calmed down, Margaret talked to us for another half hour. From that day, my fears began to fade. My trust isn't perfect, but I trust Lisa as much as one person can trust another. If I had to guess, I would say I trust her 99.9%. Looking back, I realized I never truly trusted my mother. There was always a distance between us. I knew she loved me and my sister, but she loved herself more. My sister Emily was her favorite, but even she was behind my mother in Mom's eyes. The first time I saw my mother's selfishness was when Emily had the lead role in a fourth-grade play. Mom forgot about the play and scheduled a hair appointment for the same time. She and Dad were going to a big event at the hospital, one of the top social events of the year. When Mom found out about the conflict, she chose her hair appointment because her favorite stylist, Charles, was available. She didn't think twice. I saw Emily looking out from behind the curtain, searching for Mom, even though we didn't get along well. I felt sorry for her that day. I saw the hurt in her eyes when she realized Mom wasn't coming. That was one of the few serious arguments I remember between my parents. Mom couldn't understand why anyone was upset. Dad was so mad he didn't talk to her for days. Emily didn't speak to her for a week, but Dad could never stay mad, and Mom took Emily out for lunch and shopping to make up for it. She was buying Emily's love, and Emily fell for it. I kept my distance from my mother, but my father and I had a strong bond, built on love and respect. My father also had a special relationship with Emily. He treated her like a princess, but if she had to choose, she would pick Mom. Everything I know about ranching I learned from my father. I grew to love the ranch through him. I started working there as soon as I could walk. We were very close. The pain of his not being around is still with me, even after 7 years since he disappeared. My mother broke my father's spirit and ruined my relationship with her. I hadn't spoken to her for 2 years before my father went missing, and not since. I didn't invite her to my wedding, and I don't let her see her grandchildren. Lisa and I have 3 boys. I guess it was bound to happen that my mother would betray my father. They came from very different worlds. My father came from a big, loving family. My mom, Caroline Blackley, was the only child of a successful builder named Jonathan Blakely and his wife, Carol, who stayed at home. My grandfather John and his wife, Anne, started the ranch, which is now a big part of my dad's land. John got the 100-acre plot from his parents, who bought it to help a neighbor during the Great Depression, but the land had never been used. The ranch began with just that 100 acres, 10 cows, and 2 horses. My grandfather built their first house alone. They lived in a rundown trailer until the house was ready. Over time, they built up the ranch. By the time my dad took over, it had grown to more than 14,000 acres with over 2,000 cows, 25 horses, and other farm animals. John and Ann had 6 kids, Sam, Karen, Bobby, Kelly, Heather, and my dad. They were a close family and always helped each other. If anyone messed with one of the Evans kids, they had to deal with all 6. As the years went by, all the kids got married and moved away, except for Heather and my dad. Heather was killed by a drunk driver when she was only 17. Even years later, my dad would still cry when he talked about his sister because they were very close. My dad loved ranching and wanted to make it his career. This made both my grandparents very happy. My grandfather died of a heart attack a little over a year after my dad finished high school. My dad was still in college, but he started running the ranch and learning about other family businesses from my grandmother. She died almost 10 years after my dad got married. My grandfather was an amazing man. Besides the ranch, he built a feed store on another piece of land. He also became half owner of the local drugstore. Over the years, he got into other businesses, but those don't really matter to this story. To me, my dad was my hero. He wasn't a celebrity or rich or famous. He was just always there for me, always knowing what to do. I loved him as much as any boy could love his father. However, I didn't start to hate my mom until she cheated on my dad and left him. Although my dad wasn't a celebrity, he was known for being good at sports. He wasn't good enough to be a professional athlete but was still very good. He was the starting quarterback for Clifton High School's football team for 3 years. I think this led to his problems in marriage later on. Clifton High's team was made of local ranch and farm boys. They were known for being tough. Everything changed when my dad became the quarterback. He was 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 180 pounds. He didn't have a strong arm, but he was quick and smart. He practiced a lot with his receivers during the summer, so by the time football practice started, they were really good together. In professional football, quarterbacks need a strong arm to be smart, tough, tall, and accurate. My dad didn't have all that but was perfect for high school football. He threw the ball before the receiver made his move, which was something professional quarterbacks do, and he did it well. However, he was too short, and his arm was too weak for pro football. The 2 best football teams in our county were Clifton High and Chester Academy. They didn't play each other during the regular season because they were in different groups, but they almost always met in the playoffs. Clifton was a regular school, while Chester was a prep school for rich kids from 5 counties. Clifton's team was mostly kids whose parents farmed or ranched, although other kids joined too. Chester, on the other hand, recruited players from the 5 surrounding counties and probably even farther if they wanted a kid to play for them. The father would suddenly get a job nearby, and the family would move there, like how Tucker Morris joined Chester. Tucker, or Tuck as people called him, was a great player for a high school 300 miles away. He led his team to the playoffs for the first time in 10 years, playing both offense and defense. He was the quarterback and the starting center linebacker, which was rare. That's why Chester wanted him. As usual, Tuck's father got a job as a vice president at a local bank, and the rivalry between Tucker Morris and my father began. The actual rivalry, or should I say the hatred between the two, started toward the end of the summer before they would face each other on the football field. Their first confrontation came one night when my father and some of his friends decided to get something to eat at Rose's Burger and Dog, a local hangout for high school students. This particular night, some of the Chester football players had taken Tuck to Rose's. It was clear that the Chester students had been drinking and were being loud and obnoxious. Tuck was always an arrogant jerk, and he thought he could do whatever he wanted, which described the Chester students in general. They thought they were better than everyone else. Anyway, Tuck was acting like a total fool. He was going from table to table, taking fries off someone else's plate, drinking from another's Coke, grabbing someone's hat, and throwing it across the room. My father probably wouldn't have done anything because Tuck was just making a fool out of himself, but then Tuck decided to bother Becky, Becky was on a date with Simon Ballard. Simon wasn't a football player, but he was a friend of my father's. Simon liked Becky a lot, and she liked him too. Years later, after they graduated from college, they would get married and have 4 children, but tonight Tuck decided he was going to mess with Becky. Tuck was big for a quarterback. He was 6 feet 3 inches and 200 pounds. He had a strong arm. Tuck was fast, but my father questioned his toughness as a quarterback. He had rarely been hit, and as a linebacker, Tuck was hitting running backs much smaller than him. My father also questioned Tuck's smarts, but my father admitted Tuck was probably smart enough on the football field. He was on track for a scholarship to a Division I college to play football, and there was a good chance that he would make it to the pros. Simon, on the other hand, was maybe 5 feet 7 inches and 140 pounds. Becky was a charming girl and very smart. Both Simon and Becky would get full academic scholarships to college. While Becky was not stunningly beautiful, she did have one noticeable trait: she had big breasts. As Tuck was making his way around the room, he finally stopped at Simon and Becky's table. He stood there, staring at Becky, and then reached in with both his hands and touched Becky's breasts. She screamed, and Simon jumped up to defend her. There was no contest. Tuck put Simon on the floor with one punch. That was all my father needed to see. He was out of his seat before anyone knew it and slammed into Tuck. They both tumbled to the floor, and my father got 2 hard punches in on Tuck's face before the two were pulled apart. Needless to say, Tuck did not take well to his face being messed up, and thus the feud between them started. It only got worse before school started. Tuck felt my father had taken an unfair advantage, so in typical Tuck fashion, 3 days later he challenged my father to a fight. Never one to back down, my father accepted and agreed to meet under the Highway 1 bridge. Word spread quickly and quietly amongst the students, and at the appointed time, at least 200 kids gathered to watch the fight. Nobody thought my father stood a chance. Tuck was so much bigger, and he had a reputation as a brawler. The thing about Tuck was that he was a bully. He was so much bigger than most kids his age that he wasn't used to someone standing up to him. The fact that my father had infuriated him, and he told all his friends that he was going to pound my father into the ground. Clearly, Tuck had no idea what my father was made of. They circled each other as the crowd buzzed with excitement. They all expected blood to flow. However, there wasn't any blood. Tuck tried to overpower my father and kept throwing haymakers, none of which landed. My father kept moving in and out, so Tuck tried throwing harder punches. However, the more punches he threw, the more tired he became. My father just continued to dodge and weave, throwing a jab every so often. My father explained that in a fight, patience is a crucial virtue. My dad waited for just the right moment and then he stepped in when Tuck was off balance. He drove his right fist into Tuck's stomach as hard as he could. The blow forced all the air out of Tuck's lungs, and Tuck collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The fight was over. However, the hatred between the two had grown dramatically. Sometime during my father's sophomore year, he had discovered the girl of his dreams and my future mom, Caroline Blackley. At the time, Caroline's father was a small but growing developer in the area. She had just transferred to the school at the beginning of my father's freshman year. However, they didn't meet until their sophomore year. Of course, my future mom was drawn to my dad because he was a star athlete and one of the most popular kids in school. That football season, both Clifton and Chester went unbeaten in the regular season. They met in the regional finals where Chester won 31-24. Tuck passed for 394 yards because Clifton lost. No one noticed that my father had thrown for 414 yards. No one seemed to say much either about the fact that Chester lost its next game and was eliminated from any chance of a state championship. My father liked Caroline a lot, and my future mother seemed taken with my father, or at least she appeared to be. Then they started dating, only each other. But when Clifton lost in the regional finals, somehow Caroline met and started dating Tuck. The fact that Caroline broke up with my father for Tuck was a tough pill for my dad to swallow. After that, my father's dislike for Tuck grew a lot. What my dad didn't get was that his future wife was really selfish. Funny enough, even after all my mother did to him, I'm not sure he would agree with this view of her. But to be fair, most people didn't see this side of Caroline either. When I was young, I didn't understand why we weren't close. As I grew older, I watched and learned. My mother was very smart in how she dealt with people. She made others think she cared about them, but she always found a way to bring attention back to herself. She was so good at it that people didn't notice. My mother cared a lot about social status. I used to think she just loved my dad, but many years later, I realized she did care for him, but she loved herself more. It helped that my dad was a respected and wealthy man who mingled with important people. That part about my dad was true, though. He didn't like the social stuff as much, still he went along with it for my mom. He liked events that helped the community, like the blue and white ball. Caroline was a beautiful girl and woman. She had that sweet look with a charm that made men do anything for her. While married to my dad, there were rumors of her having affairs. I never knew for sure, and my dad never talked about it, but if I had to guess, I'd say there was some truth. I had seen how she could charm my dad to get what she wanted, and I believed she would use this on other men if needed. If my mom had affairs, it was always to benefit herself. She showed this in high school. Even though my dad and Caroline were dating, she found someone she thought was better, Tuck. This moved her up in social rank, so she dumped my dad for her new love. The breakup hurt my dad, but he got over it after the breakup. My dad focused on his work at the ranch, and the next football season left little time for him to think about his ex-girlfriend. During the next football season, fans of Chester and Clifton expected great things. Both schools went undefeated in their regular games. As the playoffs went, they met in the divisional finals. Chester won 27-24. Tuck threw for 432 yards and won the game with a last-minute touchdown pass. No one seemed to remember that a defender slipped during that play, nor did they recall that my dad threw for 404 yards and led his team from their 2-yard line to a touchdown, putting Clifton ahead 24-20 with less than 4 minutes left. Again, no one seemed to remember that with a minute and 17 seconds left, my dad drove his team to Chester's 11-yard line. On the last play, he threw a perfect pass to his receiver at the 2-yard line, but the receiver dropped the ball. The debate about whether the receiver could have scored has gone on for years. When the ball hit his hands, 2 defenders were just inside the goal line. I think he would have scored, but I might be biased. Caroline still went to Clifton, so my dad saw her almost every day at school after the breakup shock. He started dating other girls but never found someone he felt as deeply about as Caroline. He decided Caroline had the right to choose who she wanted to be with, so he stayed friends with her, still. My dad's dislike for Tuck grew. My father's senior year was his best at Clifton. He was voted captain of the football team and president of the student council. At the Halloween dance, my dad and future mom were king and queen. According to my dad, it really bothered Tuck to see them dance that first dance, and of course, during that dance, my dad held Caroline close, and she didn't pull away. The senior year football season was the highlight of my dad's sports career, but it also led to his biggest heartbreak later on. I've thought about that year and wished for my dad that things had gone differently. That season went as Clifton fans hoped. Clifton went undefeated again. Chester, winning every game by at least 30 points, the playoff schedule changed once more, setting up Chester and Clifton to face each other for the state championship. Chester was so strong that year, partly because the coach decided to have Tuck play every down on both offense and defense. You have to give Tuck credit for this, it must have been very tiring. My dad always said Tuck was a great athlete, but he also said Tuck was a really bad person. The state championship game was a big deal. The game would be in a large stadium near the Capitol and shown on TV all over the state. By then, Tuck had over 20 scholarship offers. All the top football colleges wanted him, but he hadn't chosen one yet. Some said he was waiting to see where Caroline would go to college. I doubt that, but people love a good romance. From what I heard, Tuck only cared about himself, except when it came to Caroline, but even then, I think he would have picked the best college that offered him a scholarship. He probably thought Caroline would just wait for him. He loved my mom a lot. He was a sports hero. His parents were in all the right clubs, and it seemed like he was going places. Of all the games my dad played in high school, his best was this championship game. It was the game where the hatred between my dad and Tuck became permanent. The first half of the game was all about offense. Both Tuck and my dad threw the ball for a combined 680 yards. There was almost no running game for our team. This was because of the strong farm boys on defense. For Tuck's team, it was because of Tuck's great work as a middle linebacker. By the end of the third quarter, the college coaches must have been thrilled at the thought of Tuck joining their teams. Despite everything, my dad always said Tuck was the best natural athlete he had ever seen. During the first 3 quarters, Tuck hit my dad hard every chance he got. This was before rules were made to protect quarterbacks, so every time Tuck blitzed, he would slam my dad into the ground. But my dad would always get back up and smile at Tuck. The smile started to get on Tuck's nerves, so he began hitting my dad late. Most of those late hits didn't get penalties, but one of them did, and it cost Tuck's team. It was 4th and goal at the 3-yard line, and my dad's team decided to go for it. The score was tied at 31-31. The coach called for a short pass, but Tuck's team covered it well, so my dad had to run. He found Randy Thompson in the end zone. Just as my dad threw the ball, Tuck hit him hard. My dad saw stars from that hit and got up slowly. A flag was thrown for unnecessary roughness on Tuck, making my dad happy since his pass had been too high, anyway. At the 1-yard line, the coach called 3 running plays. Tuck stopped them each time, and we only gained half a yard. The third quarter ended without knowing if our coach would go for it or not. When the fourth quarter started, it was clear we were going for it again. Another slant pass was called, but it was covered. My dad had to run, and Tuck chased him. I've watched this play 100 times. Tuck was getting closer to my dad, and it seemed like he would catch him. But my dad turned and ducked. Tuck's knee hit my dad's helmet hard, and he went down. Somehow, my dad stayed up and ran into the end zone. No one knew it then, but Tuck's knee hit my dad's helmet and hurt him badly. Tuck missed 2 plays but came back into the game. It was clear he wasn't moving as well after that last touchdown. Both defenses played better, and the only other score was a field goal by Tuck's team with 9 minutes left. Neither team could relax when my dad's team got the ball back. He threw short passes against Tuck's team, but one of his passes got tipped at the line and went right to Tuck. Tuck ran down the field with the ball, and it looked like he would score. But my dad chased him. An uninjured Tuck might have made it, but slowed by his bad knee, he got caught. My dad tackled Tuck hard at the 20-yard line. My dad not only stopped Tuck but also caused him to fumble. Tuck's ankle got broken, and my dad's team got the ball. From that point on, the game wasn't close. My dad's team scored again, and the final score was 45-31. It was the first and only state championship for our team. After Tuck was no longer useful, his dad lost his job. Right after graduation, to avoid suspicion, of course, people noticed, but nothing was done. Tuck's dad moved west and found a job in California. Most colleges that wanted Tuck lost interest. Only Northwestern gave him a chance. He had to start as a walk-on. If he made the team, he would get a full scholarship. Tuck tried to fix his knee and ankle, but he never got back to his old self. He didn't make the team at Northwestern. My dad lost touch with Tuck around then. Besides, Caroline came back into his life. Caroline had broken up with Tuck a month after the big game. She was tired of his bad mood and that he couldn't do much because he was hurt. It was a month or 2 later when my dad and Caroline met again. They started dating while he was finishing his 2-year college course in animal care. Caroline went to the state university but quit after 1 year. She had always been important in her small town, but at the university, she was just another student. Anyway, my mom and dad got married a month after he graduated. Caroline got pregnant soon after with my sister. I was born 2 years later. From what I've heard, my dad was really happy for the first 14 years with my mom. Mom's feelings about the marriage were a mystery, though. She could be warm one day and cold the next. She always put herself first. What kept things calm was that my dad did almost everything she wanted, but he stayed firm when she went too far. Then Tuck returned to town. Tuck's dad had moved to California at first. He found a job with another bank, then became a stockbroker. He did really well and started his own company. He learned a lot and made contacts, so he started buying banks in our state. When Tuck came back, he worked for his dad. Tuck was made a top boss and managed the banks his dad owned in the southern part of the state, which were 9 banks. For the first 18 months, nothing changed. But my mom would always notice when Tuck's picture was in the newspaper. Tuck, I later found out, really wanted to see my mom again, but at first, he was busy working long days. Once he had some free time, Tuck went after my mom quickly. My dad, trusting as he was, didn't mind when Tuck asked my mom to help plan a big event. I later learned my mom started seeing Tuck after the first week. They kept it secret because Tuck was also married with 2 kids. My dad trusted people, but he started to suspect something. So with a heavy heart, he hired a private eye. It didn't take long to find proof. You might think people would turn against Tuck and my mom, but they didn't much. They felt bad for my dad, but still hung out with Caroline and Tuck when my dad showed the proof to Tuck's wife. She divorced him. I guess it cost Tuck a lot, but I don't know the exact details because the case was kept secret. Tuck's wife took their kids and moved away. Tuck had little to do with his children after that. He was very selfish. What I remember most clearly from that time was the talk my dad had with my mom. I can't forget it and almost remember everything said word for word. My mom picked us up from school, and when we got home, Dad was sitting at the dining table. He looked at us and said, "Kids, go on upstairs. I need to talk to your mother." Emily quickly ran up to her room. I pretended to go upstairs, but I sneaked back down and hid at the bottom of the stairs. Dad threw some pictures in front of my mom. "How could you do it, Caroline? Does our marriage mean nothing to you?" Mom looked at the pictures. "I'm sorry you found out this way. Tuck wanted to wait until he could settle with his wife before I talked to you, but it seems that's not happening. To answer your question, I guess our marriage did mean something, but it's over now. It's time for both of us to move on. You've always known I love Tuck," she continued. "Then why did you marry me?" Dad's voice was calm, but I could see the pain in his eyes from where I was hiding. "I did love you, but I love Tuck more. Please don't make this harder than it needs to be," she said. My dad sighed and shook his head. The hurt in his eyes lit a fire in me. If you had asked me before if I loved my mom, I would have said yes, and I did. But at that moment, whatever love I had for her died. "Fine, I guess we should talk about the details of your divorce," Dad said with a distant voice. I was shocked by how calm he was. "What is it you want?" he asked. Mom gave Dad a look like he should already know. "I want half. This is a no-fault state, and I'm entitled to half of everything, including the ranch." Dad did something that totally surprised me. He chuckled. "That's not going to happen, Caroline," he said calmly. "You must have gotten your legal advice from I looked it up online." Mom hissed, "I'm entitled to half of everything." "Oh, you're right," Dad smiled. "This is a no-fault state, and you're right. You should get half of what I have. But here's the thing, you didn't find out that I don't own anything. The ranch, the equipment, the businesses, all the money, it's in a trust. I just get a salary and a share of the profits if there are any." My mom's face turned hard, then she smiled in a mean way. "Fine, the lawyers can deal with it. Besides, Tuck has enough money to take care of me without your help. I'll just take the kids and leave." I had been hiding all this time, but I got really angry seeing my mother treat my father this way. When she said she'd take my sister and me, I lost it. I ran out of my hiding place. "You witch!" I shouted at my mother as I charged into the room. "David, don't talk to your mother like that," my father said, looking completely surprised. Neither of them knew I had been listening to everything. "Dad, I've always done what you told me," I said, my voice shaking, "but today I'm going to speak up whether you like it or not." My father was silent as I turned to my mother. That's when I saw the pictures of her with Tuck. I was disgusted. "I called you a witch," I said, lowering my voice and pointing at the pictures, "and I'm sorry. You're worse than that. What's that gross stuff on your leg? My mother flinched like she'd been slapped. She looked at the pictures and back at me. She seemed embarrassed and she even started to cry. She finally managed to speak again. David, honey, you need to go upstairs and let your father and me finish our talk. This has nothing to do with you. I don't take orders from someone like you, I said, still very angry. My mother's tough front began to break. Looking back, I realized that she must have loved me at some level, but by then, I didn't care. Mother, I have no respect for you, I shouted. I hate the sight of you, and the sooner you're gone, the better. I will never live with you in that jerk tuck. From today on, you're dead to me. David, you don't mean that, my father said, placing his hand on my shoulder. I told you I don't have a mother, I said, still full of anger. She died today. I pulled away from my father and started to leave the room. Then I stopped and turned around. I am never going to talk to you again, and I don't ever want you to talk to me. We're done. I stormed out of the room and up the stairs, but as I went, I could hear my mother crying. I glanced back and saw my father trying to comfort her. I'm sure he doesn't mean it, my father said, trying to calm her down. I'll talk to him tomorrow after he cools off. The next morning, my father tried to talk to me, but I wasn't interested. I meant what I said. In my mind, my mother was never there for me, so it wasn't a loss. And all these years later, I still haven't talked to her. The divorce went through, and my father was right, my mother didn't get much, but my father was very bitter. He fought her for every little thing. When the lawyer bills got too high, my mother gave up. That was one of the few happy days for my father. My sister Emily chose to live with my mother, and I stayed at the ranch. At first, my father wasn't upset that Emily chose our mother, he sort of expected it. But when Emily spoke against him in court, everything changed. After that day, my father never talked to Emily or about her again. I don't think Emily was happy living with our mother. She never said anything bad, but I knew she was sad that Dad cut her off. The few times we talked, Emily asked me to get Dad to call her. He never did. Both Emily and my dad were hurting, but I couldn't help them. This was more fallout from my mother's actions. When Emily graduated from college, our dad had disappeared. She stayed back east and got married. I wasn't invited to either event. I didn't understand why, and it made me mad. I stopped talking to Emily after that. Now we're fighting over the ranch, and I'm worried she'll win. She wants to sell everything, and I don't. It's really complicated with the trust, no will, my uncles and aunts, and my father missing. I've been running everything since he disappeared. About a week after I took over, I found out that my father's siblings had given him half of their shares long ago. They felt he deserved it since he did all the work. My dad owned most of our property now that he's been declared dead. The lawyers told me and my sister that in order to keep the ranch, we have to come up with a lot of money to pay the taxes. My sister wants to sell everything because she and her husband don't have the money for the taxes and don't want to borrow money to try and save the ranch. What surprised me about my dad's estate was that he didn't leave any clear instructions. This was shocking because he always planned everything carefully. So when I found out there was no will, I was really surprised. Now the state would decide what happens to everything. It was a big mess. After the divorce, Tuck and my ex-mom got married within a month. Tuck, being the kind of person he is, bought a big piece of land right across from our ranch and built a huge house on it. He did this so my dad would see it every time he left the front gate. After the divorce, my dad focused only on his work. While I still lived with him, he would sit on the front porch for hours, just staring into space. His heart was broken, and he was very sad. He was also full of anger towards Tuck. The worst part was that Tuck kept trying to upset my dad. Tuck hated my dad, and taking his wife was the biggest win for him. Don't get me wrong, Tuck really loved Caroline, but beating my dad made it even better for him. Whether or not my ex-mom felt the same about Tuck, I doubted it. Tuck's actions hurt my dad so much that he started going to town less and skipped social events, but Tuck didn't stop. My dad was still very involved with the Cattlemen's Association. He had been the chairman for 2 years and was in his third and last term, as you could only serve for 3 years in a row. During this third year, Tuck joined the association and quickly got elected to the board. So my dad had to deal with him at every meeting. Tuck always brought Caroline to the meetings. She didn't stay, but Tuck made sure my dad saw him kiss her before she left. My ex-mom seemed to enjoy hurting my dad. Tuck and my mom were married for about a year and a half when things got really crazy. I didn't understand why my dad was behaving the way he was. I also couldn't understand my ex-mom's actions. It was like the world had turned upside down. Nothing made sense anymore. Mr. Evans, a voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and saw the bank manager standing next to me. We verified the court order. I can take you to your father's safe deposit box now. Would you like a private room to see what's inside? Yes, please, I said as I stood up. The manager led me into the vault where we got the box, and then into a private room. The room was small, but it had a counter and a chair. Once the door closed, I locked it and placed the box down. I opened it and found 2 large envelopes and one smaller one on top. I opened the smaller envelope first and found a handwritten letter from my dad. I knew his handwriting right away. Dear David, I'm so sorry to have left without a word. There was nothing I could do about that. Time was short, and you were out of town. Besides, I felt it was better you didn't know because I'm sure you would have tried to stop me. I chose to leave on my own, and I will not come back. The other envelopes in this box contain the full story of what happened to me and my last will and testament. The will is notarized, and there's a business card for the law firm that prepared it. When you read my story, you might think I've lost my mind, but believe me, it's all true. When you read this, know that I'm alive, but please don't tell anyone where I've gone. No one will find me. After you read my story, you'll understand why. In my story, I've asked you to do a few things for me. I know they will be hard, but I'm begging you to complete my requests. I can't truly atone for what I've done, but if you agree to do what I ask, I believe it will help relieve the harm I've caused. I'm deeply ashamed of my actions. Don't worry about me. I am content and happy about where I'm going. My only regret is that I won't see you or your sister again. I tried to be a good father, but I know I failed miserably. I want you to know that I was always proud of you and loved you as much as any father could love his son. I also loved your sister with all my heart, despite everything. Even if you don't believe my story, please do the small favors I've asked. That would mean so much to me. I have caused so much pain. I love you beyond words, Dad. I dropped my dad's note on the counter and sat back in my chair, shocked. My dad was still alive. Where could he have gone? In today's world, no one can hide forever. But I had already spent a lot of money on private investigators trying to find him with no luck. I was puzzled and troubled by my dad's apology. What had he done that he was so sorry for? I thought back over the 2 years before my dad vanished, and I couldn't find any reason to blame him, even with all the crazy stuff that happened. I felt so many emotions. The biggest one was joy that my dad was still alive. At that moment, I just knew we could find him. I decided to hire the best private detectives I could afford this time. I felt they had a real chance to find him. It bothered me that my dad felt he had done something terrible. I thought hard about everything, especially the last 6 months before he disappeared. Still, I couldn't think of anything he did that was so wrong. I quickly looked inside the big envelopes and pulled out his story, Richard's story. David, if you're reading this, it means I've been gone for 7 years. As I said in my note, please don't tell anyone I'm alive. Explaining where I went would be nearly impossible. I know this story will be hard to believe, but everything in it is true. It may also seem strange how it's written, but I'll explain why. You already know the story between your mom, Tuck, and me, so I won't go into that. When your mom left me for Tuck, I was heartbroken. Losing her to anyone would have been horrible, but losing her to someone I hated more than anyone else drove me to the brink of madness. I went to a very dark place. I wanted revenge on both of them and wanted to hurt them worse than they hurt me. That hate changed me in ways I didn't even realize. In the end, it made me do things I regret deeply. For that, I beg you to forgive me. This is my first request. If, after reading, you can't forgive me, I will understand. I still love you more than anything, and hope you still love me a bit, even though I take full responsibility for my actions. Caroline and Tuck are not innocent, they betrayed me and hurt me on purpose. Tuck kept mocking my loss, and she supported him all the way. She seemed to enjoy it as much as he did, maybe because of the divorce settlement. I don't know, and I don't care anymore. I admit our divorce fight was not my best moment. I should have given Caroline the money she was entitled to, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I was filled with hate for both of them. Yet, I was still in love with your mom. I wanted revenge, but what I got was much more than I expected. My reason for leaving started about 6 months before I finally left. It was the night of that big storm that knocked out the power for about 6 hours all over town. If you remember, I sent you home to your new wife shortly after the rain started, and the power went out. Tornado warnings were issued, and I knew your wife would be scared. That night, your rented house got flooded because of leaks in the roof. With no power, I got out the lanterns and flashlights. Then I poured myself a scotch and settled into my recliner. It was around midnight, and I was still up, sipping on my 5th drink. Yes, I drank too much back then, but once the sun set, it was the only thing that gave me peace. As I sat there, listening to jazz on my battery-powered radio, almost dozing off, I felt the house shake. At first, I thought it was an earthquake, but it only lasted for a second or two. Whatever it was, I decided to ignore it and go back to dozing. About an hour later, I thought I should go to bed because I wanted to wake up early for work. As usual, I was heading for the stairs when I heard something on the front porch. The wind was still blowing hard, so I thought something might have fallen over. To my surprise, I found a woman lying next to the front door. She was cut and bleeding, barely conscious. I guess the alcohol had dulled my senses because I didn't really notice her clothes. She seemed to be wearing an aqua jumpsuit, but I focused on her wounds. She was pretty banged up, which is why I didn't pay much attention to her appearance. She had a lump on her forehead the size of a golf ball. In the dim light, her skin seemed bronze, and her hair looked gray, yet she seemed young. I helped her into the guest bedroom and checked her wounds. Some looked serious. I told her that the cuts needed cleaning and bandaging. I showed her what I intended to do. While I explained, she said in a strange accent, "I meant." I didn't recognize the language, but I didn't think she could take care of the cuts by herself, if that's what she meant. She could barely move. I checked her wounds again and saw that the ones on her back were minor. It was the ones on her legs and stomach that seemed bad. Still, it made no sense for her to try and bandage herself. "I don't think so," I replied with frustration. "You can barely move." "I'll do it." "No, I meant," she shook her head. "You can't do it," I said, pointing to her bleeding cuts and raised my hands, shrugging to show I was confused by her refusal. "Need tool," she said, almost begging. "What tool?" I asked, very puzzled. She pointed out the window at the front of the house. "Tool there, you want me to go out there?" I pointed to the same window. "You want me to go out in the rain?" "I won't find anything in the dark," I complained. But she reached into her pocket and pulled out something shaped like a small mirror. "This tool helps," she said, handing it to me. I took it and saw it had a red light moving from the center to the edge. The lights were pointing toward the front window. It seemed like some kind of GPS, but I had never seen one like this before. "Please find tool," she pleaded. "Blue, find blue." She started to lose consciousness, but the look in her eyes was clear. Despite her wishes, I decided to call for an ambulance, but my cell phone had no service. I later learned that the storm had damaged several cell towers. The landline was also dead. I thought about driving her to the hospital, but then I wondered if there were others hurt out there. She didn't seem to be in immediate danger, so I covered her worst wounds with towels to stop the bleeding and wrapped a blanket around her. Taking her device, I went outside. The wind was calming down, and the rain had turned to a drizzle. I followed the device's guidance. It led me down the driveway, out the front gate, and to the main road. I turned left and drove for a short time before spotting something smoldering off the road. Without the GPS, I would have missed it. At first, I thought maybe a small plane had crashed, but the debris field was too small, so it had to be a car crash. As I got closer, it didn't seem like there were flames. It was more like the wreckage was glowing red. I had drunk a few too many drinks and wasn't thinking clearly when I got out of the truck. The fires started to fade. There was still some wreckage, and it looked like a small car, maybe a sports car, but I wasn't there to inspect it. I was looking for survivors and the blue tool. I quickly searched for any other victims from the car's size. I didn't expect more than one other person. After a quick search, I found no one else. I then focused on finding the tool. It only took a minute to spot the first blue object. It seemed to glow, but the light faded when I touched it. It was about the size and shape of a baseball. Then I found another blue object shaped like a thick book nearby. I found another one, the size of a small paperback book. I found a fourth one looking like a laptop, and the fifth object was as small as a golf ball. The blue light on each one faded when I picked them up. I gathered all 5 and headed back to the house. When I returned to the bedroom, the woman was awake but looked weaker. The towels were soaked with blood. I showed her the 5 objects I had found. "This is what I found, but I think I should take you to the hospital." "No," she said weakly, almost panicking. She pointed to the small golf ball-sized object, and I handed it to her. She twisted it a few times, and it flashed green once. Then she brought it to her mouth and swallowed the liquid coming out of a small opening. After a few minutes, her wounds stopped bleeding. She rubbed some of the yellow liquid on her cuts, and they started to close. In 5 minutes, she looked much better, and the bump on her head went down. I didn't know what to do next, but at least she wasn't bleeding anymore. "Thank you," she said, bowing slightly from her sitting position. Then she added tiredly, "Must rest." I nodded and adjusted the blankets to make her comfortable. She smiled and fell asleep quickly. I closed the door and slept on the couch in case she needed me. Despite getting little sleep, I was up by 5 o'clock. I checked on her, and she was still asleep. I started my day about half an hour later. "I got a call from you, David. A leak in the roof of your rental house had flooded the living room and one bedroom. I told you not to come in and to handle the damage. I asked if you needed help, but you said you were fine, so I went about my work." I checked on her every hour. She was still asleep. When I came back to make lunch, I found her sitting in the den, flipping through TV channels. She wasn't wearing her jumpsuit anymore. She had found one of the dresses my wife Caroline had left behind. They were both about the same height, and I had to admit my unexpected guest looked pretty good in the clothes. She wasn't as stunning as Caroline, but still quite attractive. Her hair, which seemed silver the night before, was just blonde today. The strange bronze tone of her skin was now a deep tan. It's amazing what 5 drinks will do to your perception. But then the most surprising thing happened. My guest turned around quickly when she noticed me there and smiled. "You look much better today," I said with a smile, thinking she might not understand my words. "Yes, I am," she answered, "thank you for looking after me last night. I was in pretty bad shape." "You can talk," I said, shocked. "Last night you could hardly say a few words. I wasn't sure how much you understood." "I think the blow to my head caused that," she said gently, touching her forehead. "My name is Richard Evans," I said, holding out my hand. "I'm Leandra Forth," she replied, reaching out her hand. Her hand was warm, but a small shock passed between us. Leandra must have felt it too because she pulled her hand back quickly, but her smile grew wider. "Sorry," I said, "must be static electricity." "I was about to make some lunch," I said, pointing to the kitchen. "Would you like something to eat?" She smiled and nodded. I have to say, her presence made me feel happy for the first time in a year and a half. I didn't realize how much I missed having someone around, even if it was just for today. "So, what happened to you?" I asked as we sat at the kitchen table, eating our sandwiches and fruit. "I was driving to New York when I must have hit some water on the road," Leandra explained slowly. "I lost control, my car flipped over several times, but I managed to get out. I crawled away, and then my car exploded. I don't think there's much left of it now," she added, "just a burned-out shell." "No, there's just a burned-out shell now," I confirmed. "I confirmed what was with all those blue things?" I asked. "You were almost frantic about them, you insisted I go find them, and you didn't want me to call a doctor or an ambulance. Then you healed yourself. How did you do that?" "I'm sorry," Leandra said, "I wasn't thinking clearly last night. It was very kind of you to look for my things. They aren't really special, but they were given to me by my boss. They were made especially for me. As for healing myself, I just took some antibiotics and put some on my cuts. As you can see, the wounds have formed scabs." Leandra held out her arm where I could see several scabbed over wounds, then she showed one of her legs, and I saw the same scabbing. "Last night those wounds looked much worse, but then again, I had been drinking quite a lot. I wasn't hurt that badly," she continued. "It looked worse than it was. I was very lucky. I think the blow to my head was the worst injury. When we finished eating, I'll show you what I made you go out in the storm to get," I said. "I'm really sorry because they're not that special." The first item she showed me was the GPS I had used the night before. "You already know about this one," she said with a grin. "I always forget where I park my car. With this, I never have to worry about finding it." The book-sized blue item was a box of makeup, or so it seemed to me. The smaller blue item turned out to be a smartphone. The baseball-shaped item was a container for small candies. Leandra offered me one, and I took it. I couldn't quite place the taste, but it was sweet and delicious. It must have been full of sugar because I suddenly felt a burst of energy. Leandra explained more about the medicine she had taken the night before. It was new and developed by the company I work for. The medicine was in clinical trials, and I was the lead chemist on the team that created it. The ball with the medicine was a new delivery system. Inside the ball was coiled tubing, and when activated, it would push the liquid out. I offered to have what was left of her car towed away, but she said her insurance company wanted to look at it first. Leandra said she had already called them, and they promised to send someone. "If you can suggest a good hotel or motel," Leandra said, sitting down tiredly, "I can leave you in peace." Aside from enjoying her company, Leandra still looked very weak, so I offered to let her stay. "Look, you don't seem fully recovered," I said cautiously. "You're more than welcome to stay here until you get your strength back. You'll have your own room and bathroom. It's no trouble, as I'm mostly out working, you'd have the house to yourself." "That would be a terrible imposition," she said. "I can rest in a hotel until I'm well enough to head to New York, but I would like to take you to dinner as a thank you, and maybe you could show me around the area." "Nonsense," I said, waving my hand with a smile. "I won't hear of it. Until you're well enough to go out, you'll stay here. I'm not a bad cook, and besides, it will be nice to have some company." Leandra smiled at me and agreed to stay. I have to admit, for the first time in a long while, I felt less lonely and angry. But it didn't take long before Leandra sensed my deep sadness. It would have been obvious to anyone how lonely and filled with hate I was. Little by little, she got me to tell her my story. I ended by saying that even after everything Caroline put me through, I still loved her and would take her back right away. Leandra looked at me curiously. "Love," Leandra said with a sigh, "it's mostly about chemicals. It's a reaction in the brain and body. If you get the right balance of chemicals, you can make someone fall in love with you. I must have looked confused because Leandra blushed. "It's just a theory," she said quickly. "I've been researching it at work and think it has potential, but saying love is mostly about chemicals." "I must have put too much faith in my early data," she continued. "I've been working on this theory for a while. If you ever figure that out, you'll make a lot of money." The next few days were nice. I knew I'd miss Leandra when she left. I'd returned to thinking about Caroline and feeling angry at her and Tuck. I also knew there was nothing I could do about it. Still, I kept trying to come up with some way to get back at them. 2 days before Leandra was supposed to leave, I had a Cattlemen's Association meeting in town. I told her I'd be back by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and if she wanted, I'd take her out for dinner as a sort of goodbye. I explained I couldn't do it on her last night because I had payroll and meetings. She seemed sad when I mentioned her leaving, but at the time, I thought I'd just imagined that. On the way to town, I got a call saying the air conditioning at the association offices was broken, and the meeting was rescheduled. So I turned around and went back to the ranch. When I got back, I went inside to change into my work clothes. Then I heard a strange low humming noise. I followed the sound to Leandra's room, and her door was open a little. Without thinking, I pushed it open and was shocked by what I saw. Leandra was standing naked in the middle of the room, but what really surprised me was that her appearance was changing. She was holding a blue object I thought was a cell phone. A pale green light came from the device as she moved it over her body. As I watched, her blonde hair turned soft silver, her skin took on a copper tone, and her ears became pointed. A thought hit me: this woman was not from here. Sensing me, Leandra turned and smiled. She approached me, her body trembling slightly. She softly touched my cheek and then kissed me on the lips. The electricity I felt the first time I touched her was much stronger now and very pleasant. Leandra helped me with my clothes and led me to the bed. Her body was elegant and had its own unique beauty. I touched her soft skin and kissed her. The connection between us grew stronger with every touch. Later, as we lay together quietly, I finally looked into her eyes. "Where are you from?" I asked. She laughed. "A long way from here, about 72 light years. My world is called Thalia." "How did you come here, and why?" I was full of questions. I said, amazed. "I'm not supposed to tell you," Leandra said softly, "but I need you to trust me." She nodded, and I agreed, my heart pounding with curiosity and wonder. "I'm on a mission," she continued. "My people are dying." "What do you mean?" I asked, worried. "Our population is shrinking because of our own arrogance," Leandra explained, her voice heavy with sadness. "We are much more advanced than the people here. We were controlled by the same strong feelings: jealousy, desire, anger, and greed. We had weapons so powerful we could destroy entire solar systems." I listened, horrified yet fascinated by her story. To survive, we decided to get rid of these bad emotions. We aimed to build societies filled with love and creativity. We thought it worked, but we made a big mistake. Leandra fell silent, tears rolling down her cheeks. She cried into my chest, her body shaking with the weight of her sorrow. "We were so proud," she whispered. "What happened?" I asked, gently stroking her hair. "When I told you that love was mostly due to chemicals in our bodies, it wasn't just an idea," Leandra said, her voice barely audible. "We proved it. Actually, it's 96.8%. We made a device that could check how well people matched. It let us pair the best matches, but it was hard to find a match for everyone. So we made another device that could check and, if needed, change the chemicals in a person. There were limits, though," she continued. "For example, we found out you could only change the chemicals once. If you tried to make the match too high, there were side effects." Leandra paused for a moment, watching my reaction. Seeing that I was ready to hear more, she went on. "If two people have at least a 60% match, true love can exist. A higher match just makes the love stronger. So we figured out the love problem. Using the same idea, we made a chemical to reduce the bad emotions. It seemed to work in tests, but when we released it into the air, it had a bad result. In less than a year, almost all the men on my planet couldn't have children. This caused chaos and terrible wars as countries fought for the few men who could still have kids. Over 200 years, the planet went from 6 billion people to barely 100,000. That still doesn't explain why you're here, I said, confused and horrified by what Leandra's world had gone through. We have been searching the universe to find species that share our DNA. Then we look for fertile men we can mate with. We found that people on this planet share our DNA, but only a few men are compatible. About 1 in a million can make one of our women pregnant. I wasn't supposed to be on this mission, but another woman got sick, and I was a last-minute replacement. As I was heading to New York, my pod was hit by lightning, and I crashed here. It was a lucky accident. I found someone who could make me pregnant and someone whose chemical makeup matches mine. I have fallen deeply in love with them. I was shocked by what she said. Are you talking about me? She nodded and kissed me. You have already given me a child, and it will be a boy. You can tell already. We've only been together once. Actually, we were together 6 times, Leandra laughed. But you made me pregnant the first time. The next 5 times were just for fun and because I love you. I sat up against the headboard, with Leandra's head resting on my chest. That first night, you couldn't speak our language, could you? I asked. Leandra chuckled and shook her head. No, as a last-minute replacement, there wasn't enough time to learn it. Luckily, I had a universal translator. That first morning when you found me watching TV, I was using the translator to learn your language. I also learned Spanish. So, what happens now? I asked with a little worry, trying to joke, are you going to take me to your world? No, she looked up at me seriously. Our laws don't allow us to take anyone by force, but you can come with me to my home world. If you come, you would be treated with great respect, and you would have someone who loves you deeply. Would you do that? The idea was tempting, but I finally said, no. My son isn't ready to take over running the ranch yet, plus I am still deeply in love with Caroline. Because of that alone, you wouldn't be happy with me. In my mind, I know I'll never get my ex-wife back, but my heart won't accept that. And as strange as it sounds, I want to get back at her and her husband. Tears fell down Leandra's cheeks, and she sighed sadly. I thought you wouldn't want to go with me. Even if I'm not going, can't you stay a little longer? I asked hopefully. She shook her head. No, my time is short. I wouldn't have stayed this long if I hadn't found out about our match when I checked your chemical makeup. I found that you are 89% compatible with me. I am 98% compatible with you. It's very rare for someone's compatibility to be over 90%. That's why I love you so much. Leandra leaned up and kissed me, then snuggled back down on my chest. I still don't understand why you can't stay longer, I almost pleaded. I have to return to my world tomorrow before our dimensional hole closes. These holes only open sometimes and close after a week. If I don't go back tomorrow, I'll be stuck here for 6 months until the next hole opens, and I can't hide myself that long. But your pod was destroyed, I said. I have a spare, she said, pointing to a blue box the size of a dictionary. After all I'd seen and heard, I didn't doubt that the blue box somehow would take her home. But then she surprised me with a request. But before I go, can I meet this woman who's keeping you from me? I wanted to say no at first, and I wish I had, but I agreed, and everything that happened after that was my fault. I have to live with the results. I thought maybe seeing Caroline and Tuck with Leandra on my arm would make it easier. I even thought it might make Caroline jealous. It didn't work out that way. I knew Caroline and Tuck would be at the country club dance. Caroline loved these events. She could show off her new dress, talk to the men, and still have her husband close by. She had the best of both worlds. Once I decided to go to the dance, I couldn't let Leandra wear one of Caroline's old dresses. Luckily, I had bought a new designer dress for Caroline right before things went bad. It was still in the closet, untouched. The new dress fit Leandra well, and I wore one of my 2 suits. When we walked into the club, people were surprised to see me. They were even more surprised to see a beautiful woman on my arm. It felt good that most of them were happy to see me. I saw Caroline right away. She was with a group of young men, and Tuck was beside her. I used to hate how Caroline always did that, but Tuck didn't seem to mind. He acted like, "You can look, but don't touch." Leandra almost dragged me over to where Caroline and Tuck were standing. Caroline looked up in surprise when she saw me, and her eyes got wide when she saw Leandra. Then she noticed the dress. Leandra was wearing a dress Caroline had never seen before and didn't know I had bought. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Caroline said sarcastically. Tuck laughed, and Caroline continued, "Why are you here tonight? If I remember right, Richard, you hate these events. Finally got brave enough to face us?" Tuck asked with a smirk. "No, not brave, Tuck, just hungry," I said with a smile. Leandra wanted dinner and some dancing. I paused and gave Tuck and Caroline a smile. "Oh, sorry, how rude of me. Leandra, this is my ex-wife, Caroline, and this is her new husband, Tuck." "Caroline, Tuck, this is Leandra." "Nice to meet you, Leandra," they both said, shaking hands. "That's a beautiful dress you're wearing," Caroline said after a pause. "Oh, thank you," Leandra said with a laugh. "I didn't have anything to wear. I'm here on a business trip and decided to see Richard at the last minute. He gave me this dress. Isn't that sweet of him?" "What business are you in?" one of the other men asked. "I'm a senior chemist for Sable Enterprises," Leandra answered. "My team is working on a new drug, and we're close to releasing it. I can't say much more, but I'm here to decide on the release date." I watched Caroline's face, and it was clear she felt upstaged. Caroline hated it when someone stole her spotlight. I felt a small, mean pleasure. "Caroline," I said, "why have you been hiding at the ranch? It's been a year and a half. You can't still be sad about our marriage ending. I thought you would understand that Tuck was always my true love. You've been childish because of you, our kids are divided. You've turned my son against me, but at least Emily is mine." Caroline smiled up at Tuck. "I thought you'd be happy I found true love." Leandra could feel me tense up and squeezed my arm again. Then she looked at Tuck and me before turning back to Caroline. "I'm sorry, I don't understand," Leandra said with fake confusion. "Why would you give up Mike for anyone else? But I guess if you're truly in love, trading down is acceptable." Before anyone could respond, Leandra grabbed my hand. "Richard, you promised we would dance." "Nice to meet you, you both." The orchestra started playing, and we walked to the dance floor. I'm not a great dancer, but Leandra was great. "That was brilliant," I said as I kissed her cheek. She pulled me in close. We stayed for about an hour. We had some food and a few more dances. Sometimes, I saw Tuck or Caroline staring at us with angry eyes. When we got home that night, I wanted to take Leandra to bed right away, but she wanted to have some coffee first. She said she had something to discuss with me at the kitchen table. Leandra took out what looked like lipstick, she twisted it, and it opened to show a small screen. "I hope you don't mind, but your ex-wife is really mean. She betrayed you and then had the nerve to blame you for how everything fell apart. Her husband is a small-minded man who thinks too highly of himself. He's immature and insecure. Trust me, nothing you can say would be worse than what I've already thought and said to myself for the past 18 months. I replied with a sad smile. "Okay, listen closely," Leandra said as she picked up a lipstick-shaped item. "I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to show you how you can get back at your ex-wife and her new husband." I put down my coffee cup and leaned forward. Leandra had my full attention. "I told you about figuring out compatibility and changing it. This device does both. Just touching someone's skin will record and analyze their chemical makeup. Also, touching their skin while activating the device will change that chemical makeup. How does it work? I asked, getting more excited. Leandra smiled at me. Since you decided to stay here, I'll show you how to make your ex-wife fall in love with you again. I'm sure she'll leave her current husband and come back to you. I'm all in, I said eagerly. Tell me how. Leandra looked at me with a mischievous smile. First, some basics. You know, I'm 98% compatible with you, and I love you deeply. It's painful knowing I have to leave you, but I'll have our child to love. Are you sure you won't come with me? I looked into her hopeful blue eyes. I cared about Leandra, but I was still in love with Caroline. If I could have her back, that's what mattered to me. Stealing her back from Tuck was just a bonus. It was selfish, and I didn't think about the consequences. Leandra, I wish I loved you like you love me, I said. Maybe you should change my chemicals to make me love you more than Caroline, I hoped. Leandra said with a sad look in her eyes, but your compatibility with Caroline is 96%, Tuck's is almost 100%. I've never seen anything that high. My 98% with you was a shock, too. So, I need to match Tuck's compatibility. I asked, confused. No, you don't need to change yourself. Leandra said firmly, you need to change Caroline's percentage for you. I must have looked confused because Leandra laughed. Caroline's makeup favors you by 66% and Tuck by 75%. 60% is the love threshold. If you increase Caroline's compatibility with you to 89%, she'll come back to you easily. After a year and a half, my days of sadness would soon be over. The thought of having Caroline back filled me with excitement, and I think Leandra noticed and frowned. I couldn't hide my blush. I have some warnings for you, she said tightly. Okay, I'm listening, I said, barely hiding my smile. It was unfair to her, but I wasn't thinking clearly. All I wanted was Caroline back, and to beat Tuck. I understand your excitement, she said with a sigh, but there are two things you must know. First, don't go above 89%. There might be side effects, nothing terrible, but why risk it? 89% will make Tuck her second choice. I nodded and asked, what else should I know? This device will dissolve 1 week after I leave. If you don't use it by then, you'll miss your chance. Okay, so how do I use it? It's simple, Leandra held the device. See this groove? Turn it left, and the screen shows. Turn the top to the right to increase, left to decrease. We could decrease Tux's percentage, but that might make Caroline want neither of you. I get it, but how do I use it? Set it at 89%, touch Caroline's skin, and push this button on the bottom. The change will take 2 or 3 weeks. Each time you're with her, she'll fall more in love with you. I took the device from Leandra and kissed her softly. She kissed me hard, and we went to the bedroom. We were together until early morning before dawn. I woke to find Leandra already dressed. She wore another jumpsuit like the one that had been destroyed. It seemed she had a spare. I dressed quickly and drove her to a remote part of the ranch. Leandra took the blue box and set it on the ground. Next, she took out what I first thought was a cell phone and started tapping on it. Are you sure you won't come with me? I can make the PA big enough for both of us, Leandra said. I know this isn't fair, Leandra, I said as I hugged her. I wish I'd met you first. If I could, I'd lower your attraction to Caroline. She said sadly, the thought of not being with Caroline scared me. You can do that, Leandra shook her head slowly. Tears in her eyes, not without your permission. Making people more compatible is easy, but reducing it when it's already very high and without you agreeing, it could be dangerous. It might even kill you. I'd rather see you with Caroline than see you dead. Leandra looked at me with deep sadness. Would you let me lessen your feelings for Caroline? No, I shook my head. I think this is best. Of course, I was terribly wrong. Will I ever see you again? I finally asked as Leandra checked on her pod. I'll be back in 6 months, she said softly. If you want, I can visit you. It would be risky for you to travel while you're expecting. She chuckled. The pregnancy for my people is 5 months, not 9, and I'll most likely come back to this world. They hope I can have another child with you, but I wouldn't do that if you were with Caroline. I kissed Leandra deeply and thanked her for giving me my life back. Her pod seemed to have no way to move, but it rose straight up and vanished in seconds. The next day, I knew there would be a meeting of the entertainment board at the club, and Caroline would probably be there. When I entered the conference room, Caroline and 7 other ladies were seated around a table. Silence filled the room. I ignored the tense feeling and went from one lady to the next, shaking hands. When I reached Caroline, I offered my right hand while I kept my left finger on the button. As soon as she grasped it, I pressed it. There was a jolt of electricity that made Caroline pull her hand away, as I had done with Leandra. I'm sorry, I apologized, that must have been static electricity. Despite Leandra's warning, I had raised the compatibility to 98%. I didn't want Caroline to think about Tuck at all. What can I do for you, Richard? She said, sounding annoyed. We're busy here. Well, I've come to join the entertainment committee, I said with a smile. I don't think so, Caroline, she said bluntly. I'm not interested in this silly attempt to get back with me. I love Tuck. Can't you get that through your thick head? The other ladies gasped in shock at Caroline's harsh words, but Caroline didn't back down. I just chuckled. Caroline, please let's move on from our past. I hear you are planning the 4th of July celebration, and I thought a man's view might help. Some men complain that the events are only for kids and women. I thought I could share some ideas. Barbara Harris, who sat across the table from Caroline, spoke up. He's right, Caroline. My husband complains about the 4th of July celebration. He says there's nothing to do but eat. We've limited the alcohol and turned off the internet, so there's no TV and limited cell service. A man's view would be nice. The other women quickly agreed, and despite Caroline's annoyance, I was added to the entertainment committee. I don't know what I was expecting. Caroline was hostile during that first meeting, and whenever I saw her or her and Tuck for the next 3.5 weeks, I began to think it wasn't going to work. I was ready to give up and go back to my old life, but I had pushed my way onto the committee, and I felt I had to see it through anyway. At the next meeting, I noticed things changing between Caroline and me. Being on the committee was surprising. I had some good ideas that I knew the men would like. One was a family softball game, another was a couple's scavenger hunt with the prize being tickets to a baseball game and dinner out. Throughout the meeting, Caroline didn't look at me with anger. In fact, she smiled at me several times. At the end of the meeting, Caroline stopped me at the door and asked if I'd have lunch with her. She said she wanted to talk about the 4th of July celebration. I agreed. After that, we started having lunch once or twice a week. She always said it was to discuss the 4th of July party. Each time we met, Caroline found ways to touch me or get closer to me. It was during the 4th of July celebration at the club where things really changed. I had been busy with my duties when Caroline grabbed my arm. She asked if I'd help her get more soft drinks from the storage shed. After I followed Caroline into the shed, she locked the door behind us. Caroline moved close and kissed me like never before. I kissed her back, and we became very close at that moment. I started doing something I thought I'd never do. I began having an affair with a married woman. Caroline and I started meeting in motels far away from our town. At first, I was nervous because I knew I wasn't as well built as Tuck, but I soon realized I didn't need to worry. That first time, Caroline was very pleased. Over time, I didn't enjoy the affair as much as I thought I would. Rumors began to spread around the town, even though Caroline and I tried to keep it quiet. If anyone asked me about it, I would just roll my eyes and tell them to get serious. Everything came to a stop about 2 months into the affair. Caroline and I had just finished being close, more and more. I was starting to see that I wasn't as in love with Caroline as I once was, as Leandra had predicted. Caroline had fallen deeply in love with me. "Richard, can I ask you something?" Caroline asked while we were lying in bed. "Of course," I answered. "Richard, I made a big mistake," she said with tears in her eyes. "I shouldn't have left you. Now I see how much I love you. I miss you so much. Can I come home?" I looked into Caroline's eyes and saw she was scared I would say no. 3.5 months ago, I would have been very happy to hear this. While I still wanted her back, it wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. "I'd love to have you back," I said, but then I added, "But you're married now. Tuck might not be okay with that." "That I've already decided to divorce him," she said plainly. That left me feeling uneasy. It was just like Caroline, it was always about what she wanted. Tuck was not a fool. The rumors about Caroline and me must have gotten to him. He hired a private investigator, and somehow they put a camera in our motel room. I don't know how they got the pictures in video because we changed motels almost every time. The confrontation between Tuck and Caroline went very badly. The next time I saw Caroline, she had a black eye. I was furious that he had hit her, despite her cheating. I never hit her. A couple of times I wanted to, but I never did. I was taught from a young age that you just don't hit a woman. David, you know what happened next. The divorce between Tuck and Caroline got very messy. Tuck fought it hard as the divorce went through the courts. Caroline moved back to the ranch. You were very unhappy with me when I let her back into the family home. I was surprised that most of my friends took Tuck's side when Caroline left me. They were all on my side, but they kept being friends with Tuck. Now that Caroline was back, they were mad at me. The thing that really annoyed me was that Tuck had been the bad guy first, and now I was the bad guy. No one seemed to blame Caroline. Having Caroline back was great for the first month, but Caroline being Caroline, she thought things would be like they were when we first got married. But I had changed. I don't even remember how the argument started, but it got worse until Caroline packed a bag and left. Strangely, I didn't care. I didn't try to call or contact her. I can't explain it, but I was just done. People say time heals a broken heart, and I guess they are right. The day after Caroline left, Tuck came to the feed store. I could tell he wanted to fight, but I didn't want any part of it. "I'm going to beat you up," he growled at me. "I don't want to fight you, Tuck." "There's no reason," I told him. "Caroline left me yesterday." His hands that had come up to hit me suddenly dropped to his side. He looked at me, trying to decide if I was telling the truth. "You're just trying to get out of a beating," he said. "Look, Tuck," I said with a sigh, "you and I both know I can fight you, but what's the point? Caroline packed a bag and left last night. If you want her back, now might be the time to find her." He continued to stare at me, trying to figure out if I was lying. Finally, he left. I guess he figured if I had lied, he'd find me another day and try to beat me up then. With Caroline gone, I had time to think about what I had done, and I felt deeply ashamed. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would ever have an affair with a married woman. Even though Tuck had been mean to me, I found no joy in his pain. But the bad situation got worse. Tuck found Caroline at her parents' house and tried to convince her to come home with him. She made it clear that she loved me, not him. Caroline told him she was going to go ahead with the divorce. It was a crushing blow for Tuck. When Tuck pointed out that she had left me, Caroline told him it was just a minor disagreement, and we'd be back together soon. At this point, David, you know the rest of the story. I didn't take Caroline back, but she kept calling, emailing, and trying to meet me. All this time, Caroline kept rejecting Tuck. Finally, in total despair, Tuck took his own life. Shortly after that, because I wouldn't take her back, Caroline had a nervous breakdown. I was more depressed after what happened to Tuck and Caroline than I had been any time after Caroline left me. One person was dead, while another was in the hospital, and it was all my fault. Nobody blamed me for these tragedies. After all, Caroline and I had split for the second time, so everyone thought I had done the right thing. I know now that I should have moved on when Caroline left. 1 month after Tuck's death, I was sitting in my chair, feeling sad and drinking some scotch. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, I was so happy to see Leandra standing there. I hugged her tight and kissed her deeply. We sat on the couch and talked. She was really happy to see me, then she got a worried look on her face. "Is your wife here?" she asked. "I'm not married," I said, shaking my head. Her eyes lit up, and she cuddled close to me. Then she showed me a hologram of a baby. She said it was our son. She named him Dallin after her grandfather. He looked a lot like me when I was a baby, except he had pointed ears. He was healthy and strong. Now I had a brother on another world. After some time, I told her what happened. I messed up. I didn't do what you told me. I raised the percentage to 98, even though I knew it might cause problems. I wanted Caroline all to myself. I didn't care about the effects on her. You said the side effects weren't too bad anyway. Caroline didn't get hurt, but something strange happened. As Caroline loved me more, I stopped loving her. I realized it was my pride stopping me from moving on. Leandra looked guilty. "Let me check on you," she said, taking my hand and using her device. Then she smiled wide and hugged me. "I'm sorry," she said. "Why are you sorry?" I asked. "I wasn't completely honest," she said. "At 89%, Caroline would love only you, but I changed the settings so that as her love for you increased, your love for her would decrease. You upped it to 98% yourself." I was shocked. I stared at her for a long time, trying to understand. Leandra got scared. "Are you angry with me?" she asked. "No," I said. "I'm not angry. I'm just wrapping my head around all this." I finally saw Caroline for who she really was. She wasn't a very nice person, but I felt so bad for what I did to her. "Can you fix it? Maybe you can reverse the chemicals so she stops loving me," I asked. Leandra shook her head. "No, you can only change a person's chemicals once. Trying to change her again would drive her crazy." I made dinner for us before we went to bed. We spent the night together, and I felt better than I had in a month. I still felt guilty, but I knew I had to live with it. As I made breakfast, I teased Leandra, "Did I make you pregnant again?" She smiled and nodded. "It's a girl this time." I laughed. Tholian women were very fertile, Leandra told me about her last mission. Out of 24 women who came to Earth, 14 went back pregnant, and 6 took men with them. Leandra asked me again if I'd go to her world with her. This time, I said yes. So, when you read this, I have been on Thalia for 7 years. After agreeing, I worried about how I'd make a living in a new world. Leandra laughed and said people on her planet worked because they wanted to, not because they had to. As a fertile man, the government would give me anything I needed. Leandra wouldn't have to go on missions anymore either. She didn't say how many kids she wanted, but she made it clear she wouldn't share me. That was fine with me, she was enough for me. David, this is why I disappeared. I know it sounds crazy. If it didn't happen to me, I wouldn't believe it either. The Thalian have a machine that reads your mind and writes your story. It's not how I'd write it, but it tells the truth. The other envelope in the safe deposit box has my will. You'll get most of my property, including the ranch. You'll need to work with my siblings, but that won't be a problem. I also set up funds for your sister and mother. I have 2 requests. 1. Build a good relationship with your sister. She chose to go with your mother, but I think she regrets it. I cut her out of my life because I felt she betrayed me, and that was a mistake. I should have made up with her a long time ago, but my pride stopped me. 2. My second request is even harder, but from the bottom of my heart, I ask you to do this for me. Please reach out to your mother, make her part of your life. Please tell her that I truly loved her, but that I'm no longer here. I know you were very angry with her for leaving us to be with Tuck, but I ruined her life. She doesn't deserve more pain. Please let her be part of your family. I beg you to let her know her grandchildren if there are any. I've never asked you for anything, but I'm begging you to do this for me. There was a handwritten message at the bottom of the last page. David, I have to go now. Leandra has made a pod for the two of us, and we need to go through the dimensional hole before it closes. David, I want you to know that I have loved you since before you were born. You have only ever made me proud. I'm sorry for what I did. I wish I could change it, but I can't. You can help fix my mistakes, but whether you do or not, I will love you until I die. Please kiss your wife and any grandchildren you have for me. All my love, Daddy. I sat back in my chair and looked around the small room. Then I took out my father's last will and testament. Just like he said, I had control of almost everything. Of course, my aunts and uncles would have some say, but they had always been happy with me running the businesses, especially the ranch. Looking further, I found that my father had bought life insurance to cover any estate taxes, so everything would come through without tax issues. The two trusts were for $2 million each, so my ex-mother and sister would be well taken care of. About my father's requests, I would need to think about them carefully. I was sure I could do one of them. I felt there was nothing I had to forgive my father for. Still, I would talk to my wife about the other two. But first things first, I had to get this will to the attorney's office. Epilogue: It was Christmas time, and I was standing at the exit of one of the concourses. I was wearing a silly chauffeur's hat and holding up a small sign that read, Emily Weaver and Family. Holding my arm was my mother, Caroline. It had taken me 2 months to finally make up my mind, but with Lisa's constant encouragement, I reached out to my mother and sister. When I called my mother and asked if she would like to have dinner with us, she cried for a full 5 minutes before saying yes. Dinner was actually quite pleasant. I had Lisa and the boys with me, Richard Jr., Tommy, and Billy. My mom was so nervous about meeting my family, but she made a great start with the boys by bringing a present for each. 3 of the latest video games. Lisa treated my mom like they were old friends. At dinner, I did as my father asked and told her that he truly loved her but had passed away. My mother put her head down and cried softly for a few moments. Then she looked at me and asked if my father had really said that he loved her. I said that he did. She cried some more, but I could see it brought her some peace. After that dinner, we began inviting her over to the house more and more. We even took a week-long vacation and left Mom to watch the boys. I was surprised, but she seemed to have had a great time, and the kids loved having her much more than the regular babysitter. My conversation with my sister was very tense at first. Emily was very suspicious of why I wanted to meet with her after all these years. She told me that Dad and I hated her for taking Mom's side. That explained her coldness to me over the years. I assured her that was never true and told her that Father's will had been found. This made her even more suspicious. I told her I would send her a copy and once she'd read it, she could talk to the attorneys all she wanted. After that, I'd call her again, and if she wanted, we could meet to discuss it. I didn't have to call her because she called me. She wanted to know more about the trust. I told my sister that this was something we should discuss face to face. I suggested that I fly back east, and we meet. She agreed. Emily was thrilled to see me, which made me much happier than I expected. She hugged me tightly when I arrived and clung to me as she introduced her husband, Sid, and their 3 kids, Todd, Chad, and Linda. They live in North Conway, New Hampshire, so I flew into Portland, Maine, and drove to their house. It was a 4-bedroom house with 3 bathrooms up on a hill. It was lovely. Her husband, Sid, who worked at a local bank, seemed like a nice guy. Their 3 kids, ages 10, 8, and 7, were very polite. I asked my sister if she could give lessons in manners to my kids. I thought Emily's kids would get along great with mine. My kids were close in age, 9, 8, and 7. The visit was a great success. When I explained to my sister that the trust was a generation-skipping trust, I think she was glad that I had come to explain it. She seemed confused and a bit embarrassed because they didn't have the money to hire their own attorney, so I explained it as simply as I could. She could use the income from the trust for her lifetime, and when she died, the trust would go to her kids. Emily was thrilled with that. When I was getting ready to leave, I asked my sister if she and her family had plans for the Christmas holidays. She said they were just going to stay home. On a whim, I invited them out to the ranch. At first, she said they couldn't afford it, then I told her she had the money from the trust fund. Emily looked at her husband, Sid, who nodded his head a lot. When Emily's kids heard they were going to a ranch for Christmas, they got very excited. Now I'm at the airport with my mom. If it weren't for my dad, I would never have talked to her again, and I'm waiting for my sister, who I hadn't spoken to for almost 10 years. I don't know where you are, Dad, but thank you for bringing our family back together. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine discovering that your perfect life is actually a well-woven lie. What would you do? Follow Ethan Bennett's footsteps and unravel the layers of betrayal and vengeance. An unexpected sighting, the end of a marriage. How does Ethan rebuild his life from the ashes while finding true love? Don't go away. This is more than just a story, it's a journey of the soul. When trust is completely shattered, how do Ethan and Megan find the light of hope in their shattered lives? In the next few minutes, join us for a true story about betrayal, self-discovery, and rebirth. It felt like a knife to the heart. She was my everything, but that night I caught her with another man. Their intimacy was like a cruel joke, my beautiful wife, laughing and loving someone else. I confronted her. The truth was a bit of venom, her guilt was my hell. I stalked him, every step fueled by burning rage. When we faced off, it was pure fury. I wanted him to suffer, to feel the agony of betrayal. Now, staring at the ruins of our lives, I ask myself, was it revenge or just madness? My name is Ethan FZ, but most people call me Jake. My parents moved from West Germany to Canada in 1979, before Germany became one country again. My mom was pregnant with me when they left. I was born in Canada. They arrived in Montreal, where my dad looked for work as a goldsmith. He was trained in Germany, so he found a job without much trouble. I was an only child for a while, then my brother Michael was born, a few years later. Today, Mike is a pro soccer player for the Montreal Impact. My dad did well in his job and opened his own jewelry shop after Mike was born. He makes good money, and my parents live in a nice house in Beaconsfield. They even spend some winter months in Florida. Dad has 2 skilled workers in his shop now, so he doesn't have to be there all the time. When I talk to Mom, she seems very happy with their life. I'm glad for them. In school, I was an average student. I liked girls and hockey as much as studying. I graduated with a C+ average, except for English, which I did well in, but that wasn't very helpful in Quebec. Right after school, I went job hunting. My spoken French was just okay, though my written French was better. It was tough finding a good job in French-speaking Quebec, especially with the party kuka in power. They weren't very welcoming to English speakers, and it was hard for me to get a good job. Finally, I got a job with a building materials company from Vancouver that was starting up in Montreal. I worked in customer service for a year before a job opened up in Vancouver. It was a bigger office with better pay, so I applied. I was surprised when I got the job. I thought there would be tough competition, but later found out my French skills made the difference. I never understood why that mattered in British Columbia. I moved to Vancouver and knew right away it was my new home. It was very different from Montreal, it felt more modern and like the West Coast. I arrived during a nice summer, which made it even better. One trip to the beaches, and I was hooked. It might have been the bikinis, the mountains, or the ships in the bay. I didn't care. This was where I wanted to be, and I still feel the same way. I made friends both at work and through hockey games at a local rink. I hadn't played junior hockey, but I loved the game. Being single and with free time, I joined a beer league. I played defense on a team from an electrical company. I found out it was mainly because I could skate backward, but it was fun and kept me active. At the end of the season, we had a barbecue for the team, family, and friends. That's where I met Leah Wilson. Leah and I clicked because she was also from Montreal, from a place called Dollar de Oro near the DVAL. We hit it off and started dating. We exchanged numbers, and I called her a few days later for a date. She said yes, and that's how it started. Leah is pretty not a knockout, but still very attractive. One day, I snuck a look at her driver's license. She's 170 centimeters, 57, and weighs 60 kilograms, 132 pounds. She has short dark brown hair that's easy to take care of. She calls it her wash and wear hair. Leah doesn't wear much makeup, but she doesn't need to. She has a nice figure, medium-sized chest, slim backside, and great legs. She looks elegant in slacks and has good posture, which adds to her looks. She also looks good in a bikini. We dated regularly, and after a year, I proposed. Leah accepted, though not right away. We had talked about our future, and she wanted to be sure I would be more than a customer service rep. I told her I had asked for a sales job and was promised a chance when a spot opened. That settled her mind. We had been intimate for a few months. Leah was enthusiastic but a bit traditional in bed. She wasn't into certain things but enjoyed what I did for her. We were together a few times a week, and she seemed happy. It wasn't wild, but I didn't think she had much experience. Leah worked as a lab technician for medical testing around the province. She was proud of her job and liked her co-workers, who were mostly women. When we planned our future, we looked at our combined incomes. If I got the sales job, we'd make about $90,000, not counting any bonuses. It might even let us buy a house in the hot market. So Leah said yes to my proposal based on me getting the sales job. Thankfully, it came a few months later, and we set a wedding date. I called my parents and Mike to share the good news, and they were very happy for me. Leah said her parents were a bit more careful but still happy. Both promised to come to the wedding. We got married in a small church in the suburbs. It had an open date the next April. I met Leah's family for the first time, and they were cool toward me. I wasn't sure why, but Leah told me not to worry. My parents were cheerful and welcomed Leah warmly, but again, her parents didn't seem to like my parents much. Leah seemed to get along well with Mike, maybe because he was a professional athlete, or they just hit it off. At least it made the reception less awkward. We had a short honeymoon to Victoria and Seattle before coming home and settling into our rented apartment. I was working hard at my new sales job, and my boss was pleased with my work. I had some goals to reach this year, and by mid-year, I was sure I would make them. Leah was happy working in the lab. Her hours were steady, from 7:30 in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My hours were different. I spent 4 or more hours driving to see customers and got home after 6, often stuck in heavy traffic. Things were going pretty smoothly for us. We eventually saved enough money to make a down payment on a townhouse in the suburbs. We celebrated our 3rd anniversary a week after moving in. This was our stepping stone to a bigger home someday. We talked about starting a family, but Leah was firm in saying she wanted to wait until we were more financially secure. She couldn't say when that would be, but since we were both young, not yet 25, there was no rush. Like in any marriage, our intimate life slowed down a bit. Before marriage, we were intimate 4 or 5 times a week, except during her period. That dropped to 3 times weekly after the first 3 years, and then once or twice a week. When you're busy, you don't notice these things right away, but eventually, I did and brought it up to Leah. Leah, we don't seem to be intimate as often as before. Any reason why? I asked one night after dinner while sitting on the back balcony. No, why would there be? Her answer sounded strange, maybe even a bit defensive and aggressive. I don't know. We used to be together at least 3 times a week, but not lately. Well, we're both working hard, and you can't expect us to have the energy every night, she said. Her tone was still a bit aggressive. I suppose, but I do miss it. Being with you is something I really enjoy, I tried to sound inviting. You'll have to get used to enjoying it less often for now. I'm not always in the mood, she replied. I wasn't getting much sympathy, so I decided not to push it any further that night, but it would come up again. Our intimate life didn't get worse, and I got used to the reduced frequency, thinking it was what Leah felt comfortable with. I wanted more, but I realized that not all couples want the same things at the same time. When I thought about it, I couldn't complain. We were happy and successful, heading for a long and fruitful marriage. It might be hard to believe, but a happily married man can have a best friend who is a woman. It happened to me, and surprisingly, there was no romantic interest involved. It was purely a best friend's relationship. This started when Megan and Ol Foster moved in next door. Our townhouse was an end unit, so we only had one neighbor. Megan and Ol were an interesting couple. She stayed home with their 2 children in elementary school. Ol was a car salesman at a local Chevrolet dealer. Megan had a no-nonsense attitude, a sharp mind, and a wicked sense of humor. She was 30 and had been married to Ol for 10 years. She was a bit taller than Leah and had a well-developed body. Her hair was reddish blonde, curly, and cut short. Her eyes were deep blue, and she had a bright smile with beautiful white teeth. Her skin had some acne scars, but she didn't seem bothered by it. She openly said that Ol had gotten her pregnant and then did the right thing by marrying her. They had 2 children, Annabeth, a 10-year-old in grade 5, and Bradley, a 7-year-old in grade 2. Ol, or Alvin when Megan was annoyed with him, was the same age as Megan but had a different personality. He was just under 6 feet tall with red curly hair, a rosy complexion, and big white teeth. He wore flashy suits with bright ties, a fake Rolex watch, and a big gold ring with a red stone on his right pinky. If someone told him this was what a car salesman should wear, Ol believed them. Listening to him, you'd think he was the manager of the dealership instead of just a regular salesman. He was the kind of guy you either liked because he was always cheerful, or he annoyed you because he never knew when to stop. Sadly, I fell into the latter category. Leah didn't think much of Megan but seemed neutral toward Ol. On the other hand, liked Megan's straightforwardness, and we became good friends over the next few months. I also liked her kids. Annie, who was mostly called that, was polite and cute as a button. She would be a real heartbreaker in a few years. Her mother was pretty, but Annie would be something special. Brad was a fun-loving kid who loved to play and was always in a good mood, like his sister. He was very polite, and that meant a lot to me. Leah, unfortunately, didn't want much to do with the kids, which worried me for our future. Was she telling me she didn't want children? She couldn't help but like these 2. Could she, if we were going to have children? I wanted them to be just like Annie and Brad. Last spring, things started to go downhill for us. We had almost saved enough to buy a house after 6 years of marriage, then without any warning, I was called into a meeting at the main office. They told us the company had been sold to our competitor, and our branch would be closed. Just like that, I was out of a job. I had 4 months severance pay plus our savings, but it was a shock and really knocked me back. When I told Leah what had happened, she got mad at me for wasting my years with a company that just vanished, mad at the company, mad at life in general. I felt she was disappointed in me, like I had let her down, that this was my fault. It didn't help my spirits to have her anger on top of everything else. I started job hunting right away, but there were no jobs in my field nearby. Leah would get up, give me a quick peck on the cheek, and head off to work. I would search the job ads, try to set up meetings, and drink more coffee than usual. After 2 fruitless weeks, I was feeling really down, and I guess it showed. One morning, I was sitting on my bedroom balcony with a cup of coffee, staring into the distance when I heard a familiar voice. "Hey, handsome, got any more coffee?" It was Megan, and I had to smile. She had decided to call me handsome for some reason and did so freely, even when Ol and Leah were around. It didn't seem to bother either of them, so I just accepted it. "Come on over, the back door is unlocked. I'll meet you in the kitchen." I was reaching for the cream when Megan walked through the back door into the kitchen and gave me her best smile. Just seeing her helped lift my spirits. "So, what are you doing home in the middle of the morning these days?" "Sick leave?" I asked. "I wish. I got let go the Friday before last. The company sold, and the whole staff is out of work." "Wow, that stinks," she said. "So you're looking for a new job?" "Yeah, unfortunately. I was in a shrinking industry, and it just got smaller. It's pretty much all I know, so I'm not sure what I'll do. I've sent my resume to all the other places, but it doesn't look good. I can try retail, but they don't pay anywhere near what I was earning." She muttered, "Huh." Then I watched her think. I knew Megan well enough to see that she was already thinking of ways to help. It was interesting to see the difference between Leah and Megan's attitudes. I sat quietly, sipping my coffee as Megan pondered. "Jake, remind me, when you were in school, what was your best subject?" "English. I seem to have a feel for it, I mean, writing. I thought about being a writer for a while, maybe working on a newspaper or a magazine, but that's another shrinking industry." "Yeah, you said that. I have a friend who's a writer. She writes manuals and instructions. She works from home. All she needs is a computer and an internet connection. She told me she was turning down work because she was so busy. I don't know how much it pays, but she has a new car and a fancy condo in the city. It must pay something." "I hadn't thought of that," I admitted. "Tell you what, handsome, I'll give her a call. If I can use your phone, you can talk to her. Maybe she can help you out." "Great, thank you, Megan." Her name was Paula Woods, and I caught her at the right time. When Megan gave me the phone, I offered to call back later, but Paula said she was taking a break and would be happy to talk. Since I was a friend of Megan's, she had been in the same situation I was in, out of work and needing a job. She had answered an ad in one of the local papers and met with the manager of an import-export business. He needed someone to write manuals and instructions for products from China and other places. The English versions they sent were useless, if not funny. He wanted practical instructions in English for his customers. Paula signed on and never looked back. "They keep asking me to find someone who can translate into French, too. They're paying a translation service, but it's very expensive. He wants someone in-house to handle it. He can find bilingual people, but not writers who can do both. He also needs good manuals for machinery. That's not something I can do." Paula gave me the name of the agency importing the machines and the name of her contact. I asked if I could mention her name, and she happily agreed. I passed the phone back to Megan for a quick chat while I poured another coffee for both of us. "Megan, you and Paula may have just saved me. I don't know how to thank you." "No need. It was great to see you light up again. You looked pretty down this morning," she said. "Yeah, well, I don't think Leah has come to terms with our situation yet. She's not happy about me being out of work. It really messes up our plans." "Come on, Jake. You didn't get fired. What happened to you happens to many people every day. It's not their fault. It's just how things are." Ol has come home many times feeling low because he was near the bottom of the list that month, worried they might fire him. I'd give him some encouraging words, and he'd feel better the next day and get back to it, she laughed. "Sounds like a good plan," I agreed. I was jealous that Megan could cheer up so well while Leah was always negative. No encouraging words from her. I picked up the phone again and called the number Paula gave me, asking for Mr. Louis. He answered in a minute, and I told him that Paula would suggested I call him. I mentioned that I could write in French and create good copy and offered to give him a free sample to prove it. Mr. Louis, who spoke good English, was interested and asked if we could meet that afternoon since I was free. We set a meeting for 2 p.m. I hung up the phone and gave Megan a big hug. You don't know how much this means to me, Megan. I almost had tears in my eyes. I had a chance, and I was going to take it. Megan just smiled and sipped her coffee, glad to help. Megan went home just after 11 o'clock, and I rushed upstairs to shower, shave, and brush my teeth. I picked out a clean shirt, my navy blazer, and tan pants, planning to change after lunch to avoid spilling food on my clean clothes. I met Mr. Louis at 2 that afternoon, and he took me to his office. He was a middle-aged man with a balding head, bad teeth, and a wrinkled suit. I wondered if he couldn't afford proper translation services and was looking for someone cheap. However, Paula said she was happy working with him, so I decided to hear him out. I import many machines from China and Thailand. Some are for making plastic items, some for molding containers, and some for woodworking. The instructions are in Chinese and poorly translated into English, even I can't understand them, so I have to read the Chinese. My customers are not Chinese, so I need clear English instructions now. I want to sell to chain stores, and in Quebec, they need French instructions before accepting my products. I pay high prices for translations and often have to redo them because the translators don't understand the machinery. I need someone who understands the equipment and instructions. He finished speaking and waited. I understand your problem. Let's try it out, and if I can do the work, we can agree on a fair pay. Agreed. Yes, that sounds good. I hope you can do this job, it would help my business, and I would make it worth your while. He promised, why don't you give me an example, and we'll see how it goes. I can work here or at home and bring it back when I'm done. I think my computer is hard to use. He smiled, use your machine, and let me know when you're finished. We can review the results then. Great, show me the instructions, and I'll get started. He walked to a table, took a thin folder from a stack, and handed it to me. Come with me, he said. He took me to the warehouse, which was full of crates and machinery. Some pieces I recognized, others, I didn't. This is the machine your instructions are for. Look it over. If you have questions, ask. I nodded while he stood by me. I compared the drawings in the manual with the actual machine. They looked the same, but appearances can be deceiving. How accurate are the drawings? I asked. Most are good, sometimes they send old drawings with new machines, causing problems. I then have to wait for new drawings from the factory. I have machines I paid for but cannot sell. Very bad for business. I can imagine. This set looks correct, so I'll start. If I have problems, I'll call you. As I said, the first job is a free trial to see if I can do this and make a living from it. He nodded with a smile, that's wise. I got into my car and started for home. I was excited, hoping this would work out. It was different from my previous job but seemed more interesting. If it worked, I'd be happier. However, Leah wasn't impressed. What do you know about machinery? How can you make money from this? I've spoken to someone who already does this for a living. She works from home, which is what I want to do. Oh great. You sit around drinking coffee while I work hard in the lab. Why do you think that if I take the job, it's true? I'd work from home, it would also save money on commuting. Seems like a better situation for us. Show me that you can make a living, Jake. I doubt it. Well, if it was that simple, everyone would do it. She said, remember, I have a knack for machines and some writing skills, plus I speak 2 languages, which isn't common around here. I think I've got a good shot, but I won't know until I try. How much is this person paying you for the job? She asked. Nothing. I'm doing it for free to show I can handle it, then I can figure out how much my time is worth. If I set a price now, it might be too low, and then I'll have trouble raising it later. Great, you're working for nothing on a job you might not be able to do, and you don't know the pay. Just great. She said and walked out of the room towards the kitchen. That warm feeling I had just disappeared. Maybe it would come back if I proved I could do the work and get paid well. Maybe I couldn't wait to start. Right after we finished the dinner dishes, I went to our home office and turned on the computer. I pulled out the English version of the instructions and began reading. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The text was such a mess that explaining how to maintain and operate this machine seemed impossible. I took a deep breath and began. I stopped at midnight when my headache got really bad. My neck hurt from trying to understand the text and typing it out. I managed about a page and a half of the 6-page instructions. It was slow, but I was starting to see a pattern. The first paragraph took an hour, but the last one took just under 30 minutes. By the time I turned off the light and headed to bed, Leah was already asleep. I was tired from concentrating so hard. After taking a couple of Tylenol, I slipped into bed and fell asleep almost immediately. When I woke up, Leah was already dressed and eating her usual yogurt and granola breakfast. She didn't drink coffee, so there wasn't any. On the other hand, needed coffee until about 11 o'clock in the morning. I said good morning, and she mumbled something back. 2 minutes later, she was up, gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, and headed to work. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. I went back to our office and reviewed last night's work. I saw a few small errors I had missed, but overall, it looked good. I picked up where I left off and soon was back into it. I was on my second or third cup of coffee when I heard a familiar voice. Hey there, handsome, Megan called from the back door. I could almost hear her smiling. Come on in, Megan. Get a coffee. I'm in my office. I heard her open the cupboard and fridge, and a moment later, she walked into the office. Aren't you a sight this morning, she said with a laugh. I was in my usual nightwear, t-shirt and boxers. Thankfully, my fly was closed. Just because I haven't shaved, brushed my teeth, showered, or dressed doesn't mean I'm a slob, I replied. Megan laughed, good thing you're handsome, handsome. What are you working on? I'm on page 3 of 6, translating instructions for the operation and maintenance of a Heavenly Blossom Model 356K14 in thickness planer, I said firmly. Megan burst into laughter again. Where do they come up with those silly names? I shrugged, no idea, and I don't care. This test run is tougher than I thought. I spent 5 hours last night getting the first page and a half done. I think I've got the hang of it now, so it's going faster. I should finish by noon and then can start the French version, and you doing this for free. Yeah, you sound like Leah, I said with a stern look. Sorry, she said, I take it she wasn't impressed. You could say that, but what matters to her are the results. In a day or two, I'll know if this is worth it. Good luck, Jake. I believe in you. You'll prove Leah wrong. That was Megan, always positive and direct. We sipped our coffee in silence for a few minutes before Megan spoke again. Jake, can I ask you a personal question? Sure, go ahead. Do you think you and Leah are happy? I mean, really happy. I stared at my coffee cup and didn't answer. Never mind, it's none of my business. I'm sorry I asked, she said quietly. It's a good question, Megan. A really good one, that's all I said, as I expected. I finished the English version around 11:30 and called Mr. Louis. I told him I'd have the French version done this afternoon and could drop it off at his office. He was surprised and pleased. He told me to come anytime I was ready. That made me feel good about the job. It had been a while since I had written any French, but with my dictionary and a quick lunch, I completed the French version by 2:30 p.m. I reviewed the English version again, then the French one more time. I didn't see any errors, but Mr. Louis would decide that. I dressed in my business clothes and headed to his office to hand in my work. I sat as he looked over my English version, comparing it to the Chinese one he had beside it. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed like he was spot-checking various random paragraphs. I could see him nodding and sometimes marking a word here and there, but overall, he made very few changes. He looked up from my work. Excellent, Mr. Jake. I will send your French and English versions to our translation service to check if they approve your French. We can make a deal for your services. He called me Mr. Jake from the start because saying false was hard for him. How many hours did you spend on this? He asked. 5 last night and 6 today, 11 in total, I said. Very well. I will have a check for $660 made out to you. You can pick it up tomorrow, he smiled. I thought we agreed this was a free trial, a test to see if I could do the work. I am almost sure you can do the work, Mr. Jake. I do not want to take advantage of you. I will pay for good work. I think we can do very good business together. That's very generous, thank you very much, I said sincerely. To which company should I make out this check? He asked. Just to me, I guess, Ethan Fultz. He looked at me seriously for a moment. May I suggest you form your own company? It will save you much trouble in the future, and it will protect you if there is a problem. I suggest you see a lawyer and get this done. Keep this money separate. You do not want a tax problem, especially if you become successful. He smiled. I do not take out taxes. You have to handle that. You are a contractor in the eyes of the tax office. Thank you for the advice. I'll do just that. I stood up and shook his hand. Please let me know if there is any problem with the French version, I said as I was about to leave. Do you not want your next assignment? He asked, looking surprised. Well, yes, of course, if you think I can do the job, I stammered. He smiled. I think you can. I will be surprised if your French is not as good as your English. I must thank Miss Paula for telling you about me. He gave me another manual, and we walked out back again. After checking the machine and looking at the drawings, I was happy it was a current drawing. We shook hands, and I left for home feeling good. $60 an hour. If I worked 40 hours a week, I could make over $120,000 a year. Was there that much work? The stack on Mr. Lou's desk looked pretty big. I couldn't wait to tell Leah. Maybe this would change her mind about my work. Leah seemed happy that I was being paid and at a good rate. I told her about the stack of work on his desk waiting for me. It cheered her up quite a bit. Maybe things were looking better for us. I felt really good about the future and us. It's funny how quickly things can go from bad to good. I also wanted to tell Megan. She was the one who had given me the idea. I started work on the next manual the next morning. I was just as eager to start as I had been with the first one. This job was easier. First, the machine was simpler, and second, I had learned how to understand what they wanted to say. I finished the English by 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the French before dinner, a total of 8 hours. I would call Mr. Louis first thing in the morning and arrange to give him my work that evening. I called my investment advisor, Carlo Petty, another ex-Montrealer. Carlo, I need your advice. I want to start my own business, and I need the name of a lawyer who can help me do that. Hey, you're starting your own business, he sounded happy. Yeah, translation services. I explained the job to him, and he was excited. Every time I look at something, it's made in China or somewhere in the Far East, you will always have work, he said. I hope you're right. Now about that contact, yeah, talk to Don Simmons. He's right here in this building. He specializes in business law and can get you set up properly. Also, you will need to talk to Betty about the tax situation. She already does your and Leah's taxes, so she'll know what to do with the new business. Thanks, Carlo. I appreciate your help. Maybe I'll have something to save for retirement this year after all. Good luck, Jake. I think you're going to do well in this venture. We Montreal guys know how to make things happen, right? You know, Carlo, say hi to Monique for me. Talk to you later. I called Mr. Louis the next morning, and he was glad to hear from me. He told me that the French translation was perfect, and he was eager to see my next project. I went to his office later that morning and gave him the next manual. Mr. Louis, can we set up something so that I don't have to drive in every day? I can email my translations to you, but maybe if I took a week's worth of work at a time, I could just send you the finished work when it's done. That would be fine. Also, if you agree, I can deposit your payments directly into your account, so I don't have to write a check, and you get your money right away. That's great, but I have to set up a business account first. I'll let you know when that's done. Then we have a deal. I'm very happy to do business with you, Mr. Jake. Do you want me to have a contract written for your services? I thought about that. Why don't I talk to my business advisor and see what he thinks? I'll let you know. Very well, we shook hands, and I left after checking 5 new manuals and 5 machines. It took just over an hour, but it was worth my time. One drawing had a missing part, and even though it was for the right machine, I had to note that in my translation. Other than that, the job seemed pretty simple. By the end of the next week, I had a new career and my own business set up. I called it Precise Word Services, not flashy, but it explained what I did. I registered for a GST number with the federal government, set up a separate bank account, and even had some business cards printed. I also designed my own letterhead to print at home on my lawyer's advice. I wrote up a letter of understanding for Mr. Louis, outlining our deal for translations and the hourly rate. I treated myself to a color laser printer, keeping the receipt as a business expense. My tax advisor, Betty Jorgensen, helped me understand what counted as a valid business expense. I made sure to follow her advice closely. By Thursday morning, I had finished the 5 manuals and returned them with translations to Mr. Louis. I picked up 6 more, taking a look at the machines before I left. I was starting to wonder how many machines he had and how long this work would last. I had worked 46 hours by Thursday, bringing my weekly earnings to almost $4,000, and with the 6 new jobs, I expected to make even more. I was working hard in my home office. Leah barely saw me from morning till night. I'd come out for dinner, help with the dishes, and talk a bit, but I was mostly out of sight. For the first few weeks, Leah was curious. She went from not caring about my work to being intrigued as she saw how hard I was working. Naturally, she had questions. How often do you get paid? She asked. I get paid for each job I finish. I'm a contractor, so I get the full amount and handle taxes and expenses myself. Could use some help right now. Money's tight, since you lost your job, she said cautiously. Okay, how much do you need? Can you spare $1,000? Yeah, I think so, I replied carefully. For some reason, I wasn't in a rush to tell Leah how well the business was doing. I was making almost $3,000 a week, working 50 hours. My bank account was nearly $155,000. If Leah knew, she'd probably think differently about my work, but for some reason, I decided to keep it low-key. I transferred $1,000 from my business account to our joint account and told Leah it was done. She seemed surprised but pleased. I felt good too. It was nice to contribute to the household again after just 2 weeks out of work before finding this new career. I decided to meet with Mr. Louis to discuss the future of the business. I was worried it might dry up, and I'd be back at square one. The meeting went well. He had more complex machines coming in, which meant more work for me. I could relax. He assured me it would be a long time before we ran out of manuals. The weather turned warm again, and I was sitting on my balcony enjoying my coffee when Megan Willow's cheerful voice caught my attention. Hey, where have you been? Come on over. I'll tell you all about it. I said, feeling very pleased with myself. My life was back on track. Megan came in through the back door, poured herself a coffee, and joined me on the balcony. I haven't seen much of you lately, she said, curious. No, I've been busy with my new job. You're now talking to the president and only employee of Precise Word Services Inc. Megan laughed just as I hoped she would at my grand announcement. Seriously, Jake, the president. I can't believe it. I'm telling the truth. I started the business, and I'm the boss now. We were having fun with it, and Megan got it right away. It's good to see you happy, Jake, she said more seriously. It's been a while. Yeah, I feel like a heavy weight is gone, and I can move forward. It's a good feeling. How does Leah feel about it? I looked her straight in the eye. She doesn't really know yet. She can't decide. No, I mean, I haven't told her exactly how well the business is doing. Oh, silence, Megan. Do you remember asking me a question a while ago if it's the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, you asked if Leah and I were really happy, and I said it was a good question. Yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. I haven't told Leah about the money I'm making. I haven't lied, but I haven't told her either. Why? I don't know. Do you ever get that feeling that something isn't right? Yeah, sure. I've had that feeling for a few weeks now. I couldn't quite figure it out, but something felt different. Megan didn't say anything. She just sat there, drinking her coffee and thinking. Can I ask you something personal, Megan? Sure, go ahead. Do you think you and Leah are happy? I mean, really happy. I stared at my coffee cup and didn't answer. Never mind, it's none of my business. I'm sorry I asked, she said quietly. It's a good question, Megan. A really good one. That's all I said as I expected. I finished the English version around 11:30 and called Mr. Louis. I told him I'd have the French version done this afternoon and could drop it off at his office. He was surprised and pleased. He told me to come anytime I was ready. That made me feel good about the job. It had been a while since I had written any French, but with my dictionary and a quick lunch, I completed the French version by 2:30 p.m. I reviewed the English version again, then the French one more time. I didn't see any errors, but Mr. Louis would decide that. I dressed in my business clothes and headed to his office to hand in my work. I sat as he looked over my English version, comparing it to the Chinese one he had beside it. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed like he was spot-checking various random paragraphs. I could see him nodding and sometimes marking a word here and there, but overall, he made very few changes. He looked up from my work. Excellent, Mr. Jake. I will send your French and English versions to our translation service to check if they approve your French. We can make a deal for your services. He called me Mr. Jake from the start because saying false was hard for him. How many hours did you spend on this? He asked. 5 last night and 6 today, 11 in total, I said. Very well. I will have a check for $660 made out to you. You can pick it up tomorrow, he smiled. I thought we agreed this was a free trial, a test to see if I could do the work. I am almost sure you can do the work, Mr. Jake. I do not want to take advantage of you. I will pay for good work. I think we can do very good business together. That's very generous, thank you very much, I said sincerely. To which company should I make out this check? He asked. Just to me, I guess, Ethan Fultz. He looked at me seriously for a moment. May I suggest you form your own company? It will save you much trouble in the future, and it will protect you if there is a problem. I suggest you see a lawyer and get this done. Keep this money separate, you do not want a tax problem, especially if you become successful. He smiled. I do not take out taxes, you have to handle that. You are a contractor in the eyes of the tax office. Thank you for the advice. I'll do just that, I stood up and shook his hand. "Please let me know if there is any problem with the French version," I said as I was about to leave. "Do you not want your next assignment?" he asked, looking surprised. Well, yes, of course, if you think I can do the job," I stammered. He smiled. "I think you can. I will be surprised if your French is not as good as your English. I must thank Miss Paula for telling you about me." He gave me another manual, and we walked out back again. After checking the machine and looking at the drawings, I was happy it was a current drawing. We shook hands, and I left for home feeling good. $60 an hour. If I worked 40 hours a week, I could make over $120,000 a year. Was there that much work? The stack on Mr. Liu's desk looked pretty big. I couldn't wait to tell Leah. Maybe this would change her mind about my work. Leah seemed happy that I was being paid and at a good rate. I told her about the stack of work on his desk waiting for me. It cheered her up quite a bit. Maybe things were looking better for us. I felt really good about the future and us. It's funny how quickly things can go from bad to good. I also wanted to tell Megan. She was the one who had given me the idea. I started work on the next manual the next morning. I was just as eager to start as I had been with the first one. This job was easier. First, the machine was simpler, and second, I had learned how to understand what they wanted to say. I finished the English by 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the French before dinner, a total of 8 hours. I would call Mr. Louis first thing in the morning and arrange to give him my work that evening. I called my investment advisor, Carlo Petty, another ex-Montrealer. "Carlo, I need your advice. I want to start my own business and need the name of a lawyer who can help me do that." "Hey, you're starting your own business," he sounded happy. "Yeah, translation services." I explained the job to him, and he was excited. "Every time I look at something, it's made in China or somewhere in the Far East. You will always have work." "I hope you're right." "Now about that contact, yeah, talk to Don Simmons. He's right here in this building. He specializes in business law and can get you set up properly. Also, you will need to talk to Betty about the tax situation. She already does your and Leah's taxes, so she'll know what to do with the new business." "Thanks, Carlo. I appreciate your help. Maybe I'll have something to save for retirement this year after all." "Good luck, Jake. I think you're going to do well in this venture. We Montreal guys know how to make things happen, right? You know, Carlo, say hi to Monique for me. Talk to you later." I called Mr. Louis the next morning, and he was glad to hear from me. He told me that the French translation was perfect, and he was eager to see my next project. I went to his office later that morning and gave him the next manual. "Mr. Louis, can we set up something so that I don't have to drive in every day? I can email my translations to you, but maybe if I took a week's worth of work at a time, I could just send you the finished work when it's done." "That would be fine. Also, if you agree, I can deposit your payments directly into your account, so I don't have to write a check, and you get your money right away." "That's great, but I have to set up a business account first. I'll let you know when that's done. Then we have a deal. I'm very happy to do business with you, Mr. Jake. Do you want me to have a contract written for your services?" I thought about that. Why don't I talk to my business advisor and see what he thinks? I'll let you know. Very well. We shook hands, and I left. After checking 5 new manuals and 5 machines, it took just over an hour, but it was worth my time. One drawing had a missing part, and even though it was for the right machine, I had to note that in my translation. Other than that, the job seemed pretty simple. By the end of the next week, I had a new career and my own business set up. I called it Precise Word Services, not flashy, but it explained what I did. I registered for a GST number with the federal government, set up a separate bank account, and even had some business cards printed. I also designed my own letterhead to print at home on my lawyer's advice. I wrote up a letter of understanding for Mr. Louis, outlining our deal for translations and the hourly rate. I treated myself to a color laser printer, keeping the receipt as a business expense. My tax advisor, Betty Jorgensen, helped me understand what counted as a valid business expense. I made sure to follow her advice closely. By Thursday morning, I had finished the 5 manuals and returned them with translations to Mr. Louis. I picked up 6 more, taking a look at the machines before I left. I was starting to wonder how many machines he had and how long this work would last. I had worked 46 hours by Thursday, bringing my weekly earnings to almost $4,000, and with the 6 new jobs, I expected to make even more. I was working hard in my home office. Leah barely saw me from morning till night. I'd come out for dinner, help with the dishes, and talk a bit, but I was mostly out of sight. For the first few weeks, Leah was curious. She went from not caring about my work to being intrigued as she saw how hard I was working, and naturally, she had questions. "How often do you get paid?" she asked. "I get paid for each job I finish. I'm a contractor, so I get the full amount and handle taxes and expenses myself." "Could use some help right now. Money's tight since you lost your job," she said cautiously. "Okay, how much do you need? Can you spare $1,000? I replied carefully. For some reason, I wasn't in a rush to tell Leah how well the business was doing. I was making almost $3,000 a week, working 50 hours. My bank account was nearly $155,000. If Leah knew, she'd probably think differently about my work, but for some reason, I decided to keep it low-key. I transferred $1,000 from my business account to our joint account and told Leah it was done. She seemed surprised but pleased. I felt good too. It was nice to contribute to the household again after just 2 weeks out of work before finding this new career. I decided to meet with Mr. Louis to discuss the future of the business. I was worried it might dry up, and I'd be back at square one. The meeting went well. He had more complex machines coming in, which meant more work for me. I could relax. He assured me it would be a long time before we ran out of manuals. The weather turned warm again, and I was sitting on my balcony enjoying my coffee when Megan Willow's cheerful voice caught my attention. "Hey, where have you been? Come on over. I'll tell you all about it," I said, feeling very pleased with myself. My life was back on track. Megan came in through the back door, poured herself a coffee, and joined me on the balcony. "I haven't seen much of you lately," she said, curious. "No, I've been busy with my new job. You're now talking to the president and only employee of Precise Word Services Inc." Megan laughed just as I hoped she would at my grand announcement. "Seriously, Jake, the president? I can't believe it. I'm telling the truth. I started the business, and I'm the boss now." We were having fun with it, and Megan got it right away. "It's good to see you happy, Jake," she said more seriously. "It's been a while. Yeah, I feel like a heavy weight is gone, and I can move forward. It's a good feeling. How does Leah feel about it?" I looked her straight in the eye. "She doesn't really know yet. She can't decide." "No, I mean, I haven't told her exactly how well the business is doing." "Oh, silence, Megan. Do you remember asking me a question a while ago if it's the one I'm thinking of?" "Yeah, you asked if Leah and I were really happy, and I said it was a good question." "Yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. I haven't told Leah about the money I'm making." I haven't lied, but I haven't told her either. "Why?" "I don't know. Do you ever get that feeling that something isn't right?" "I know you, Jake. You're honest. I can see you're hurting. I've seen how Leah treats you when she thinks no one is watching. Maybe you don't notice, but I do. She acts like she's above you. I don't know why, but that's how it looks." "Her parents," I said quietly. "What, her parents?" "They don't think much of me." "Maybe it's affecting her. They're no kind of royalty or something, no. Her dad works for the city, and her mom works part-time at a market. Not royalty. Wow, they should be grateful to have you." No one would treat her better than you. I guess they had big dreams for their daughter. Megan leaned back in her chair and sighed. What do you do now? I have no idea. I still love her, but lately, I'm not sure she loves me. We just aren't close like before. It's like I let her down, and she's given up on me. I hope I'm wrong. I hope so too, Jake. I had no real reason to be suspicious of Leah. There were no signs of her cheating, but a few weeks later, something felt off. Leah told me the lab was reorganizing, and she would need to work some overtime. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I was happy or not. We seemed to be drifting apart little by little, which made me sad. I was turning 28, and we still hadn't decided to start a family. I wondered if we ever would. I had been working steadily on my translations, but I cut back on night work to spend more time with Leah, even if it was just watching TV. I felt it was important to reconnect. On top of that, I was adding between $800 and $1,000 each week to our joint account. I told her the business was doing well, and I could contribute more. I was billing an average of 9 hours each day, 5 days a week, which made about $2,700 each week before taxes. My account was growing fast, even with my contributions to our joint account. Leah seemed pleased. We were back to where we were before I lost my job. I hoped our relationship would get back to normal too, but despite our better finances, our relationship stayed cool. We were intimate once or twice a week, but that was it, and nothing seemed to change that. Mr. Louis was happy with my work and told me often. We had no complaints about the translations, that was the quality I cared about. As I got better at understanding the broken English from the manufacturers, I found I could do simpler translations faster, so I had more time for myself. If I wanted to have lunch at a deli or a drink at a local bar, I could. I would catch up on work later if needed. I didn't see much of Megan after our serious talk. It was fall, and the weather was cool and rainy. The days were shorter, and I found it easier to focus on work with fewer distractions. I started inviting Megan for morning coffee, and it became a daily routine. It was our private time to talk freely. We were such good friends that we could talk about anything. How's Leah? Megan asked. Same cold as ice, I replied. Sorry, she said. Do you think you guys will make it? I almost want to say no, but I still want to try. Both of you have to try if it's going to work, she said. Yeah, I know. Jake, yeah. She's cheating on you. I froze. Megan would never joke about that. You know this. Yeah, I know. Who is it? Her boss, Turnbull, I think his name is. Yeah, that's him. How long? Not long with him, but he's not the first. What? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I'm kicking all out, Jake. I'm done with him. This isn't the first time, and if I let it go, it won't be the last. I'm looking for a job before I leave him. He will never be good at paying alimony or child support, and I don't want my kids to live in poverty. Wow, Megan. Can this get any worse? I think you asked a similar question when you lost your job, and Leah gave you a hard time about it. What a big mess. Absolutely, she agreed. Well, I guess I have to change my financial plans now. No way I'm giving her anything after this. Let her go live with Bobby Boy, he can take care of her. I don't blame you, just don't do anything that will land you in jail, okay? I count on you for my morning coffee, she smiled. Well, let's see now. You kick all out, I kick Leah out, and we move in together and live happily ever after. I said, half joking. You are forgetting one thing, Jake. The kids. I'm not forgetting. If they don't come, the deal's off, Megan laughed, but I saw tears forming in her eyes. This situation wasn't really funny, but we needed some relief. I laughed with her, it felt good to have someone to talk to. We put aside the issue of our spouses for the night. I had work to finish and needed to figure out how to get through living with Leah until I decided what to do. I felt oddly detached from the emotional chaos. I should have been furious with her, but I was only angry and disappointed, not even surprised, really. I wondered how many others there had been besides Elle and her boss. That evening, I found it easy to act normal around Leah. I didn't change anything in my behavior. I acted just as I would on any other night, and it wasn't hard. When we went to bed, it took me a while to fall asleep, which was unusual. I was thinking about what to do about Leah. The more I thought, the more I wanted proof. It wasn't that I didn't believe Megan, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes if I could. Leah made it easy the next morning. She said she had to work overtime again and wouldn't be home until late. That usually meant around 10 o'clock. I guessed there was no overtime and she was meeting Bobby Boy. I called Megan and told her my plan. Elle wouldn't be home until after 9 o'clock, so I borrowed her car to follow my wife and her friend. I parked in a lot with a view of the clinic's parking lot and got there around 5 o'clock, thinking they'd still be there. Leah's car was there, so I guessed right. About 10 minutes later, she came out with a tall guy in a nice suit. They walked to a car at the other end of the lot and got into a Mercedes. I started the car, ready to follow them. I took a couple of pictures with my camera. I'm no private detective, and a couple of times, I thought I'd lost them. But I got lucky and saw them turn into a hotel parking lot. I hung back until they were in the lobby, then drove up to the front entrance. I watched the guy register, put away his credit card, and then head for the elevators. Both of them had small overnight bags. They weren't going for dinner, just straight up to the room. I drove home. I'd seen enough. I took several pictures of them at the front desk and getting in the elevator. I returned Megan's car and told her what I saw. She gave me a hug and told me to cool down and that we'd talk the next day about what to do. I agreed. I wasn't in the mood to face Leah that night, and I didn't know what I wanted to do next. Elle usually started work at 9 o'clock in the morning, depending on his shift. He'd come home any time from 5 to 9 o'clock at night. That gave Megan and me most of the day to talk about our plans before the kids got home. I was still confused and angry about Leah's betrayal. I wasn't furious, but I wasn't going to let it go. The marriage was over, that was clear. Tell me how you found out, I asked Megan the next morning. Gossip, she said. One of the women who works with Leah figured out she and Turnbull were having an affair and told one of her friends, who told one of my friends who knew Leah was our neighbor. You know how gossip spreads. I don't think Leah realizes how many people know about her affair. Well, what matters is that I know. I was still curious. How did you find out about Elle and Leah? The same way. A nosy neighbor, Mrs. Bryson, noticed how often I was here visiting you. I was about to get mad at her when she mentioned how close our houses were. I guess Elle had been visiting your place when you weren't home. It takes nerve with me being right here. Anyway, it turns out Elle was here when he said he was working. Why Leah would get involved with him, I don't know. Maybe she believed his lies about being a big deal at work. That's all I can think of. I just shook my head, not understanding it any better than Megan did. Do you know if Turnbull is married? She asked. I think he is. I'm sure of it. I don't know much else about him. Megan looked at me for a moment and picked up my phone book. She found Turnbull's number and gave me a mischievous smile as she dialed. Hello, is this Mrs. Richard Turnbull? Silence. I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong number. You don't have a daughter named Felicity, right? Silence. I see. Well, I'm very sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Megan hung up the phone. He's married, and they don't have any kids. I shook my head. This woman was sharp. No surprise Elle couldn't fool her. We sat quietly for a few moments. I think we should visit City Hall, Jake, Megan said. I want to see the title on the clinic property. What are you thinking? I asked. I'm just curious about what leverage you might have. You'd be surprised what a title search can show. Let's go if you have the time. All the time in the world, she smiled. It took 10 minutes and $10 to find that the clinic property was in the name of Mrs. Diane Turnbull, and the address matched the home of Robert Turnbull. Well, Megan said quietly. Guess who has the upper hand? The wife owns the building, and he might just be the manager. Very good, Jake, you guessed right. I bet Leah doesn't know that. Yeah, if he's stringing her along, she's in for a nasty surprise when I break up with her. What a shame, Megan chuckled. We left City Hall, and I took Megan for lunch. Being with her made me feel better about myself and my situation. The restaurant wasn't the place to talk about our private matters, so we waited until we were back at the townhouse. So now, what's next? I wondered. Did you take the pictures like I suggested? Megan asked. Yeah, let's look at them, I said as I got my camera and plugged it into my computer. The pictures downloaded and appeared on the screen. We went through them one by one. Well, you didn't catch them in the act, but these ones at the hotel desk and elevator are pretty clear about what they are up to. You could hire a private detective for more proof, but I don't know if it's worth it. Whether you divorce her for cheating or just because you can't get along, it won't change much. You might as well save your money and get ready for the worst. I never thought it would come to this, I said, shaking my head. No one ever does. I couldn't believe Ol would cheat on me either, but he did, more than once. I'm just upset I can't leave him now. I need to find a job first. I have to take care of the kids, Megan. I hope you don't think I'm butting into your business, but I've been thinking about something. I want you to listen with an open mind. Try to look at it without judging. Can you do that for me? I pleaded. She looked at me, focusing on what I just said. I guess so. That's all I can promise, that's all I ask. I nodded in relief. The other day, when I found out the truth about Leah, I joked about us moving in together with the kids. It was just a joke, but the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. Don't say anything yet, I said quickly as I saw her stand to speak. My income will be over $125,000 a year. I have more work than I can handle, and there's more out there if I need it. I like what I'm doing, and it looks like I'm good at it, so I can keep up this lifestyle without burning out. I don't have to commute, so there's no stress, no deadlines I can't meet. I'm suggesting I buy a 4-bedroom house. I've been looking at it, it's still in the same school district. You and the kids could move in as tenants until you find a job, no strings attached. Jake, that's a lovely thought, but I couldn't do that to you. What about your personal life? What about your future? Surely you don't want to stay single forever, do you? No, of course not. I'm not saying this has to be permanent. If you find a good job and want to move out, you can. At least you'd know you and the kids were safe, and they wouldn't have to change schools. Jake, you know I think the world of you, but this isn't fair to you. If I did that and then moved out, what would you do with a 4-bedroom house? I shrugged. Maybe you decide not to move out. I said, almost cringing when it came out. Megan looked at me, her eyes widening. Are you saying you have feelings for me? She asked carefully. I nodded. Sorry, but yes. Oh no, now I'm really. Oh no, Jake, don't do this to me. Don't mess with my head. This is too much. I haven't even kicked Ol out, and you're coming on to me. That's not fair. Yeah, I know, but what they did to us isn't fair either. This isn't about fair. This is about what we both know. If the way I feel for you isn't how you feel for me, just say so. Megan sat quietly, and I could see tears forming in her eyes. Had I gone too far, too fast? She stood and wandered around the kitchen and then into the living room, shaking her head and mumbling to herself. That was a good sign, I thought. She hadn't said no, and she hadn't slapped me, so she wasn't sure and she wasn't offended. Damn you, Jake, she finally said, walking toward me. "How could you?" Those were the last words I heard before she hugged me tightly. If I was going to be comforted, this was the best way. I just held on to her, and she squeezed me tight. When she finally let go, I stood up from my kitchen chair and hugged her. "Does that mean yes?" I asked. "Of course, it does." "You idiot," she cried, wiping her tears but smiling. "No pressure, Megan. If it works out, great. If not, no hard feelings." She shook her head and looked into my eyes. "I'm going to make it work," she said, then started crying again. "Me too," I said. I had a feeling we could get through the tough times ahead, and things would change for the better. Chapter 3. Don Simmons suggested I use a family law firm, so I hired them. I decided not to hide my new earnings during the divorce, even though I'd hate giving any money to Leah. I didn't want extra legal trouble if she found out about my new business later. I would be honest but try to avoid paying her alimony. I didn't want to reward her for betraying me. My lawyer was an older woman in her 60s, Mudda Kinsey. She was sharp and looked out for me. I told her everything, and she had an interesting idea. She suggested we bluff Leah, assuming Leah didn't know much about my new job. She might agree to a split of current assets and no alimony. We wouldn't say what those assets were unless asked directly. I could also suggest I wouldn't sue the lab and her boss for interfering. It was worth a try. I told Mudda I would let her know when to serve my wife, and she could prepare the papers. Now, the next week went by without much happening. Leah had 2 more overtime sessions, but I didn't follow her. Mudda called to say the papers were ready, and I could serve Leah any time. I thanked her and called Megan. "It's time, Megan. I have the papers, and now I need to figure out how to give them to her. Want to come over?" "Sure, I'll be right there. Get the coffee ready." We sat at the kitchen table with our coffee, chatting about little things. I couldn't delay any longer. "Here's what I'm planning. I'll confront her tonight. I'll tell her I know about Robert Turnbull, and if needed, then I'll give her the divorce papers. If she gets angry, I'll show her the pictures and say I have witnesses. I'm betting Mrs. Turnbull doesn't know about their affair, so my threat to sue might help." Mudda said Leah needs to think she has no easy way out. After that, it's all on her. I don't know how she'll react, but I have to be careful not to give away that I'm bluffing. If she gets aggressive, I'll move out, and she can get a lawyer, and we'll fight it out. I hope it doesn't come to that, but you never know with Leah. "Have you packed a bag?" Megan asked. "No, but I will before she comes home. Apparently, there's no overtime tonight." I smirked. Megan gave me a quick kiss and a hug. "Good luck. Tell me everything when this is over. We need to figure out how to handle Ol. That's going to be harder." I nodded. She was right. Ol would be a problem. His pride would be hurt, and he wouldn't give up easily. Megan and I decided she wouldn't move out of their townhouse until things calmed down. If Ol refused to leave, she'd stay in Annie's room until she was ready to go, to keep things simple and show my trust in Mudda. I loaned Megan money for Mudda's retainer, and we started working together to handle our unfaithful spouses. That night, during our usual dinner, I told Leah I wanted to talk. I saw her tense up, probably thinking it was another "we need to talk" speech. "Leah, I know about your affair with Robert Turnbull. Since you don't respect me or our marriage, I'm divorcing you. Here are the papers," I said calmly. I was surprised at how calm I felt after 7 years together. Her reaction was intense. She gasped for air and coughed. After a bit, she regained her composure. How? Was all she could say. "You weren't very discreet. Many people, not just your co-workers, knew about your affair with your boss." "Oh God, I'm sorry, Jake. I wish I could say something." "I'm sorry." I shrugged. "I propose we split everything evenly. We can sell the townhouse and split the equity. You can buy me out if you want. I won't be living here again. I was calm and clear-headed. She nodded. That's fair, she said, unable to look at me. I couldn't resist. Why didn't you answer right away? Maybe you were trying to think of an excuse, but that wasn't it. I thought Robert would give me a better life. He's very successful, and I thought he would give me a better life. I considered crushing her hopes but decided not to. Do not overplay your hand, were Mother's last words to me. Well, for what it's worth, I hope you find happiness. You weren't happy with me. It wasn't you, Jake. You were kind and hardworking. You were always there for me, but I guess I just wanted more from life than you could give me. An upgrade, I said without really thinking. What? No, not that. Well, maybe Robert is rich. He'll give me a good life after he gets divorced. He's married. I pretended to be surprised. I'm moving out, Leah. I'll be at a local motel for a while until I find a place to live. If you agree to the settlement, you'll find the papers in here. All you have to do is sign them. You may want to see a lawyer, just for your protection, I said, almost holding my breath. I wanted that offer on the record. No, no. I won't fight it. I've hurt you, and it's my fault. 50/50ths is fair. I'll sign them tonight. You can take them with you when you go. She still couldn't look me in the eye. I came from the bedroom with my bag. She seemed surprised to see me packed but said nothing. She handed me the signed papers. I checked they were correctly done, then put them in my pocket. If you don't mind, I'll stop by tomorrow and get most of my things. I need to download my files from the computer too. No, of course not. This is still your house, Jake, she looked at me finally, and the sadness in her eyes almost made me change my mind. She looked so defeated. I took a step toward her, leaned in, and kissed her cheek. Goodbye, Leah. I turned and walked out the door, closing it quietly behind me. I had won, but I had lost. I would have my freedom, but I lost what I had hoped for. It seemed like such a sad situation, but I knew I could never live with her again after what she had done. I drove to the local motel and went straight to my room. I had checked in earlier that afternoon. I called Mother the next morning and told her about my discussion with Leah. She was glad it had gone so easily, no fighting, no blame game, not even any tears, some regret, some apology, but all in all, a quiet end to my marriage. I thanked her for her advice and hung up. I would drop the papers off on my way to my former home when I let myself in. I knew it was no longer my home. I started packing the rest of my clothes and personal items. I didn't want anything else. Leah could have the pictures of us. The furniture would probably be split equally, so it was just a matter of sorting out who got what when the time came. I sat quietly in my office, thinking about what was happening. I was ending something I had started nearly 8 years ago. I didn't feel good about it. I had to move on with my life, and when I thought about it, I remembered Megan and felt a bit better. I began the slow task of downloading my files onto my new laptop. It would take most of the morning. I had told Mr. Louis that due to personal problems, I would not be able to do any translations until next week. I apologized, but he understood. It was the first time I had not met a deadline. I promised him I would catch up next week, and he was fine with that. I would have plenty of time to work from my motel room. The motel had high-speed internet, so I wasn't at a disadvantage. It wasn't as quiet as the townhouse, but I could manage. I missed my morning coffee with Megan, but we were both being careful until she served all the divorce papers that would be early next week. I did envy Megan that task. We did meet at a coffee place on Friday morning. We then parked in an empty lot to talk. "How are you holding up?" I asked. "Okay. I'm not looking forward to telling all." I decided to do it in the morning after the kids go to school. It's the only time we're alone in the house. Mother gave me some advice on how to handle it. She said I can insist he leave if there's no reasonable place for him to sleep other than our bed. One thing for sure, I'm not having him in my bed any longer than I have to. What about the kids? When and how will you tell them, assuming all will be gone or at work when they get home from school? I'll tell them then. You think they can handle it? Annie will be okay. I found out something else about all that was the last straw. She stopped and sniffed as she sipped her latte. Annie was teased by a classmate the other day. The two girls argued, and when the other girl seemed to be losing, she said something about Annie's father being a regular visitor to one of her friend's mother's house. Annie started yelling at the girl, but the girl stood her ground and said if she didn't believe it, she could ask the mother. Apparently, her name is Mimi Tranter, and she's a divorcee. Megan looked sad and almost defeated. I didn't remember seeing her like this before. How's Annie? I asked. Upset. I calmed her down and told her not to believe everything she hears, but I think she knows, maybe has known for a while. She might be only 10, but kids grow up so fast these days. I'm sorry, Megan. It shouldn't have to happen like that. It won't be easy telling them I'm leaving their father. They'll still get to see him, but he won't be living with us. I nodded. Even though Ol had behaved poorly, taking the kids away from him would still hurt him and them. I knew Megan didn't want to stop Ol from seeing the kids. They asked about you, you know, Megan said after a silence. Oh, I'm surprised. I don't know why they like you a lot. I think being all together will make it easier for them. You're more like a dad than anyone else. Thanks. I'm looking forward to that and having you clothes every day, I said. She took my hand. You said you wanted to see me. What's up? I want you to come with me to look at a house I'm thinking of buying. I want your opinion, especially since you'll be living there. Sure, let's do it. It will take my mind off other stuff, she said with a weak smile. We met the real estate agent at the house at 11 o'clock. We were right on time. I showed Megan the house, pointing out the rooms and areas needing improvement. It wasn't a luxury home, but it was a good size with bedrooms for everyone and 2.5 bathrooms. I was happy it had a 2-car garage and a basement for storage, a playroom or maybe my office. I like it, Megan said, smiling. It needs some work, but nothing we can't handle. Lots of room for the kids, and a potential playroom in the basement if you want. Okay, you got it, she said quietly, away from the agent. All right, let's go talk business. We'll make an offer and see what happens. It's been on the market for 4 months, and the housing market is slow. We might get a good deal. We told the agent we were ready to make an offer. He seemed excited. I guessed he hadn't had much business lately because of the economy. A live buyer making an offer was a big deal for him. I made a low offer, expecting a counteroffer. This would show how eager the sellers were to sell. There was no furniture in the house, so I thought maybe the owners had 2 mortgages to pay. We left before noon, and Megan offered to buy lunch. I agreed, and we stopped at a sushi bar. Megan joked that she'd never find Ol in a place that served bait for food. I laughed. She was getting her old sense of humor back, but I knew it would be temporary. She had to deal with Ol next week. I wished I could support her, but that wasn't possible. The weekend was long at the motel. Leah was gone from my life, though we weren't close at the end, she was still someone to talk to. Now I was alone and couldn't see Megan, so I was on my own. Saturday, I took a walk along the river to clear my head. I decided to catch up on work, and by Sunday afternoon, I was back on track. Mr. Louis would be happy about that. By Monday morning, I was current with my work. I called Mr. Louis after emailing my last manual, and he was surprised and happy. He wanted to see me soon for a special project. Naturally, I couldn't say no to the man, so we agreed to meet on Tuesday morning. I called Megan. She told me Mother had said all the paperwork was ready, and it was up to Megan to tell all about the divorce. She was about to call me and wanted to meet to discuss her plan. She was very nervous and thought maybe it would be better to have someone else serve all the papers, but Megan refused. No, absolutely not. He'd go crazy, and anything could happen. No, this is something I have to do myself. Maybe I can make him understand how much he's hurt me and the children. I won't change my mind, and I won't forgive him. He brought this on himself. I let him get away with it before, and he hurt me again. Fool me once, that's it. I wish I could be there to help, but I knew Megan understood my offer was sincere but impossible. I'm going to do it tomorrow morning. I don't think I'll sleep thinking about what I have to do, but I can't have the children witness this. I won't let someone else do it for me. That would be cowardly. No, I just have to suck it up and get it done, she said. Tuesday morning, I got up, followed my usual routine, grabbed my laptop, and headed to the restaurant next to the motel. I decided to cheat and have a full breakfast, eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast. It was the $33.99 special. I laughed, still trying to save money despite my newfound prosperity. I had a second cup of coffee, letting rush hour pass before heading to Mr. Lou's office. I wondered how Megan was doing with all. I didn't envy her, but she insisted on doing this herself. She was very strong, and the idea that we might grow closer was exciting. I met Mr. Louis just after 9 o'clock that morning, and he surprised me. He was thinking of bringing in a line of light and medium-duty tractors, backhoes, loaders, and forklifts from China. The manuals for these machines would be bigger and more complex than any I'd done before. At first, I was unsure. I don't know, Mr. Louis, this is a very big project. I'm not sure I could handle this alone. I don't think I know enough about the equipment to write the manuals correctly. I don't know what to say, I said, feeling sorry. Mr. Jake, you are very good at your work. Can you find people to help you? I will pay $100 per hour. There will be many hours to do this work. I know I trust only you to do it right. Many, many dollars for you if you can do this, he said, sounding desperate. I needed to find a way to do it. The money was too good to pass up. Mr. Louis, I can't promise anything, but let me think about how it can be done. Let me see one of the manuals they have prepared, and then I can tell you if I can help. Thank you, Mr. Jake. I trust you. You are very good for me and my business. I left and took one of the forklift manuals home. At least I knew a bit about forklifts. I had used them years ago in customer service. As I drove, I suddenly thought of Megan. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I pulled out my cell phone and searched for her number. I paused before calling. What if Ole was still there? What if things had gone really bad? If I called and Ole answered, I could just hang up, but what would he think? No, I had to wait until I reached her place. If Ole was there, his car would be outside, giving me a heads up. I drove my Camry faster than usual, glancing at my watch. If I kept this pace, I would be at her townhouse by 10:30. As I turned into the cul-de-sac, I saw no sign of Ole's Malibu. I didn't relax yet. I parked a few doors down and called Megan's number. It rang twice before she answered. Hello, her voice was soft and quiet. Megan, it's Jake. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm okay. Can you come over? I could use some company. I'm almost at your door. I just wanted to make sure Ole wasn't still there. No, Ole's gone. Come on in. The coffee's ready. She sounded so down. I was relieved she was okay but worried about what had happened. I parked the car and walked to the back door and went in like I always did. Megan was at the kitchen table, her head in her hands. She looked awful, her eyes red and her face full of sorrow. Hi, I said as I poured myself a coffee and sat down next to her. What happened? She looked at me and shook her head. He completely fell apart, Jake. He broke down crying and asking what he would do without me. He was begging me to give him another chance. It was so sad that I cried too. Did he agree to leave? I asked. Yes, he tried to lie to me, saying I had it all wrong and that someone was setting him up. But I told him I knew about Leah and that's why she was divorcing him. He looked like he was going to be sick. Then I brought up other things, and he almost fainted. That's when he lost it. That sounds awful. How are you now? I don't feel great, Jake. Like you, that's 10 years gone, 10 years I can't get back. I feel both angry and sad. There's a big difference between your 10 years and my 7, I said. Oh yeah. Like what? Like Annabeth and Bradley. She looked at me, and I saw tears forming. I took her hands and squeezed them gently. Hold on, Megan. Hold on. Now it was Megan's turn to break down. All I could do was hold her and let her cry. She needed to get it all out. She was strong and would be okay in the end. It would still hurt, but she would move on with her life. Talk to me, Megan. Tell me what happened. She calmed down enough to speak and leaned into me as I held her. I thought to myself, if we only remained good friends, it would be a missed chance. She was special, and I admired and loved her. Now the question was, what kind of love? She began to tell me the story. She had all sit in the kitchen while she told him she was getting a divorce. He was shocked at first, but then he tried to talk his way out. But Megan was too smart and ready for him. When he saw he couldn't win her over, he tried to play the sympathy card, talking about the kids and their years together. But Megan said his acting made it easier for her. He was so fake that she didn't feel bad about calling him out for his actions. In the end, all was a mess. Megan had even packed a bag with his things and told him to leave and not come back until she said so. Ol thought it was a short-term thing, but when she gave him the divorce papers, he realized it was for good. The only thing he would come back for was the rest of his clothes and things, and Megan would watch to make sure he didn't take anything he shouldn't. He looked defeated when he left, dragging his suitcase behind him. I wish I had been here for you, I said. No, Jake. I had to do this myself. It wasn't fun and it wasn't easy, but it was something I had to handle alone. Don't blame yourself because I'm upset. I know you mean well, but it had to be done and it had to be done quickly. Well, I guess you and I are about to start the rest of our lives, I said. I'm just happy that I still have you, even if it's just for a while. She gave me a serious look. Are you having second thoughts about us? She asked. Of course not. It's your choice, Megan. Whatever happens between us, it will always be your choice, Jake. Fultz, what a cop-out. First, you tell me you have feelings for me, then you leave it all on me. What kind of person are you? She demanded. I looked at her and couldn't help it. I had a small smile on my lips. She couldn't help it either. I saw it in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and we shared a long kiss. I don't think we'll be separated anytime soon, epilogue. As I expected, the offer on the house was counted, but not too far from my ideal price. Our agent recounted, and the deal was done when they accepted. I now owned a 4-bedroom house in a very nice neighborhood. I'm almost embarrassed at how easily I got over my divorce from Leah. I've concluded that I never really loved her, not like my parents love each other, not how I imagined loving a wife. The depth of emotion just wasn't there on either side. I haven't seen Leah since the divorce papers were signed. The final decree will come in February. I heard that she and Bobby Boy left with very little, except his Mercedes. His soon-to-be ex-wife now runs the lab, and it's business as usual. I guess Leah lost her dream twice. Ol is still working at the Chevy dealer, but he is a different person these days. His divorce from Megan will be final in March. He visits his children every week but keeps a low profile otherwise. It seems the single life isn't as great as he hoped. Megan cut him some slack at my suggestion. She's not asking for alimony or child support, despite his behavior. Neither Megan nor I would get any satisfaction from kicking him while he's down. Our income is more than enough, and Noel needs every penny he can earn. He still has mortgage payments and loaded credit cards. Playing around came at a high price. Megan and I are a different story. I thought about what makes her so attractive to me. She's bigger than Leah, curvier, and more feminine. She gives and gives a lot. I will never understand why Noel would want to fool around on her. Just give him the dumbass award forever. I love that woman like crazy, and I will fight to keep her. Megan doesn't do things halfway. When she says she's in love with me, I'm not going to argue. I'm glad I'm fit because I never want to disappoint her. We didn't need the fourth bedroom as a bedroom for long. Megan sat down with the kids after she kicked Noel out and explained what would happen. Annie knew about her father's stupidity and was less upset than Brad, but both needed reassurance that they would still see their father. Brad was quiet for a few days but gradually adapted when Megan told the kids they would be moving to a new house with a big backyard and a play area in the basement and still go to the same school. They were okay when she told them I would be living with them. Brad cheered, and Annie nodded. They seemed to have the same feelings toward me that I had toward them. Megan said kids pick up on adult vibes, and they knew how I felt about them. We moved into the new house just after Halloween. I took Annie and Brad out for trick or treat in their old neighborhood. It was fun to watch them go door to door. They always said, "Thank you," and often recognized kids from school. There was no sign of Noel that night. I think he couldn't handle it. I used some cash to hire proper movers to get us settled into our new home. Leah and I had decided on what furniture we would split, and I chose not to argue about small things. Noel was now living with a friend and had no room for furniture. We did him a favor by taking their stuff to our new house and making sure he got half the current value. At the end of it all, I only had to buy a TV for the kids and some things for the dining room and kitchen. Christmas isn't far away, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure I'll spoil Megan, Annie, and Brad terribly, but if I'm careful, I won't get too much heat from Megan. She knows how I feel about them, and I think that's what makes our new life so much easier, that and the closeness, of course. I used to have a once-a-week or so dull experience. Megan, though, is more. What's the word? Energetic. When it comes to being close, another word I could use is free-spirited. Let's just say I'm doing great. Thank you. Megan likes to talk a lot when we are close, so to keep the kids from hearing, I set up my office in the bedroom between ours and theirs. We also found the perks of working from home during the day. Our fun time has moved to midday, and let me say, it really is fun. Oh yes, my new job. I found a man who speaks many languages and is an engineer. He's perfect for Mr. Lou's project, and we met with my boss to discuss how to do it. The outcome is that I now have a contract to make maintenance guides in English, French, and Spanish. It seems Mr. Louis is interested in the American market. I have several years of work ahead of me, not all for Mr. Louis, of course. Other people have found out about my skills, and I will need to expand to meet the demand. Now it's not just for imports but exports too. Megan is my personal assistant, and I couldn't have picked a better person. She is great at handling meetings, plans, and money. My partner is truly my partner. Lastly, to the joy of the kids, Megan and I are getting married. We'll do it during spring break for the kids, and we'll do it in Hawaii. I'm bringing my parents and my brother out for the event. Meg's mother is a widow, and she'll be there too. I heard she never liked Noel much, so I guess I'm starting fresh with her this time. It's going to last this time. It's forever. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.